Stand. Erster Stopp ist die Bar und zweiter Stopp ist na klar. Ist wieder eine Bar, ist egal wo, Hauptsache noch was im Start. Joe holt die erste Runde und wir trinken sie auf Facts. Ist doch klar, dass es mundet. Und wenn wir trinken kein Becks, nein, tut mir leid. Doch so sind wir hier nicht, don't waste my motherfucking time, ey. Und plötzlich geht es wieder los, sprich auf die Brüder ein. Toast und es heißt nur, ey. Der Abend fängt an um Mitternacht, wir schlafen nie, sind immer wach. Uns geht es gut, das Leben smooth auf den Dächern in der Stadt. Der Abend fängt an um Mitternacht, wir schlafen nie, sind immer wach. Uns geht es gut, das Leben smooth auf den Dächern in der Stadt. Kein Ende in Sicht, denn wir ziehen immer weiter. Und Schluck für Schluck fällt's leichter. Noch kein Plan, wo die Reise uns hinzieht, doch ist egal, bis dahin in der City. Am Tisch sammeln sich Gläser, Drinks gehen auf die Leber. Alles dreht sich und dreht sich, die Morgensonne rückt näher. Plötzlich geht es wieder los, sprich auf die Brüder ein. Toast und es heißt nur, ey. Der Abend fängt an um Mitternacht, wir schlafen nie, sind immer wach. Uns geht es gut, das Leben smooth auf den Dächern in der Stadt. Der Abend fängt an um Mitternacht, wir schlafen nie, sind immer wach. Uns geht es gut, das Leben smooth auf den Dächern in der Stadt.
You know I'm a lady, but sugar lately I'm getting naughty in my mind. Do you wanna play me a little crazy? You don't have to be so shy. How about tonight we switch it up? I want you to think outside the box. Can I get a sneak peek? Show me what you got. When we're in the bed sheets, don't you ever stop. When you're underneath me, get a little freaky. Yeah, I need a sneak peek of your love. Sneak peek, show me what you got. Can I get a sneak peek? Yeah, I need a sneak peek. Boy, I wanna feel you and get to know you. I could be your fantasy. What if I let you do it the way you want it? We're getting lost in ecstasy. How about tonight we switch it up? I love it when you think outside the box. Can I get a sneak peek? Show me what you got. When we're in the bed sheets, don't you ever stop. When you're underneath me, get a little freaky. Yeah, I need a sneak peek of your love. Sneak peek, show me what you got. Can I get a sneak peek? Yeah, I need a sneak peek. Do you wanna play me a little crazy? How about tonight we switch it up? I love it when you think outside the box. Can I get a sneak peek? Show me what you got. When we're in the bed sheets, don't you ever stop. When you're underneath me, get a little freaky. Yeah, I need a sneak peek of your love. Sneak peek, show me what you got. Can I get a sneak peek? Yeah, I need a sneak peek.
I've put you on a phone for way too long. You have made us roll just for fun. I've let you sit above me, but now I quit being a trophy. I push you down and take a seat. Place the crowns reserved for me. It will never, ever, ever be your way. Never, ever. So better, better, better start to pray. I will be the only one to spit on heads. I'll never let anything be unsaid. 'Cause now it's my crime. broke up with the chain around my wrist. You make up for the pain I won't miss. You can beg for mercy, you can beg on your knees, stay you down like you did. Now you're found in my grip. It will never, ever, ever be your way. So better, better, better start to pray. I will be the only one to spit on heads. I'll never let anything be unsaid. 'Cause now it's my crown. I will be the only one to spit on heads. I will be the one to make you wish you were dead. 'Cause now it's my crown. Spit on it. I will be the only one to spit on heads. I'll never let anything be unsaid. 'Cause now it's my crown. I will be the only one to spit on heads. I will be the one to make you wish you were dead. 'Cause now it's my crown. Spit on heads. What wish you were?
I'm a lover, not a fighter. I see the future, so much brighter. If your back's against the wall and the demons come to call, I'm gonna be there. When you're lonely in the night and the demons come to bite, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. Gonna be there. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. You can call on me. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I see the future. I see the future. So much brighter. It's so much brighter. If your back's against the wall and the demons come to call, I'm gonna be there. When you're lonely in the night and the demons come to bite, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. Gonna be there. Gonna be there. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. You can call on me.
Can you feel it from across the room? Is it real? I gotta be near you. Tell me how I get from far to next to you in this bar. I think that you should know me. I think that we should maybe get closer. Oh, can we get closer? Tell me what you think. Yeah, say it to my face, then grab onto my waist so we can get a little closer. You'll be riding in the back, ain't no one saying shotgun. Cause once I get a little taste, you're gonna take me to that place. I think that we should maybe get closer. Oh, can we get closer? Tell me what you think, yeah. Say it to my face, then grab onto my waist so we can get a little closer. Oh, can we get closer? Come on, take a point and show me what you like. Best friends for the night. All you gotta do is come on over, we can get closer. We can get a little closer. Oh, can we get closer? Come on, take a point and show me what you like. Best friends for the night. All you gotta do is come on over, we can get
Holding hands, matching clothes, funny jokes, love knows. Holding hands, it used to be us. Making plans, lovers dance, jealous calls, where the hell are you? Making plans, it used to be us. Dance, jealous calls, where the hell are you? Making plans, that used to be us. That used to be us. So how comes you don't love me anymore? You stab me in my core. The pain I feel is raw. I'm torn, and how can you pretend like nothing's wrong? Smile I was before. I'm torn, you know I'm torn. Yeah. I'm torn, you know I'm torn. Our time. Yeah, it's all about the vibe. Okay. We're taking it slow. We're just taking our time. We're just living our lives. We got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night. Cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is good vibes. We vibe with it, it's a good time. We don't worry about that hate. We just pass it to the side, grab a drink, pull it up, say what's good, feeling right. All your friends, they invited, bring a bottle through the night. Tell them, we gon' get it lit, we gon' get it lit. Get a little throw, get a little bent, have a good time. Ay, and you don't need a vent. On tilt, we gon' really get it in, right? Right. Ain't no time to be lazy, oh no. I got a dozen girls coming, they crazy for show. And not a single girl rating an 8 or below. I swear to God, they gon' love it the way that I flow. Hey, yeah, and we gon'
gon' take it slow. Spending time while you turn up at a vacant show. You can take your time, shawty, you don't need to go. We at a house party chillin' if you need to know.
We're taking it slow. We're just taking our time. And we're just living our lives. And we got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night. Cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is good vibes.
I've been vibing with you from the jump. See the crib, I ain't even got a stunt. Making hits, I don't ever try to blunt. When I pull up, everybody wanna front now. They acting brand new every time I touch down. And to my haters, all I gotta say is what now? Hey, say hello to the new whip, flirt with your new chick. All our TMZs, so the rights all exclusive. I'm playing with you, I know you playing too. We laying back in the cut, got the eagle view. I do this all the time, really ain't nothing new. I ain't frontin' on you, shorty, what I say is true. And now we chillin', we ain't worried about the biz though. Ay, stress-free, living like kids though. And if the vibe stay right like it is, when it's all said and done, we gon' end up more than friends.
We're taking it slow. We're just taking our time. And we're just living our lives. And we got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night. Cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is good vibes.
Say don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
Tell me, baby, who better for you? Writing for a page, letters for you. She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Hey, let's run away. Hey, tell me where you stay. Hey, hey, on your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse. Yeah, why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it.
Oh man, oh wait. A little shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Hey, let's run away. Hey, tell me where you stay. Hey, hey, on your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse. Yeah, why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it.
Look, yeah, I've been there. Biggest player in the game, that's big facts. Two-seater when I slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna vibe just to see how I move. And if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Say don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Hey, let's run away. Hey, tell me where you stay. Hey, hey, on your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse.
While you sit back and I play my role. I know you fiend for the life and you hate my soul. I know you hate my soul. But I can't help that, maybe I'm too cold. You're not the only one that hates loving me on the low. I be on 10 when you cross my mind. Guess it all depends, I was on a full sin when I lost my sight. Send you a message just to tempt my night. Fool for your loving, Mr. Good for nothing, typical destruction, yeah. Yes, I'm just a fool for your loving, Mr. Good for nothing, typical destruction, yeah. They call me Mr. Distraction. Lose yourself, subtweeting up in the caption, yeah. And you know I'm a savage. But I can't help that, maybe I'm too cold. You're not the only one that hates loving me on the low. I be on 10 when you cross my mind. Guess it all depends, I was on a full sin when I lost my sight. Send you a message just to tempt my night. Fool for your loving, Mr. Good for nothing, typical destruction, yeah. Yes, I'm just a fool for your loving, Mr. Good for nothing, typical destruction, yeah. You know I'm a heartbreaker. Hit the club, get hot, go stargaze. You know I'm a heartbreaker. Hit the club, get hot, go stargaze. Guess I'm just a fool for your loving. Mr. Good for nothing, typical destruction, yeah. Guess I'm just a fool for your loving. Mr. Good for nothing, typical destruction, yeah. Guess I'm just a fool for you. Guess I'm just a fool for you.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Think it gon' be me, good luck, that's a long shot. Shot the ball, full field ahead, I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you,
Higher or lower?
Oh, that's easy. Yo, 50-50 is a better odds than any game that I had in TFT so far. That's easy, dude.
Yeah, you know, I decided that the last time I was so bad, I now need to like be even worse.
I know I'm known as a memer here, but even I love Recombobulator, but even I can't say that it's got a higher placement. Future Sight has the higher placement by far.
It has to be Future Sight because Recombobulator gets you a 5-cost restart every single game, so it has to be like Future Sight for sure.
I think it's
The answer would be Recombobulator.
Recombobulator.
Scope weapons are nice edge.
Based on what we've seen in the tournaments, like scope weapons is just absolutely nuts.
We got some Belveth action, some Warwick action.
They got short arms, it gives them long arms. What more is to love?
So the higher top 4 average here.
scope weapons.
Oh, nice. I'm not that bad.
Nice. My reasoning even made sense.
Double Trouble versus Stand United. Unfortunately, right now, no one picks Double Trouble.
But then, like, the people who do play Double Trouble in Set 8, they know what they're doing. They're crazy. They know they're crazy.
No one picks Double Trouble.
Versus everyone picks Stand United, because it's the obviously better augment.
I'm going to say Stand United.
the lower top for average, I think it's got to be Double Trouble 3.
Double Trouble.
Double Trouble. Double Trouble 3.
Double Trouble, man.
Double trouble.
How did I know? Cheating, that's how.
See, I shouldn't guess. Guessing is bad.
I got it. You told me you want it. I'm all that you see. Calling me from outside of my window. Say you want me lunes to domingo. My friends say I never show up, and I don't care, 'cause I know what we got. When I'm all alone in my house, all I ever think of is us. We be kicking in the front yard, we be out of vibe until the sun's down. And I just wanna pour my heart out. Can we stop time? Can you be the sun in my eyes? Can you take me up to the sky, baby? Can we stop time? Stop and never rewind. You're the only thing on my mind, baby. Can we stop time? Can we stop time? Can you be the sun in my eyes? Can you take me up to the sky, baby? Can we stop time? I got you. You know that I'm here for us two. I'd do anything. We can stay up talking all night. I would hold you close till I know you're alright. And we be kicking in the front yard. We be out of vibe until the sun's down. And I just wanna pour my heart out. Can we stop time? Can you be the sun in my eyes? Can you take me up to the sky, baby? Can we stop time? Stop and never rewind. You're the only thing on my mind, baby. Can we stop time? Can we stop time? Can you be the sun in my eyes? Can you take me up to the sky, baby? Can we stop time? You know I'm cool. We don't even need no rules. Speak your mind. Can we stop the time? Can we stop time? Can you be the sun in my eyes? Can you take me up to the sky, baby? Can we stop time? Stop and never rewind. You're the only thing on my mind, baby. Can we stop time? Can we stop time? Can you be the sun in my eyes? Can you take me up to the sky, baby? Can we stop time?
Slow motion is better than no motion. 4 goons in the black bourbon and we coasting to the spot instead of.
Good morning, Spatulopolis. It's Calypso here, your favorite meteorologist, bringing you today's broadcast and forecast. Starting off the weekend, we have a little bit of the clouds and windy weather over EMEA, with a threat of a hurricane making its way towards Southeast Asia. Moving on to NA, it's your chance to take off your sunglasses and expect to enjoy the sun all over the weekend. Finally, there are some storms threatening Japan with a lot of rainy days. Make sure to bring out your umbrella again, because we have seen some strange designs over Japan. And of course, yesterday we had some turn on events and inconsistent weather that we need to check that with our latest report. Back to you, Carlos, with the weather. Welcome to the Teamfight Tactics Monsters Attack Championship. Today, 32 players are gonna compete against each other to see who's got that special ingredient and make it to the top to be our new champion.
9 regions, 32 players, 3 days to find ourselves another global champion. But of course, we can't start things off quite like this. It feels like we're missing something. I think it might be a special delivery.
Oh, is it? Oh, goodness.
Did you order it with extra sauce?
Extra pepperoni is what I've heard, but Dan is here to join us for the cast. The pizza's ready, the pose is ready, the dance is ready apparently as well.
But we've got ourselves. So these first 3 rounds are going to be dramatically important.
You risk it. For the biscuit!
Oh! Ripping through the board, Setsuko.
One more cast.
That's the carries the line. Big cast.
Big.
Backline evaporates. I think Setsuko is just about held on. The Jin and the Aurelian Soul untouched so far. But the front line is collapsing. In comes Rereplay and down goes Vitigo.
I like that. Jin, 2-star!
Come on, Jin!
It's possible. It's closer than we thought it would be, but it looks like it's going to go into Shima Pence, or rather, Canvas able to take the win. Congratulations.
Oh God! There's just so much power. In comes the Ezreal, and it just hurts so much.
Oh my goodness!
Down.
Parallel.
Oh, that one hurt. Kerfuzzle being knocked down in third, but I think we still have to congratulate him.
We wait for you tomorrow, same hour, same channel. Thank you so much, and I'll see you later. It's day 2 of Monsters Attack Championship, and yesterday we had such a great day with different composition and many surprises. I'm Calypso here. I'm here with Peter and Matt. And Matt, you are enjoying the sun, definitely.
Yeah, okay, we opened the stage and it was very dark, and then we had all, let me see, quick check, I'm going to say 12, 14 lights come up at once, and then suddenly I had to put on my actual glasses because I knew we were doing a sunglasses thing, and I put them on in the wrong order. It's just, it's been a mess of a morning, Kali, I'm not going to lie to you.
Okay, so Peter, Counter, let's start a brief recap of what happened yesterday, because we had many compositions, like many undergrounds, and some of them did great and others couldn't get into that point of the win. And what happened?
Yeah, I mean, we did see a day absolutely dominated by, the big 4 compositions. So, Oxwaltz, Lasercore, Riftwalker, and Infinity were really the go-to compositions. And I think, because they were so influential, so dominant, we actually saw some players running into trouble because there's so many other players trying to run the same composition that a lot of times taking the most popular comp wasn't actually the right move.
Yes. And Matt, usually we had the hero elements on 2-1, and that's when the player seems to be a little bit scared of changing the composition through the day. Like, for example, Michael, that did something completely different.
Well, it's really interesting because throughout the set, 2-1 hero augments have always operated in different arenas. We found that actually 2-cost hero augments were more likely to have carries than the 1-cost. We know that Lulu reroll is an incredibly popular reroll composition, incredibly powerful, but the players are preferring those defensive ones that can scale you up in a later game, like Lucian's Hyperbolic Time Chamber and Blitzcrank's dynamic defenses. So a really interesting change away from that early aggression.
Yes, and can we add how amazing NA was yesterday? I could hear Daniel screaming all over the set. I know you guys on the chat heard it too. But yeah, it was a very good day for NA. And I think, Peter, you have more information about it, but what we've seen so far?
Yeah, I mean,
amazing.
We were in a situation coming into the final round where it looked like NA was going to have 3 of the top spots and basically just become our China of this particular set. But as it turned out, we'll see towards the bottom here, we are seeing a little bit of comping, but in the tournament overall, we have nearly all of our regions represented in the top 8 or near to it. Only Japan is a little bit lower, but they're still within reach, so any region could potentially make the top 8 and potentially claim the championship.
Yes, remember, chat, we are seeing the overall standings today, and today we will have 24 players cut off from the tournament, and only the best 8 players in the world will get to day 3. And Nigeria, what happened to EMEA? Some of the players are really low in the standings.
Hi, let's just talk about Enzo instead.
Yeah.
Let's talk about how great he was doing, you know, showing that insane consistency he was known for in our regionals. Wasn't quite able to replicate at day 3, but those first 2 days were really Enzo's realm, and he's been doing that again today. And I just gotta say, if that top 8 we have right now is the top 8 we get going into day 3, I am thrilled. North America, Southeast Asia, China not dominating the entire leaderboards. It's just a really widespread. And I have to shout out once again, not to sound full of myself and, you know, feeling great that I'm right about something.
Feel full of himself.
But I said you got to watch out for YBY1. YBY1 sitting pretty comfortable in that top 8.
Actually, yes, but we have to highlight some of the players that did really well yesterday. Why don't we start with Flancy, that was the only player to get 3 top 1 in the competition, and he did it so smoothly. That last game, for example, that we saw, he was playing underground, and the checkout was just playing with his foot. Like, I already know I'm gonna win this this lobby, but let's see what the game has for me.
Oh, absolutely. We were talking to Mort before, in particular, he was so impressed that running the Relentless Vi, having such a strong early game and turning it into a massive cash out. I think, you know, for Underground and Ezreal reroll, you know, that kind of style of play, you were talking about the, you know, the 2-cost hero augments coming in. I think that's going to be deeply influential today.
Yeah, and I was really impressed by Flancy's play, of course, coming out of the regionals in China. 2nd place, won the Mythic Cup as well. So we know that he's been able to put up results both last set and this, but that is really incredible control from him. He was something like 90 HP, 2 or 3 locks in. Just incredible knowledge of the game state and understanding of his board strength to get him to that 5 cash out, the triple Radiant items, and it was just, you know, just coasting through from there.
I do want to point out that while, you know, he got the 3 first place and the 3 bottom 4s, those bottom 4s were very close as well. It's not actually like he's a 1st or 8th kind of player. He's a 1st or 5th kind of player, which is incredibly strong.
Yeah, the consistency he had over the first day was really amazing, and we expect him to be something like that today, day 2. But remember, we had some surprises over the last championship, so it might occur this time. Talking about another play that we had, Setsuko, we say NA is doing amazing with a lot of sun and being chill over, like waiting for the barbecue to be ready to eat. But actually, he was streaming yesterday, and he was a little bit like overrated with the opponents, with the rest of the players. He felt like he was chilling. He was confident.
Confident was one word for it, Matt, I'd say.
Yeah, allegedly he said that NA regionals were much more difficult than the day 1 games. You know, I'm not going to say it's a direct quote or anything, but yeah, I think that's actually a really good attitude to come into these games with. What we've seen in the past is players, when they get to this big stage, they kind of psych themselves out and they go, oh God, I'm at the World Championship, oh no. But Setsuko coming in and being like, easy, nerds. Actually a really good attitude to be able to come in with, complete confidence.
Yeah, I mean, he only bot forward a single game, and that was playing the only built different board that was played the entire day, one of the competitions. So, you know, there's very little to clean up in his play there. So, as Matt said, perhaps that confidence is justified.
Yeah, probably. And let's talk a little bit more like Shikame, how he got the first games of the yesterday. He was very confident, but also he's very funny and very connected with his audience. He was saying like, I'm the king of the pirates, I'm gonna win this, and he was very in a good relationship with Vinton, for example. And it's something that we have this championship, that everyone has a good relationship between each other. It's a healthy competition, Peter.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's even more to that story there, because, you know, at the end of the day, absolutely, he was treating, you know, he was king, you know, he was going to be leading the region to success. But partway through the day, he tweeted that he was giving up, and that he, you know, he basically said, this is not my championship. So for him to hold on and now be, you know, find this new lease of life coming into day 2, I mean, that's so important for Japan, of course. You know, the missing title, they want a new hero to step up and show that they are a region with more than one talent.
And I think this reflects as well the differences in attitudes, the breadth of the human experience here in competition. We have players like Setsuko who come in on their very first games and they say easy peasy, go all the way to the top of the leaderboards and don't really struggle with that mental because they're not struggling in their games as much. Through incredible play, I will give that to Setsuko, not trying to downplay his accomplishments, but then you have players on the other hand, Shikame, who has those rough couple of games. And the difference it makes in the end is whether you can recover that mental, whether you can recover those games. So Shikame having a great second half of the day at the very least, and that's going to be the difference here in the cutoff day. 8 players will make it out, and if you take a couple of those games and your mental falls apart, you're not going to make it out.
Let's see how the players react these days. This is the day 2 of the championship. There's still a lot of competition going on, but I'm eager to know what competition was shining yesterday and what can we expect today. And for that, we have Impetuous Panda and Frodan on the barbecue sector.
Thank you very much, Calypso. Welcome to the Championship Corner Grill, aka the BBQ. Baby. Yesterday we had a lot of good starter dishes to the menu. Today we want to talk about the main courses. That's right. We're here to show you what are some of the fun festivities and dishes that will be featured all throughout the championship in celebration to the threats that have ended. So first, Panda, let's start off with the big one. It's Rift Walker fried rice. It is a composition that's very simple. All you need is 3 base ingredients. You need a single Vex, you need a single Pike, and you need a single Jin, and together you have created the base of this Rift Walker fried rice. And the best part about fried rice, you can put pretty much anything inside of it. You can go for these renegades and make Jin really strong with Viego. You can go for threats. You can even perhaps put more frontline mascots and decorate a front line that is unkillable and use anything else as your backline to help scale up. And that is why Rift Walker fried rice is one of the entrees that you must order if you stop by the Championship Grill.
So Dan, I'm a big fan of fried rice in general, but like you said, there are many different variations of fried rice and of renegade as well. What is your favorite?
Well, of course, if I'm not rolling down for Jin 3 like the French do, I personally like to go for another version of renegade carry utilizing Viego and Leona. Ooh. I think one of the coolest variations that we saw in the Chinese region was utilizing Leona carry augment, perfected solar player that a lot of people are not even keeping on their radar because Leona very good at dealing in some of these late game scenarios. Most people don't think that she is a carry, but she is very capable of doing so.
Especially when 2-star. That's the important bit there as well. For my dish, I want to go over the Laser Core lasagna. This is a really tasty one, and like with lasagna, you have to start very strong. I think it's a key thing. We see the highlighted players, Setsuko and Rereplay. You're very familiar with their game, but they're players that love to play high tempo, very strong early game. You want to get that Ash 2, Renekton 2, and ideally some combat track augments like Band of Thieves, like Thrill of the Hunt as well. In my opinion, Dan, let me know if you agree or not, the pivotal point of a Laser Core con, I think stage 3. That's the point where you start deflating a bit. If you're not able to judge how stable you are relative to the rest of the lobby, that's where you get into big trouble. Something like a Battle Mage, for example, is a great way to do it in 3-2 in that augment choice. Do you agree or not?
I fully agree. Now, I want to ask, Panda, what happens if you don't hit the ancient archives into the Laser Core heart? What do you usually want there?
So, like with lasagna, you need to have a lot of layers and also a lot of laser. That's where the +1 heart
layer core
crown as well is going to be fantastic at 4-2. But it's all about really trying to roll down until you're actually stable in stage 4. You have a Warwick tube, fully itemized. Scope weapons with Belveth is fantastic as well. And in the end, you cap it all off, ideally, with a Mordekaiser 2. You find some great AP items at stage 5. And hopefully, you win out, or at the very least, you top 4.
That's fantastic. That sounds like a delicious dish. But mine is better. We can all agree on that.
It's good, but I think mine's better.
Nope, mine is indeed better.
No, I think mine's better.
Let's agree to disagree. Shake on it.
All right.
Back over to you, Calypso.
Lasagna. So, frankly, I feel like Dan's dish is going to be a little bit better for me. You know, not all that much cheese.
Honestly, mine's better.
Oh yeah? You got one? You got one on deck for us?
Oh, I'll keep it on the down low, but honestly.
Okay, saving it for later?
Yeah, those guys, they don't know what I'm talking about.
Anyone else in the chat that's lactose intolerant, so we don't have a Davis dish, so we can have it. But yeah, talking a little bit more of the compositions, Dan was talking about the Renegades, and we've seen this Camille 3 stars taking over the lobby, and it's so important whenever we have those units very early on the game, we have to take advantage of that. That's what we were talking about before, Peter. We've seen a lot of Samiras level 5. I want that luck in my games.
Well, I mean, this is what our players can do. Again, the best players in the world at TFT, when they see an opportunity coming, you may look at it and say, that seems pretty lucky. But not only can they take that luck, they can make a top 1 out of it. They can draw every little bit of that opportunity and make it their own.
Okay.
What was fascinating about me about that game that you were talking about, Calypso, Enzo got it at 2-3 and didn't even end up playing Samira in the end. It's just like, come on.
Yeah, I think you need to be a championship player in order to have the luck, so we're not gonna get it. We have a special interview with one of the key members of the community, and here with us it's Holi from Japan, talking a little bit of the region. Holi, how are you?
Hey guys, great. Excited. It's a fantastic tournament. Can't wait to see how it turns out. Rooting for my boys in JP.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. I'm going to ask a couple of questions, but how have you seen so far Japan in the tournament? Because every region has done pretty nice up to this point, and I think the competition is quite even.
Yeah, I think that this tournament, especially, the level of competition is really a lot higher from what we've seen in some of the previous tournaments, and that's really exciting for me as a viewer. And you know, Japan is a small region. We have a lot of influence from China, Korea, and NA. So I think we're kind of a unique melting pot of knowledge that you get through all 3 of the regions. It just kind of comes through the high-level players of Japan, and yeah, I think you'll be able to see that in the tournament. Both of our players, Shikame Madoka and Shiba Pen, have been playing this game for a very long time, and I have high hopes for them.
Nice.
So, of course, one of the big things coming into the competition, we heard from the players themselves saying they were very much expecting to see title here. Can you talk to me a little bit about how that second place finish affected Japan as a competitive region and what it meant going into this event?
I think title getting second in the last Worlds was a big eye-opener for the rest of the world to take Japan a little more seriously, especially title seriously. I'm personally very surprised that he didn't make it to the world stage again, but he'll be back. I'm sure he'll be back at the next Worlds. I would not be surprised. But yeah, he's a very strong player. He practices hard. He works hard, and I fully expect him to be here 6 months from now.
Absolutely.
Well, Holi, I've got a question for you coming out of this as well, because of course we do have 2 other Japanese players, representatives that are, I'm going to say, less experienced than Title, who of course has been looked incredible last set. But what's the sense in the community in Japan right now? Like, what is the tenor of the community? Are they behind the players? Because I know Shikame Madoka on Twitter yesterday was having that moment of like, oh gosh, I'm not sure if I can do this. I'm really struggling. But then by the end of the day, it was just like, I got this. Y'all are losers. This is so easy. Pirate King, woo!
Yeah, Shikame Madoka is a very energetic player. He's been streaming since, I think he's been streaming all the way since set 1. And I'd say that he has the entire community behind him because he's well known, he's really well liked, and we want nothing more than to see him succeed.
Yeah. So, Holi, yesterday we had so many variety of compositions and different stages from different augments to make them the players sweat a little bit. Let's say like that.
Yeah.
What have you seen that caught your eyes that was something a little bit unexpected on a player?
Honestly, I've not been keeping up too much with set 8.5 specifically, but I know that from what I've heard from other top players is that the current state of balance is the best it's ever been. Hats off to the balance team for that. And All I can say to that is that I think all the players are very good at reacting to the augments that they get and are able to adapt to any situation. So I would expect anyone that you saw at the bottom of the leaderboard today to feel that fire and be coming up. So I wouldn't expect the leaderboard to be the same today as it was yesterday.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to throw you an absolutely fluff question towards the end of this one, just because I love seeing it so much. Scummy, we've seen posts of what he's been posting in the games himself, talking to the other players, encouraging them. I was just kind of curious from where you're sitting, how important it is for the Japanese players in particular to try and build out these relationships with the other countries, to build the friendships that will hopefully bring the countries to the next level.
Yeah, I think it's extremely important. Bridging the gap, especially that language gap that is a really big barrier between, the Chinese, the Korean, the Japanese regions, and the rest of the world, I think is very important. And being able to build those international friendships, especially through tournaments like the one at the world stage, is integral to TFT growing in the future and becoming taken more seriously as an esport.
Well, Holi, I'm going to unfluff your question real quick, putting you back in the fire, my friend. So, of course, this set, we've had the advent of the East Asian Cup and sort of that regional melding. You talked about it a little bit earlier with both influences from China and Korea as well as North America. Big topic among all of us here on the desk and globally is the gap between China and the rest of the regions. Now that you've been in Japan and you have that really close eye on what that's looking like, do you agree with the general sentiment that the gap is closed?
I think we as a region and us as Westerners are doing everything we can to soak as much information from the Chinese scene. And I think those avenues have opened, especially over the last set or two, to be able to close that gap. But unfortunately, the difficulty of closing that gap is something that we can't really overcome easily, in that they just have a population advantage. So the more players you have, the top players are going to find every little secret out about a set faster than other regions are.
Okay, so Holi, thank you so much for coming, taking your time to be with us. We take a lot of value in your words and your insights. So thank you, and I'll see you later.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay, so it's really interesting. I think one of my favorite parts of the show is knowing these insights of pro players or people that are really in touch with the community, to give a little more spectrum into the rainbow that we have. Because sometimes we only see how they perform in the lobby, but we don't see the details behind the screams or the talks between each player.
No, absolutely. And Holi, of course, we've just been talking to, has done a large part of making that happen for the Japanese players in particular. David, of course, has been doing the interviews with players across the world. And Holi's been the one facilitating that for the Japanese players in particular, which is so important, as you say, to get those deeper insights.
And I think with a lot of the players, the difficulty for us as observers is a lot of the players have been holding their cards close to their chest. A lot of them have been really closing rank and saying, all right, these scrims, nobody's going to be streaming them. So it's really exciting after day one to feel like we've gotten a little bit better of a sense where everyone is at, seeing the success relative of North America especially, but Southeast Asia coming in their first time as a region to the international stage, and YBY just crushing it up there in that top 4.
Yeah, why not? I think we have already many surprises. Day 2, for me, it's not going to be an exception. And I think the production made us a video that we had. We also had surprises with that and a quiz guessing the unit, I think. Let's see that.
Oh.
All right. I love guessing units.
What? Okay. So I see some blue. Wow, that's a great hint. I see blue.
Oh, we're doing arts. Oh no, take off the celebration. I take it back. Oh no.
That's good. But in my head, in my imagination, in my dreams, our god is pink.
Oh man, whatever could that be? Wait, synergy, something that's blue. Maybe a Star Guardian. Wait, is that your god?
It is.
Okay, and I'm smurfing.
It looks like a project skin.
Maybe if you close a little bit your eyes, you're gonna see the full picture.
Look at like color palettes and kind of, this is not my final guess, but like Syndra maybe, Fiddlesticks maybe. I guess we're gonna go for more like the big buck 5 costs for this kind of stuff.
Purple and blue.
Because they're all like purple, blue.
Oh, it's Zach.
Oh, that's Zach. That's Zach. That's Zach. That's Zach. Wait. Okay. Yeah.
Honestly, maybe if I squint. No, that's not helping.
But the cubicles are so big that you cannot see it.
But yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay, let me think.
These are the splash arts though. I mean, maybe an Anima Squad thing probably, if you're saying a pose.
Something that's red and black.
The pose thing made it worse than it actually helped.
Lee Sin! Oh, okay, I see it now.
Never do any of these again. This is really difficult.
Whenever we win again a ranking cut, I'm gonna do the David dance of victory. This is it. This is my next victory dance. Okay, chat, I know what you're thinking. The images were way too easy, but trust me, we had a really wide monitor in front of us and the pixels were so big that we couldn't. No.
Excuses come pouring out.
Trust me, it was so big and it was in front of us and we could, but now that I see it on the screen, so small, it was easy. It's not my fault. Trust
Someone who wasn't there, I obviously would have gotten them all right. I don't know about you, Peter.
You would have guessed every competition?
Oh, every single one.
I mean, Makes figured out the strategy, which was to go into the corridor outside and just see it from a long distance. You guys were stuck in front of the TV, so unfair.
Okay, I know we can keep talking about like how blind we are, but unfortunately and for good, we have our first game. But before that, let's see how the lobbies are sorted and seated this time on the second day. Remember that you can join the conversation back in your home with the hashtag TFT Championship. And for example, you can say how beautiful Matt looks today, which one was your favorite outfit for these 2 days, and maybe your favorite composition or whatever you're feeling of. We can read you, of course, in every social media that it's at PlayTFT. Okay, let's see the lobby breakdown. I think today we're gonna start with lobby 4. And I'm eager to see if that's a really threatening lobby, but in screen we can see lobby 1 and lobby 2, Peter.
Yeah, we can see there is a little bit of a clustering of regions here. We did see this a bit yesterday. That it's obviously very bad news when you get into a lobby with your fellow region member, because there's only so many points to go around.
Yeah, and of course, depending on the region, you may feel better or worse about that. Like Enzo, obviously going to feel bad about knocking out the other EMEA players if that is what happens. But they're struggling in the ratings a little bit as we check out lobbies 3 and 4. Of course, Flancy and YBY1 both got highlights at the top of the show, so we are going to be able to see those in lobby number 4, see how they continue doing throughout the day.
And Peter, we have 3 China players in lobby 4, so yesterday we talked about that we haven't seen that much of China, and what we've seen so far, it was our top 1 or top 8. So I'm really curious to know how this first lobby starts today to see the level that we have.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's an enormous amount of pride on the line for China here. You know, the 3 championships in a row. I think they were maybe a little bit thrown off by how fierce the competition was in day 1. But you've got to know they've been studying all night long to be ready to come into this next game, all guns blazing.
All right, get your snack and be ready, because lobby 1 and the first game of the day is ready. So I'll bring you to the casters, Makes, Bebe, and Mordog for this first game.
Thank you so much, analysts. I loved that pre-show. Personally, also really loved having Holi on there. Always good to get some representation from the other countries. But chat was asking for it, you know. Every time I look into chat, it's like, where is Bebe? Where's Mordog? They're here. I'm sorry. I had them with me, but they're ready to go now. How are we feeling on day 2?
I'm feeling great. Yesterday was a lot of fun. I think we saw the meta was really good, really diverse. We saw our top players all playing like 5 or 6 different comps. So I'm excited to see what happens today and see if anyone can turn it around or if the trends continue.
I feel like the story is very clear here in the game so far. We got Sasuke, NA's champion, trying to get that world championship for NA's favor. And we also have China trying to make sure that they'll block it no matter what, with the other regions also following right just behind. So I'm very excited to see what's going to happen in today's games.
Yeah, the thing with China trying to block that is that for the first 3 rounds, 3 of China's players are in the same lobby, similar to the situation of EMEA, so they're going to have a harder time to make those firsts come by as they are competing against each other. They can't all come first place.
So they got more dog.
True. It'll always be interesting to see, in which one, because they have familiarity with each other, and they can kind of control the tempo of the lobby, right? If there's 3 players from the same region, lobbies actually end up playing the same pace, and that can make, we saw yesterday, the high pressure versus the low pressure.
Wait, does that mean that they're going to team?
No. It's more, it's your style work, you can play greedy, or you can play...
Style is something you know a lot about, baby. Just looking at you today, fantastic, but so do our players, as we are looking at lobby 4 here. That is the lobby that has all 3 of the Chinese players, but also some other players in there, like Kare, who we haven't seen on screen at all, and he is my winner prediction. And since there's no EMEA player in this lobby, I'm going to let my O's flag fly.
So wait, this is gonna be a China versus C with a taste of Brazil and Korea? Is this how it goes?
Yep.
Yeah, that's how we do stir fry.
OCE, are you confident?
Yeah, Dobbs was commenting that he felt a little out of place in this lobby. It'll be, and again, that's why I talk about the pressure, right? This is going to be, I think, one of those very aggressive, level 6, roll down to 0, get your strength going kind of lobbies.
All right, we are currently
going
into game number 1. Currently, we have a tier belt and a crit lobby going on. What are your thoughts about this, Mordog?
So this is my favorite. I like getting the belt. We've seen early on, you get the defensive, something like a Warmog Gargoyle Stone Plate, and that can allow you to win streak really hard while keeping you pretty flexible to what your options are. So belt start is definitely one of my favorite starts.
All right, hopping on board with Dobbs here. Now, Dobbs yesterday actually played 2 duelist boards, and duelists so far seem to be incredibly consistent. Not necessarily what you're looking for when you want to go for those first places, but to get you into those top 4, they're looking to be one of the most consistent comps due to the lack of being contested.
Yeah, I actually heard of the legendary duelist composition that has a 0% first place ratio in the entire course of tournament, but they do have a very fairly high top 4 ratio, which makes the composition very fair and very well balanced. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, duelist especially has such aggression early. You hit that 6 duelist very early at level 6, and that attack speed can overwhelm opponents really hard. The problem is it's a lot of low-cost units, and so when you get to trying to go level 7, level 8, we've seen it be a very 4-cost meta, and it starts to fall off unless you high roll something crazy like the Vayne 3. So it really requires a lot to go right to get a first place. But again, now that we're in day 2 and these points are starting to stabilize, trying to get enough points to just move on, that might be something that some of our players like Flancy, who are at the top, maybe can lean into.
Yeah, hopefully we are seeing an admin coming out of Ahoai right from the get-go on the left side from our observers. It's going to be extra maximum health as hero augments roll around. It feels like a repeat of yesterday. Once more, we're getting those 2 cost, 1 cost.
Now, the question is, how many players are here willing to force Undergrounds? Now, Undergrounds actually, as of yesterday's stats, has the highest first place ratio, and Israel 3-star into a completed 3-star quick draw composition is just so powerful. So how many players are willing to gamble for that first place placement, or will they just go for a safe choice?
Yeah, like you said, Underground's been a popular one. The other thing with it being 2-1-1, and we saw a lot of Hyperbolic Time Chamber, using that to fast level. We saw a lot of success here. But looking around at the picks, we see a Vi, we see a Yasuo, we see some Renekton. So this might be one that leans more into the reroll version. We saw yesterday here, this is the Unrelenting Force Vi that ended up getting Flancy to a first place. And if you can get this Vi going with really good items, you've got that 3 Underground. This is a really strong start.
Wait, I don't understand. Why does this guy have 25 gold with 3 Undergrounds?
So looking at his drops, it looks like he had. It looks like he had a low item drop rate here. So yeah, this This is a good start, but I've seen a lot of players flub this if they don't preserve enough health. We saw yesterday that the key to Flancy's success was staying at 93 health all the way into stage 3, stage 4. This version, we see people end up taking a bit too hard of a risk, and we might see him as low as like 68 health by the time we reach those Krugs.
Actually, I feel like it's not really that fair, though, because I realized that if you start with the gold start, you get all your items back at stage 2-7, so you're not really that weak during the mid-game either as well, too. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes for our players. We know that some of them really prefer having a strong econ early on, and we also seeing all of the augments come in. Notably one, baby, I know you hate Hold the Line being picked up here by Flancy. I'm sure you have something to say about that, but we are seeing some other commits as well. Laser Focus being picked up by Ahau Ai is going to be one to look out for, and the Spirit of the Exile for Jazz Latte also seems to signal strong direction, as well as that Hextech Retribution.
Completely irrelevant to that. I think this is the reason why NA is looking strong at Worlds. Yes, just saying.
The Hold the Line?
I didn't say no nothing.
Yeah, looking at the choices, it was an interesting mix of reroll and, leveling. Like, we saw the Yasuo augment get taken, the support one, that's going to allow the team to get attack speed. And that's a really good one to level up into Laser Core. That's been pretty good. But on the other side, we saw, like, time and a half with that Sivir, which people traditionally try to reroll, find that 3-star Sivir, pumping out, 7, 8 gold a turn. So a lot of different options here. And looking at Flancy's board, who has that Rel carry augment, which, again, we saw would be really good with something like Kai'Sa back in the day, but now isn't quite that S-tier composition that we've seen back in like 13.8.
And if you look at the detail of how these Chinese players play, they were actually holding 3 underground units, Kayle, Vi, and Israel on the inventory. These players are just addicted to undergrounds because they know that Mortdog designed to be fun. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only fun, it's also very strong, right? Especially in those situations like we saw from Flancy yesterday, getting the undergrounds and the wins. You're going to have a fantastic time, no worries at all. Get to that heist 5 and just stomp the entire lobby by pure pressure. So if that's your go-to, if you can find that angle, great.
Yeah, it's interesting because, again, with the tournament setting, we have to start thinking about where you are in the point structure, right? And something like Underground can be really good. We've seen it get a lot of first place. So that's definitely true. But you just want to make sure you don't bleed out too much health here. And moving into the carousel, we do see the 2-item carousel. We do have a spatula in there, which could open up some options. I see a nice Warmogs there. So a lot of different choices here. And looking on the side, we can see sort of the item slams. A lot of people have a tier open, and having being another tier carousel, that's going to lead to a lot of blue buff options, and yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a really strong notification right there from Mortdog. There are a lot of people that have tiers on the right side, and there's 4 tier options at the carousel. It almost makes you think that maybe the carousel gives one specific item more than others, when it should be maybe a bit more balanced so players can enjoy the experience.
So just in case you were wondering, BB does not like to tier. Just in case that wasn't immensely clear to anyone.
There.
There, baby. There.
All right, looking at this admin board, we have a heart start. Kind of a rough mix of items here. Did take the spatula here, which could open up that heart emblem. We don't see heart emblem be that popular, especially with heart. The problem is it takes up that tier. And with heart, you want those casts to be coming pretty quickly. So often that can lead to something like a Shojin or a blue buff. So kind of an interesting spot here. And Dobbs has kind of been struggling throughout this tournament here. So this is sort of those early game positions that he hasn't been doing that great in.
I mean, I was looking at this composition, and at first I saw spatula into crit and Camille into a renegade composition, or maybe a spatula into chainmail into an Osworth like a frontline, but he actually just makes the hand of justice. He didn't even consider the heart spat, as you said, which is kind of like a funny in my opinion. I feel like the best way to go for is to go for Riftwalker Jhin, go for the renegade spat, get that 7 juicy renegades online and build that composition. I do wonder what Dobbs has prepared for us so far in this tournament.
Yeah, Dobbs does manage to shut down Flancy's win streak there. We saw a Jeweled Gauntlet slam on a Vayne, clearly acting as an item holder here. But yeah, we get a look at the health total here, and like I mentioned, 72 already. Probably going to lose this round going below 68. So this is where you only end up getting to like Heist 2, Heist 3, and you really want to hit that Heist 4 where it becomes that guaranteed first place. And again, we compare that to yesterday's game where Flancy was able to hit that Heist 5. So this doesn't feel as strong of a position as we saw Unrelenting Force yesterday.
I'm looking at SVM's like a board at the moment, and if you look very carefully, they're very random, right?
YBY1, because SVM is clan tag.
Just letting you know.
I was testing you. Yes.
Yeah, I
was
got
testing
you.
chat right now. It's YBY1, and don't you forget it, guys. Yeah.
Exactly. I hope you all passed that test and wrote that down. But yeah, he's been streaking 100 HP in the lead here as we move towards the crux, and it's looking like he's going to continue that streak with 30 gold. Very good position.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? You have the Gargoyle Stoneplate Redemption with that Blitzcrank with the carry augment. That is such a good front line, and there's just not enough damage to deal with that early. Also got the Jinx too, which is giving him that backline damage. And so even though his trait structure isn't that good, he's just winning through sheer power of, really good units. 30 gold, level 5, full win streaking, has a bunch of 2-stars. This is a great spot to then convert into basically any composition you want. These items haven't locked you in at all, and so this is the kind of spot you really want to be in going into stage 3.
I feel like this is what it means to be a very flexible player. He's not looking towards specific options, but looking for a more diverse ways. But honestly, he just found a lot of upgrades early, right?
I mean, that's kind of part of the game. But looking at YBY1's playstyle coming in, we expected him to play very safe, play like more the generic comps like Riftwalker, Oxlingers, not so much go for the rerolls. And in yesterday's results, it was actually the other way around. We got a lot of creative comps out of him, and we'll see hopefully that trend continue. I mean, this not looking like a reroll game so much, but definitely looking like the more creative, more open approach to the game is absolutely there.
Yeah, so looking at this board here, we see the level 4, and we've seen this a bunch throughout the tournament, right? You have that Ash carry augment, you're doing your roll down here, only has 4 Ashes though, and so it becomes a question of how deep are you willing to go, how much of your economy are you willing to burn to try to get that Ash 3, and when you've only got 4 Ashes, the further down you go, this gets really dangerous before you burn your economy. Instead, chooses to level up, now has that Sivir 2, so we have a lot of strong units here, but we're very far away from that Ash 3 win condition.
Okay, so there was a lot of decision-making process in this game right now. Right now, Ahoy wanted to go for an Ash 3-star, so he put the threshold of 30 gold. He rolled down 30 gold. He realized, oh wait, I don't have enough Ashes, I don't have enough Blitzcranks, I don't have enough Rectons. A 3-star composition will not be possible. So he gave up on that instantly, and now is going to transition away from a reroll deck into a 4-cost 2-star value transition.
Yeah, and about that board in particular, the Laser Core, we are seeing a bunch of them as gold augments come through, but the most that actually do well don't use Warwick as main carry and instead use something like Belveth.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an option here with those AD items. It does feel bad to sort of have your carry augment end up wasted, but even an Ash 2 can pump out a lot of damage if you hit something like a Laser Core Emblem, on your 4-2 augment, get that going. So there's definitely a lot of options. I think he's still level 5 with 40 gold, so he has the option to kind of play it easy for a stage or two, see if any more Ashes pop up. If they do, he can still keep going on that, and if not, he can do what Bebe was suggesting and can convert to a higher level comp.
He did pick up featherweights, so I think he's hoping on the Ashes to still come around for himself as players are going through. We're going to see a Spirit Visage on the side of Flancy being picked up by the Forge.
So currently we're looking at Rel 2-star with a Visage, so he does want to make a hold-the-line Rel that will not die, but the problem here is the Sunfires. Sunfires is not an endgame carry composition because it's very squishy. It's not a tank itemization, it's damage itemization. So even if he were to get the Rel 3-star online, it will not be as tanky as it's supposed to be. But I have a question for Mortdog. Was Sunfire supposed to be so squishy and more damage oriented? How was it supposed to be made?
Yeah, Sunfire is definitely a trade-off item, right? You're trading some offense for some defense for offense, right? And so you get that anti-heal, you get that true damage burn, which is great, but you sacrifice being tankier. And so I've actually become I'm not a fan of Sunfire lately. I think it's something you slam in the early game to apply pressure, but like you mentioned, you're just not going to be as tanky in the late game. And so that is a sacrifice you're making. But we are seeing across the board there being a preference for that Sunfire. And again, this has been sort of a high pressure tournament. We get a look at this board. This is 41 health. We are definitely seeing a more pressure filled lobby.
Okay, you guys heard that? Mortdog hates Sunfire's cave. Mortdog hates
Okay, what else do we have? We hate the tears, we hate the Sunfires. Anything else you guys need to get out of your system? I'm sure chat hates Lulu. I cannot see chat right now, but I assume that's something that's being said. I do want to talk about something else
tells from the augments here, though, because as they popped up, we did see that Kade is also on the featherweights. Now, Kade didn't have the strongest day one, but it got tremendously better towards the end of the day, and that's always what we're looking for, right? If you finish strong, it's going to be great for your mental, so hopefully he can get back to that height after a first and a top 4 placing in the last 2 games. And I'm a little bit curious what we're running on, because if I'm not mistaken, he's on time and a half and featherweights, so it should be infinitum leaning, which is not generally what we've seen a lot from Kade.
Yeah, I think with that particular augment, if you've got the Sivir and you can get that Sivir 3, that's going to allow you, the featherweights is going to give you the attack speed you need, and so that's going to allow you to go the Deathblade, Infinity Edge, Last Whisper, stuff like that, allowing that Sivir to actually do a ton of damage, and then because you'll be getting that 7 or 8 gold a turn, you can then catch back up and reach level 7, level 8, maybe find an Infinitum emblem on 4-2 augment, which will allow you to get like that Garen. So it definitely can be one of those compositions that does well. And yeah, we see Dobbs getting a second spatula there, so that's going to allow him to get that Tactician's crown, which is always a nice boost, but it does mean you are an item down. You've traded those 2 spatulas for, you know, that Tactician's crown. So will that be enough to propel Dobbs? We'll have to see.
So Kaide's currently going for his key compositions, Infiniteams. Infiniteams is the second highest first place win ratio like a composition in the tournament at the moment. It's built just like this. You go for time and a half on Severe, you look for Severe 3-star level 6, you build up with Rammus 2-star as your front line, and after you hit Severe 3, you'll get like plus 6-7 gold per round, use that snowball to level 9, and achieve a very sweet, juicy victory.
One of the cool things about this comp too is you notice the Sivir clone from Infinity actually rolled the Last Whisper. Wow. This allows you to build full damage, right? This is the Deathblade, the Hurricane. The Hurricane especially doing that extra 80 damage to non-primary targets, so you're not getting necessarily just stuck on this Blitzcrank, and so really cool option there, and that's one of the things that allows Sivir to do well. But on the other side, we do see a level 7 comp that was just too strong here, has that Ascension that is already procced by now, Laser Core doing very well, and so applying a lot of aggression, and it's just not quite enough here.
Yeah, hopping back to Jipak, though, he keeps falling. 34 HP by now, finds a Vi 2 as an upgrade. We spoke about this comp yesterday with the Unrelenting Force. You want to have that Vi 3, you want to have that Ezreal 3, but they seem to be hard to come by here.
As a Korean, I can say, Jipak got first. It's gonna be easy. He's been staying at 50 gold for the entire game. Ever since stage 2-5, he's been at 50 gold, and he's also managed to find a trade sector, so everything will become 3-star. He will be able to level 9, add 4 quick draws, add Emperor rolls with 5 cost Israel, and it's gonna be one-sided.
He is gonna find Heist 3 right after this round, but probably not gonna be picking it up. I mean, he has dropped quite a lot in health already, but usually we see players looking for that Heist 4 ideally.
See, I feel like at 34 health, Heist 3 is going to be the thing he'll take. It'll be on the PvE round also, which will give him time to transition. So I feel like this is one of those cases, I mean, 20 health here. I feel like you're taking this for sure, no matter what. And so he does get, you know, an anima visage here.
One more, Jipak, one more.
Way.
No, do not be scared. Yo, keep it.
Okay.
No.
Okay. There's no way. No way. Does get the Spirit Visage, which is not bad for the Vi here. The Collector, not really great for what he's running. But again, now it's going to be a question of can he convert this? Because that was not the big boost he was looking for. Again, we talk about Underground. Like you said, you want to hit that Heist 4, Heist 5. This is not it. This is the exact opposite of the Flancy version we saw yesterday. Does have a Deathblade here, so there is an option if like he were to hit a Samira, maybe transition. But it's just going to be really hard here at level 6, and he needs to find those extra Vis.
All right, here, you sell the 3 costs first. Stuff like Kaisa is not necessary at the moment. Make sure to focus on the 1 and 2 costs, mostly the 2 costs.
And Ezreal in the same shop.
You can sell the Gangplank too if he needs bench space, because right now, level 6 rerolls is for that juicy 40% on the 2 cost units.
One more Ezreal.
One more on Vi, one more Ezreal. Both at once, holding hands. Let's go.
Yeah, and so that's going to give him a big boost here, but again, compared to some of the caps we've seen this board have before, this feels like it'll get him through stage 4 maybe, and then fall off here. This is not as big. He's got that Collector sitting on the bench. Does slam the Gunblade, but this is Ezreal without the carry augment or anything like that. The Vi's going to do a lot of work, but again, really lacking the armor and MR here. So I don't know. I'm not looking at this going, this is a first place board.
I mean, the good thing is that we're still at 50 gold interest. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it definitely is a good thing, but we'll see what the augments bring, right? They're going to roll around in a couple of seconds, and that could be very good, where it could be kind of okay. So we'll see what Jipbok is being offered here. Did find the win, is going to find golden augments.
First aid kit. First aid kit with Visage. Not bad.
That's not bad. That's not bad, especially with the Gunblade as well. So I like the first aid kit option. I was going to joke take Portable Forge and get a second collector.
Do not sabotage career.
Don't say it. He re-rolled.
Interesting. Reroll here. Ancient Archives isn't going to be great. I think Battle Mage is pretty rough. Big Friend is decent, but it causes you to sacrifice your positioning a little bit, because I do like the extra damage reduction on the Vi 3. That'll allow that to be really good. But again, sacrificing the positioning is going to be the tough part there.
I mean, I really love when I pick Big Friend and my entire team gets Janna ulted into an Urgot ult, into Mordekai's ult, into
Yeah, I also like CC. We are seeing 2 of the players picking up that laser core card, though. So Ahau I has it, and I think YBI1 also has it, meaning these 2 are going to compete each other just a little bit with different foci, though. Ahau I is on the Ash, whereas if I saw correctly, YBY1 has a Bel'Veth and some Warwigs, and maybe even a Mordekaiser on board?
Okay, it is 100% confirmed. Mordog is Mordogging China this tournament. NA is bound to win. China is getting more doggoed.
Okay, come on. There is 3 Chinese players in this lobby. The chances of them to actually go high here are not that bad, just statistically speaking.
So the challenge here is interesting because he's rolled down all his gold. He's level 6, rolled it down, has hit none of his 3 stars. Laser Core is a nice spike here, but unfortunately, without hitting any of those 3 stars and having ruined his economy, it looks pretty doomed from this spot. And so this is the spot where hopefully you hit, but maybe you're looking at a 6th or 7th.
2 other players are on that same comp. That's going to be a problem. And if you're already down there and you're not empowered by having good items, having the Warwick 2, if that's your carry, you're going to bleed.
I mean, that's why Ahau should have considered maybe transition to Valor Tech, because he realized that he didn't really find much Ashes and like a Blitzcranks, and it was contested. So sometimes, even if you have a carry augment, you gotta learn to let things go and transition to a new augment. I feel like that's a process that just didn't really go that well for China right here.
Yeah, looking on the other side, up against this Jin 2, which we've seen just do tons of damage here and is unleashing. So really powerful there, and so it's not going to be enough to take down that Jin 2, especially with that Cybernetic augment, which has not been a popular augment, but that extra AD on Jin. Jin scales so well with extra AD, and so that's really cool to see here. And unfortunately for Jazlatte, going down into the 8th place spot going into the carousel.
A player that seems to have stopped that bleeding, at least temporarily, is Jipbok, still on those 20 HP, is going to get priority here in the carousel. We can see him hover over to the other side and then picking up that Twisted Fate here. Took him a little bit longer to get there, but sometimes it's all about the journey and not about the goal or something like that.
Now, as Korean, I can say Jipbok will purposely tank damage to 1 HP to get even more underground highs and flex for first place.
Ooh.
Yep.
I'm glad you're confident, but like I said, to me it feels like it'll get him through stage 4. But unfortunately, after that, I think it's going to struggle to cap out a little bit more. So we see level 8 here. And again, this is level 8 with the Tactician's Crown. So that's going to allow him to have 9 units, which can open up some interesting compositions. You could get that 5 Renegade, which we're seeing here. Does have the Infinity Edge if he wants to lock that in, or the Guardbreaker. Guardbreaker, another really good item for Jin here. So a lot of options. This is a pretty good board we're seeing.
Wow, this is a really capped out like a Renegade composition. We have a Force of Natures. We found an early Leona. We have a Jin with Guardbreaker as well too. 2 itemized like a Jin, a Bramble Vest, and Protector's Vow for frontline. This composition is capped.
Yeah, we were talking about that Tactician's Crown when he picked it up, and Mort, you were saying, like, yeah, it's nice, but you're going to be down in augment. But I think for this comp in particular, it's just so great because it allows you to go into several trades and deep into them. 4 Oxforce, 5 Renegade. You have your Riftwalkers active. It's just a beautiful concoction of traits.
Yeah, and one silly minor optimization here is he took that Cybernetic augment, which allows him to place the Tactician's Crown on the Fiora for just a little bit extra health and damage as well, making full use of even those spatulas. So again, I like this position here. This is showing where Jin can be strong. Also hitting the Leona early, obviously helping quite a bit. That's allowing him to get those 2 Aegis in, as well as the 5 Renegades. So like you said, this is a really good version of the comp here. And now the nice thing here is I don't think you ever go 9. I think you roll for something like a Jin 3, you get that Viego 2, you try to power up those units, and maybe the Jin 3 is your win condition here.
Okay, right now we're looking at Holian's board, and this is looking really sad. There's a guy with a bunch of 4-cost 2 stars, and there's a guy with a doggy 1 star.
Yeah, and he's on 9 HP. That might be what does him in for. He needs this win more than anything. Can he take down the 3-star frontline? It's looking to come together for him here. However, the other player is weak enough. It says Ahoai. Yeah, for a second I thought it was Kare, but it is Ahoai on the other side, and we're seeing so many players now getting knocked down. On the bottom half of the leaderboard, we have 9 HP twice and 1 HP twice. All of them are on their last life.
I mean, I think it's really funny how it's only stage 5 and half the people are just dead. They're just basically right before like a dying 1-1, 9-9, 20. Wow.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about yesterday, right? We saw 2 types of lobbies. There were the high pressure lobbies and there were the like greedy lobbies. And I mentioned with China coming in here with 3 China players, they tend to do those level 6 roll downs. They tend to push the aggression in the lobby. And that's what we're seeing here. 4 players took a lot of damage and are basically almost dead. And what's going to happen here is right around 5-3, 5-4, we may already have our top 4, and then there's going to be the slow 1v1 or 2v2 to try to like figure out who's going to win the game. But that's what happens in these high pressure situations.
All right, let's see what we can do to turn it around. Renekton 3 is going to come on board for Ahoai, but maybe just a little too late this time. Blitzcrank is 1 away as well, but doesn't seem to want to show up in these shops here. He is getting some upgrades. Gonna slam some items as well. Here's the Blitzcrank, but he sold it off, so not gonna come into play. Still 2 ashes away. Not gonna happen. All items onto the Yasuo 3 to try and make some Hasakis happening. But on the other side is the player that seems to be taunting him with the exact same comp and so much more healthy. You're seeing on both sides, left side should be an elimination for one of these 2 players. It's Kare against Jazz Latte, and Kare seems to be taking so much damage here from the enemy player, getting eliminated, and so will Ahoai as well. 2 players taken out, could be a 3rd one, but will happen. Honglian also coming in, and it comes down to those minus HP.
Yeah, it was really a shame there. He had the 2 belts and the Gargoyle Stoneplate, instead chose to go Sunfire and Zephyr, and I feel like that kind of cost him there in that last round. That might have saved even just a little health, and so ended up doing a ton of damage here. Now, to Bebe's credit though, Jiphok still, like I said, it got him through a stage 4, which I called. It just so happened that everyone else bled out so hard that that's going to convert that into a nice solid top 4.
Oh, it's because everyone else bled out so hard and not because our tactics are fantastic?
It's so funny. The Bebe that I was casting with yesterday, he kept flaming Korea the entire time. I don't know what happened overnight, Bebe, if you had maybe a vision, but it seems to be that you're changed. You're now Team Korea, and they're seeming to listen. Jazz Latte is up against Dobbs. Could be his last one. He has 1 HP and a dream, but Dobbs is looking to change that, and so he will. We have our top 4 locked in, and Jiphok keeps on going.
Okay, this is where we enter the second stage of the game. The people that low rolled or had a very weak composition are now off. Now we get 4 players with decent compositions, and how will they make this their victory? How will they raise their placement from a 4th to a 3rd, 3rd to a 2nd, and 2nd to a 1st? Let's find out.
I'm just pointing it out, baby, and you can hate me for this, but the player with Hold the Line is still here. Flancy is still here. He's looking healthy. He has the Star Guardians in. He's not too far away from finding that Kaisa 3. How are we feeling?
I mean, come on, he had 2 Chinese to help him get this far. Yo.
That's not how it works.
That's how it works, yeah. He absorbed the energy from Hong Lian. Now he's like in God mode.
Yeah, it's interesting. Look at this Kaisa board, you know, still 3 Kaisas off, which is a little tricky, and didn't get that 3rd tank item for the Rel, which is a bit of a struggle, but does have, you know, the Misfortune, and we can kind of see just struggling to take down that Vi, and this is where we saw the power of the Vi, and the Vi did get a Bloodthirster, which we talked about being another really good item. You get that shield, which is high effective health here, and so the question is, can anyone spike out, or does Jiphok just keep going?
Okay, I'm suddenly very confused. Who in the world puts a gold collector on Israel 3-star?
Yeah, I feel like that's one of those things that you do because you still get the execute and maybe can get some extra gold. But overall, I kind of agree with you. It's giving up a lot of multiplicative power, when you can get an AP item here off the board. So definitely a bit of a struggle here. Interesting to take the static Shiv here when you're running mostly Jhin. Maybe just wasn't a better option here. But yeah, like you said, this is definitely looking at the capped boards here. Can we see the Kai'Sa 3 come online? The Neela 3? Are we starting to see like the Warwick be really powerful with the laser core? If we see a Mordekaiser 2, that could be YWY1s.
Oh, so. Mordekaiser 2, my god. Okay, so what are your guesses, guys? Which composition do you think is going to get first here?
Ooh. Looking at this, I would actually lean towards the Mordekaiser 2 and the laser core, being able to have that strong laser core. And Mordekaiser 2 just does a bunch of damage. It's going to be able to take down some of these Jins and Ezreals. So that would be where I would lean, but it is still anyone's game.
I really like Dobbs' composition here, and he just also picked up one of the statics for his Morgana. Now, that Morgana is still Morgana 1, but once she's 2, she's going to do so much. The Shred is going to get applied anyhow. You can see the Jhin in the backline. He is so happy he has access to the enemy backline without needing to step out of his comfort zone, and the Vi is not going to change that. And you can see Dobbs really going there and being currently the leader of the lobby.
Yeah, very sad about Jipok. I did not expect him to put Gold Collector on the Ezreal, and because of that, he's lacking the damage to get through the enemy front line, and because of that, he's being a punching bag instead of punching everybody else. How's this going on?
So who's your prediction? We both gave our prediction. Who's yours?
I mean, it was supposed to be this guy, but they put Gold Collector in Israel.
All right. Sore loser, baby. But we'll see what happens next. Jipok is up, and he could get eliminated here. On the other side is the Laser Core Borg with the Mordekaiser 2. The Skyscraper is going to come crashing down. Will not hit the Ezreal. Will take out the Misfortune for now. Fiddlesticks comes in and tries to get a little bit of support out with the CC here. Ezreal still alive. Can he do it? The Gold Collector taking some executions, baby. I'll at least give him that, but the Vi is under power. She's trying to tank everything here, but they're gonna come for the Ezreal and take out Jipok in 4th.
Okay. In his defense, I think I understand his strategy. He's trying to get 50 gold for the next game, so he can start that stage 2-1 with 50 gold again, just like this game.
I also like to invest smart.
Yeah, like I said, the Mordekaiser there allowing some extra damage, and then we saw Ascension also. There's just so much threats. The Ascension working really well, giving that Warwick the extra damage, the laser cord. So there's just so many threats on that board, but we are seeing Dobbs win streak, so it does feel like it's between these two. Whereas Flancy, to really have a shot, still stuck at level 7 here, needs to get a tank item from the Rel, and needs to get one of these, 3 stars going. But
yeah, I mean, he's one copy away of both of them. Is going to get a little bit of gold here and an anvil. We'll see if that does it for him.
Unfortunately, you were looking something like a Gargoyle or a Bramble here. Redemption kind of feels like the right choice here. Put that on the Rel, give it a little bit of tankiness, block that AoE damage. Instead, it goes with the Archangel for hopefully the Misfortune here, but it's going to become a question of, can we get one of these 3 stars? We do hit the Neela, so can we get the Kai'Sa? And unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get that here.
I feel it's not going to be good to dodge one Mordekaiser's ultimate, because that Mordekaiser does have a chance to one-shot the backline, and you do not want that to happen. Like, even if you have infinite damage, if he gets one-shotted, that could be a problem, right? So we'll see if that's going to be important or not.
He still has 1 life, I think, unless he loses, like, really devastatingly, but I think the board is strong enough to take out a couple of units.
Shot it right.
Oh, that Mordekaiser hurts, but the Kai'Sa is hopefully going to come in and take a little bit out here, looking to be the case despite the Ascension. I think Flancy is going to survive that one, and he still has a chance to make the Kai'Sa 3 happen.
So usually this composition is supposed to have a 3-star tank Rel with 3 tank itemizations and a Hextech Gunblade Kai'Sa to heal the Rel for infinite sustainability. But since this itemization is very random, 2, wow, is that a couple look or something? 2 Archangels and Giant Slayers and Misfortune, Nico not looking that good.
I think the thing to note here, though, is that getting a 3rd place with that comp that, again, has not been really a meta comp here, that's a really good spot to be here. And Flancy is one of the people who's at the top of the charts. So walking away with a 3rd, that's a bunch of extra points in day 2. So overall, I look at this as a big win for Flancy.
Actually, it is a win for Flancy, but for China, they got 3rds.
Something we were talking about is Dobbs and his Tactician's Crown. He actually did go to 9, so really going all the way, trying to capitalize on that as he goes up against Flancy. Flancy could get knocked out here. The Kai'Sa is still alive, but it's not Kai'Sa 3 to bullet time. trying to make it happen, but the front line is too beefy to get into that dream. Flancy being knocked out in third here. YBY1 still fighting one of the ghosts, I would assume.
So for Dobbs, Mortdog's play was completely correct. He was supposed to go for Jin 3-star at level 8, stay at level 8 until he 3-star it, but then he looked at an Israel 3-star guy with gold colors saying, oh yeah, I can just beat that. I don't need 4-cost 3-star. I think he's just like committed.
Yeah, I think the challenge here, though, is he is up against this Fiddle 2, Mordekaiser 2, Warwick 2, things like that. He does have the Tactician's Crown here, and the big thing I think is helping is this Leona 2. If you look at these Leona 2 items, you have the Double Protector's Vow, which is giving you a ton of mana, so that Leona starts casting right away at the start of the fight from the backline, giving you that first key laser, and if that can hit the Blitzcrank, which is doing a lot of tanking here, so if we watch, this laser should go on the Blitzcrank.
Mordekaiser is positioned right onto Jin's side. Let's see if that's enough to one-shot. Oh, taken down before it could do anything. Yeah, I think he needs to reposition the Mordekaiser away next time from Jin. Otherwise, the damage will be so high. But wow, looking like Renegade's going to take this one-sidedly.
YBY1 also lost the previous fight, and I would assume it was also to the ghost copy of Dobbs, because I don't think the Flancy board was strong enough. But we are going to get a little bit of a special carousel here.
Yeah, getting the Tome of Traits carousel, I think, is a bit stronger for... Actually, they both have good options, right? If Dobbs is able to get an Aegis Crown, that's going to give him enough extra Aegis that the Laser Core won't be a big threat. On the other side, you're hoping for a Laser Core, but looking at what they got, neither was really getting what they were hoping for. So don't really see either person get a big spike from that. It's just going to be a little bit of a boost here. Puts the Brawler emblem on the Mordekaiser here, which I think is okay to help get, essentially, since we just saw last combat, struggling to get that kill here. But again, to me, this is going to come down to positioning against this Leona. This Leona is kind of the unsung hero here. We saw last round it just take out that Blitzcrank almost instantly. And so I think you want to watch the start of the fight. What does Leona do? This time it looks like it's just going to be the Riven. Oh, no, on the Mordekaiser.
We are seeing a last-second slam onto the Zephyr, making sure that it hits something. Wasn't really what he was looking for. I would assume the Blitzcrank being lifted up into the air. But look at that Jin. It is still alive. It is going to taken out by the Fiddlesticks, empowered by the drones. Will not be enough for YBY1 to continue his dream. Dobbs with that Tactician's Crown and a little bit of a Frankenstein-y board, making it all the way and taking a first place for Brazil.
Yeah, that was really cool to see. Again, we saw that Tactician's Crown. We saw that Jin 2 early. Good use of that Cybernetic Augment, all of that to propel him. And again, the Leona especially, I think, was just a little bit of the unsung hero there, doing a bunch of extra damage. So really good play from Dobbs, and I think that's hopefully going to give him that momentum to maybe turn it around and have a much stronger day 2 today.
I feel like we had a lot of games where Twitch chat can go like, oh, wait. That's my game. Wait, 8 Ashes, 8 Blitzcrank, that's me.
Yeah.
I feel like they could identify themselves to players much more in today's tournament. I feel like that was a very good experience for sure.
I hope Twitch chat had a good experience. We definitely did, and I'm very curious to hear what our analyst desk has to say about this game in just a little bit. Now, we are going to switch lobbies after the analyst desk, and I have news for everybody at home that has been waiting and wavering, because I know you did. We're going to bring you a Setsuko lobby next, and first we're going to go to our analyst desk. Thank you so much.
One more on Vi, one more answer. Both at once.
Beautiful.
Hands. Let's go. On to Jin's side. Let's see if that's enough to one-shot. Oh,
Taken out by the Fiddlesticks, empowered by the drones. Will not be enough for YBY1 to continue his dream. Dobbs with that Tactician's Crown and a little bit of a Frankenstein.
And here we are. It was game 1 winning Dopsy. Brazil is going strong, really strong. And after all, the tempo in this game was a little bit tricky because we had to speed up things. Dopsy was getting really, really strong over the course. And of course, can we add the fact that the 3 Chinese players had the laser carps? So what is going on, guys? I want to have like a relaxed chat about it because there was so many stuff going on in this lobby.
I mean, I don't know if we know how to relax after a game like that. You mentioned, the 3 Chinese players, the 2 of them contesting each other into bottom 4s, and only one of them managed to get a good finish. We wonder if that would be a big influencing factor. Laser core absolutely everywhere, and the pace of the lobby was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of the dynamics between currently 2-1-1 hero augments at 2-1 really predicate on how many people are willing to re-roll. And I think that's a big thing that Sabotage players like Ahau, who was hoping that more people would be rolling at least a 1 cost with him. The only other players that were re-rolling were like 2 costs or greater. So it felt like that was something that Ahau was stuck with. Not to mention you talked about the contested laser core. Ash is great, but you need to hit that early. Otherwise, that's exactly what I was expecting to happen. He was stuck on 7 Ashes all the way until the end of stage 4. He natural to level 6. That's just an 8th waiting to happen.
Yeah, we had so many reroll compositions, but as we said before, you had to hit that 3-star Ash in order to get the damage. And we've seen like a lot of players that went like pivot into the compositions, but we've seen Flancy with full star Guardians. How did that go?
Yeah, it's really interesting for me, especially because I shared a little bit of Bebe's opinion on Kai'Sa, not quite to the same degree, and feeling like it is sort of dropped down to one of those B-tier compositions. But with the advent of Hold the Line, that's an augment that can really ramp it up in power, gives you an incredibly strong frontliner from which to build your composition. And Flancy was able to carry that through the later stages of the game, despite not getting a Kai'Sa 3, despite not even having 3 items on the rel, just stuck with that Sunfire and Anima Visage.
No, but he got the Kai'Sa quite fast. Like, it was like 2-4, 3-1, and he already got that Kai'Sa 2 stars, so he was hanging in there. Okay, so in that case, I really approved the Star Guardian composition, but then he needed a little bit more of damage, Peter.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a composition we were kind of puzzled about in day 1 as well. It did turn up a couple of times. It hasn't won a lobby as of yet, but it has top 4, and now it's done it again, so it's definitely still an ongoing concern.
Am I the only one that believes in this composition? It feels like I'm taking crazy pills out here.
Listen,
shun the non-believers. I was talking about how Kai'Sa is a very reliable top 4 composition that you can play, and expecting it to win is doing way too much, but for Flancy's spot, perfectly fine. Yes, he was hit Kai'Sa 2 really early, but he's playing an uncontested comp in general. No one's clicking these units.
Daniel, the whole, like, the last 6 months, we had, like, a Kai'Sa supremacy. Everyone was doing, like, Kai'Sa, Star Guardian, so it's okay to have variety right now, so that's why we kind of, like, hate it a little.
But I think it's worth pointing out as
you guys keep hating, and I'll keep taking my top 4s.
Well, that's exactly what Flancy's got to do, right? Coming into day number 2, this is our big cutoff day. All he needs to do is hit top 8. He's already there. He's already got this incredibly solid position. If he can just play Kai'Sa to reliable top 4s every single game, that's exactly what he should and will continue to do.
And that's the kind of angles you really want to look for in the 2-1 hero augments, which is what is being the least contested. I think a lot of people always wonder like what you should be doing in that spot. Scouting is really important, but he also has these compositions in his back pocket that makes Flancy such a dangerous player. It's why I've been hyping up for about a set and a half. I think this guy is very wide, very talented, and currently is the front runner for China to make to the final lobby.
Yeah, and I mean, as you know, further to what Matt was saying as well, we have such a different situation for our players here. The players towards the top who need to play safe, the players who are towards the bottom, where getting into the top 8 requires honestly a miracle to happen. We need to see those players really pulling out the stops.
Yeah, and switching the point of it, we've seen Jeep many times being on the course, like hanging in there with low HP on the early and mid game, and I'm a little bit worried that this is a constant. I mean, he made it into top 4, but because he had to sacrifice a lot of gold in order to get that reroll composition with Ezreal, that then we were talking about the collector's item in Ezreal, not that good, but it's what we have, right? And it's all about that in Championship.
Yeah, it's good for Jipok to be able to get to top 4, but I'm pretty sure the gold collector on Ezreal is what capped him. He wasn't able to actually get that much stronger because that 3rd item, gold collector, is mainly for AD champions. A lot of the base stats like the attack damage and the crit aren't particularly important for Ezreal. You want to get damage amplification or a Jewel Gauntlet, which is hilarious because so many people love the same Jewel Gauntlet. The one time we couldn't get Jewel Gauntlet is the time we needed it.
Yeah, we really need to step up the game for those players that need to go through top 4s into top 1. This is the overall standings, and we can see all the players in there. Oh my god, Hayden.
Well, Hayden did get a first, which admittedly from the 32nd position is still a huge climb, but I mean, Ging as well and Kafuzzle's taking the last place.
Just 5 more, man. Just that easy.
5 more.
That's all you need. You just need to Rainplosion your way through day 2 and you'll be totally fine.
Wait, I don't see something on this. That's right! 2Q has entered the top 16. That is 4 North Americans in the top half of the competition. But there's something better, actually. Rereplay with the first place now sits on top of the standings, 3-point clear from Flancy and Setsuko.
I'm actually really proud of North America all the way in day 1 and day 2 maintaining that first 4 places. Rereplay and Setsuko are in there. They're not going to change the positions, and as you said before, Matt, they just need to hang in there in order to get the top 8 players for day 3.
Yeah, and I think especially some of those players up there, you know, I'm happy to root for my boys across the pond. Dan, you know, happy to see North America succeeding, about time. And I think Setsuko especially is one of those players who's going to excel in this position. We know him as a ladder warrior. Most games played on the set out of anyone. If anyone is going to know how to get consistent top 4s, it's going to be Setsuko. So I expect to see him in that top 8 at the end of the day. Maybe with another North American player by his side.
What do you think, Peter?
Well, further to what Matt was saying, you know, if you're a player who's got the ladder experience rather than the tournament experience, you know how to get top 4s again and again and again. So being in that kind of position is absolutely perfect for him.
A lot of mystery, but I really want to know how this game 2 is going to start. So I'll leave you guys with our new casters again, Makes, Bebe, and Murdoch to get this game.
Thank you so much, guys, and we're ready. As I said, we are hopping lobbies, so there is going to be a round of new players, and I'm very excited because we just heard that Hayden, who's currently at the very end of the standings, beat one of the NA players, Dan. I'm just saying.
Nice. Yeah, I think, you know, we talked about beforehand that for Hayden to actually make it, he really does have to get first for like all 6 games.
Just like straight away.
I mean, so technically he is still in it. It's rough, but it's possible. The other big story here has to be Setsuko, right? You know, came in really strong, sort of the hope of NA, a lot of really popular, but he did get that 6th place. And so is that just like one of those like, okay, it's no big deal, it's one game, we all have an off game? Or is this a trend, right? Did we see maybe some of the overconfidence get to him? And so this game's going to be really important to see what that trend's going to be. And so I'm really interested to see what happens there.
So we finally have an NA versus Korea lobby plus, of course. Almost every region. We got Japan, China, LATAM, and EMEA as well, too. This does look like a Worlds tournament finally, and not 3 Chinese players this time, of course.
Well, you know, we have to separate players in a way, and it's all done by seeding, but this is the lobby that we were talking about. Hayden took a first place in this. Setsuko came 6th. But of course, there are other players here that also had a placement in the lobby, and they're still all trying to fight. Hayden currently end of the standings. Setsuko still up there, even with that 6th place, and didn't hurt him too much. And I would argue, and you know, maybe I'm going to get a little bit of hate from my EMEA colleagues, but I would argue Setsuko is not the only hope for NA. Just looking at the standings, I mean, Rereplay is up there.
Yeah, for sure. I think NA is coming out strong here. Even Wajan Iverson still has a really good shot here. Really, all these players are still kind of in it here. I think Lilu also carrying a bit of that burden, you know, coming in as sort of one of the world's winners.
Yeah.
So really, I think all of these players are. That's why this is such an interesting lobby. I think this lobby in particular, you know, Bebe kind of mentioned it, right? It feels like a world's lobby. There's a bunch of different regions. There's a bunch of different stories going on here. And so how will game 2 play out? Can Hayden keep it going? Or does Lilu come back and kind of bring that? So we'll have to see.
So we'll have to see in this lobby if the players were able to make feedbacks from yesterday Worlds results. Are their decks fine? Are their build-ups fine? Are their strategies on spot? That's what we gotta see, especially from Hayden and from our fine like Tech Summers and the other like players here. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, and I mean, Bintum is in this lobby as well for you, baby. As you're now portraying that national pride, he's also very high in the points. We just saw 33 points for him, so still looking to get into those top 8s that we are going to cut down to at the end of the day. But round 2, or the overall round 8, is starting round 2 for today, as we are on board with Setsuko himself.
Yeah, looking at this, you have the 2 poppies, and if you can get a 2-star frontliner, that's a great way to get a good start going. So maybe we can find that poppy. The Kaisa, will that be kept? I think that'll get sold. And yep, and sure enough, sells it, buys all the units here, immediately then gets a Lux in his shop. But you look at these items, and you have 2 bows and an armor. That is not the position you really want to be in to see something like a Lux in your shop. These are very, AD heavy items. This is something like Jax could be something that you could play. You can play something like the Warwick and the Laser Core, but these items are not looking like something Setsuko is going to be excited about.
I mean, I feel like Setsuko did a really good job here. He dodged the Kaisa bait with 2 bows. He's going for the composition that he knows have a fair chance to get like a top like a 4. Let's see what the augment is to see what direction he wants to go for. Ooh. He's not picking that, is he?
So, no, it's certainly, the Mech Crest can do good work at like 4-2, but it's certainly not something you want to invest in at 2-1. If anything, looking at the rough position he was in, Metabolic Accelerator could be an option. Instead, goes with Preparation, which has been a really good, safe choice to just give your team some generic power. Keeps you really flexible, so I do like that choice. Looking around, there's a bunch of other options here.
Hayden? Is that an admin crest or is it a mecha crest?
Sure
shot.
Sure shot crest for sure.
I have bad eyes, but it's a crest.
Yeah, we see some generic cases like Wajan Iverson has the Jeweled Lotus. We see some Oxforce emblem. Lilu also getting the Jeweled Lotus. Bendamir, I'm curious if he's going to take the Cluttered Mind. Does end up taking it. Cluttered Mind being one of those really fun augments that fills your bench and allows you to get those 3 extra XP per turn. So a lot of cool options there.
So we got this lobby starting with gold augments, going for these synergy augments, these econ augments, these combat augments. Let's see which augment is going to prevail in the end.
I mean, the big question, whenever it's not hero augments first, is are they going to come around, and if yes, when, right? That has to be the big narrative for any lobby ever played in set 8, and we'll see that one come into fruition, I'm sure. If there's no hero augments, it allows for very different boards than getting those 2 cost, 3 cost, or even those 4 and 5 costs that we've seen.
Yeah, I totally agree. You look at a spot like Hayden's here, where he has the Sure Shot emblem, and he's playing that Infiniteam. That's an example where you're thinking, okay, if I can get that 5 cost hero augment, maybe find that ultimate Ezreal on 4-2 that'll allow me to level up to 9 quickly, like that could be a potential major out here. And so like you said, it's really going to come down to what are my outs if it's a 3-2 hero augment, what are my outs if it's a 4-2 hero augment, and what if it's none, what am I planning around? And so with that Sure Shot emblem, you are kind of invested. The scary thing here, though, is you do have those 2 AP items, so not really the most ideal situation here.
I mean, that's the good thing about Infiniteams in general. If you go for 2 cost hero augment, it's gonna be time and a half. If you go for 4 cost hero augment, it's gonna be Samir. If you go for 5 cost hero augment, it's gonna be that Israel. So there are so many options you can consider. And with the Sure Shot crest, even if you have Rada tier, you still will have enough base damage from the synergy as long as you get a front line.
And that's the big storyline here, right? You have to stay open for comps that have that variation. You can also do that with Laser Core to an extent, and we're gonna see players try and keep their lines quite open, not lock themselves too hard in down to further the line, and we are gonna see a couple of losses now coming in all across the lobby.
An interesting micro decision to talk about here is he could be slamming a Redemption. Redemption has, it's good in the late game. It also has a lot of value in the early game because you're going to get a lot of those healing procs. Instead, choosing not to. And it's interesting because it keeps it open, but he is, right now at that 100 health. Is he ready to slam it if it's going to make the difference here? I think one of the things holding him back is that he has a bunch of 1-stars, so he knows he's not that strong, but does he have that in his back pocket ready to slam? And this is a fight where everything else is 1-star except that 2-star Wukong. I think this could make a difference, and if he loses this, was that a redemption difference? Thankfully, it looks like it might have just been a loss no matter what here.
Redemption dip.
No, it looks like it would have been a loss either way, so
redemption.
Not going to make a big difference there, especially with that Vayne with the Last Whisper and the Jeweled Lotus. That is a lot of extra crit, so Weijin Iverson going to be one of the streakers here.
Speaking of Weijin Iverson, I'm just repeating that name so Baby knows that it's not W Asian. He yesterday played Riftwalker comps 4 times, and the other 2 times it was Infinity, playing a very kind of set line from everything we've seen. I'm curious if he looked at his results and what everybody else played. You know, there were some stats being published. Of course, the tournament starts very early in NA. Maybe he didn't have time, but hopefully he had a little bit of a review of his own comps and said, well, maybe it's not working the way I wanted it to.
Pop quiz, Mortdog. What is gonna show up from that egg? What do the players expect?
Usually it's right around a full item. You're looking at about 10 to 12 gold of value here. So there's a bunch of different options within that, but nothing too crazy. I think the thing to note here is the purple egg especially is a lot of players' least favorites. You know, on the carousel, you don't get the gold from the units you bought, so that is going to slow down your economy pretty much. We're going to see a lot of people really struggle to hit that 20 gold cap, and that is going to slow down the lobby a bit until you get that egg opening. And that egg is going to open to right around 3-5, so it's gonna be a bit here. And so if you were somebody that was looking for that carousel to sort of spike you, the eggs kind of don't do that for a while.
Okay, I'll give Mortdog a C+. Good answer.
C+? Well, Mortdog, maybe if you try really hard, Baby is going to employ you as one of the coaches, you know? If maybe you have, if you're be a good career choice besides being one of the lead developers of this game. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
All right. If you go back to the game, you can see Weijin here with a Vayne and a Hextech Gumbler Last Whisper Star. As you said, Weijin really loves going for Riftwalker Jin, and he also loves going for Infinite Team Samira. So we can see that he's very used to going for these 80 buildups, and this board right here is a very good example of a powerful 80 buildup you can use to get into late game.
I love this arena. Sorry, I have to say it every time, but once these like Gigamax come in, it's just, it feels so good.
Yeah, right now, if you look at the lobby, both Setsuko and Weijin Iverson are the 2 people at 100 health. So right now, they're going to be scouting each other because whichever one can beat the other, if that's the matchup they end up in, that's going to be a lot of gold they could lose from streaking here. So we'll see if the positioning matters, or maybe they get lucky and they get some of their easier opponents. It looks like it is going to be the 100 health matchup here. And so I feel like Weijin's in a really good spot here up against a Lux 2 with a Hurricane. There is a much better front line on Setsuko's side, and he does have the stats from the preparation. But it just isn't quite enough. The Rammus is going to get not the AoE he was looking for. It is 3-2 here, though. It's looking really good. This is all going to come down to this Lux ult. Will this Lux ult...
So close. One more.
AD reduction. It's going to be... Oh, and there it is.
NA actually not grieving NA, so that Setsuko has that chance to get the World Championships. Nice.
Yes, I'm sure Weijin planned that down to the last unit for the... Exactly. That's what happened.
All planned.
We are moving to Krugs, though, and you can see that on the bottom of the leaderboard, the HP difference for once is not as big as sometimes we are seeing it. 76 for Lilo, and of course Setsuko still keeping the 100 HP, as we are going to pick up a little bit of extra treats from the little Krugs.
Yeah, 2 things I wanted to talk about in the last fight. First off, one of the things that I think goes often underappreciated is the fact that Lux has that 40% AD reduction. And so when that Lux ult hit that Vayne, that lowers that damage and the healing quite a bit. So that made a big difference. And then the other thing I have to compliment is Setsuko's willingness to see that the Lux 2 is his strongest board, slam a Hurricane, and play that off a win streak. That's the kind of adaptability that he has shown with all those games played, that he's learned there's not a lot of players out there that are willing to put a Hurricane on a Lux and take that into a 5-win streak at this level of play, but that's what makes him so darn good.
That's such a great point for Mortdog, because Lux actually has a very high AD ratio, and we all know that Lux's ult always misses. So if you just use her as an AD carry, she actually does more damage, and that's what Setsuko understood instantly. And the moment he found Vayne, he transitioned it out after preparing full with preparation.
Yeah, I was gonna say the big thing there was getting the Vayne prepped first. So he played around that Lux, used the Vayne, got it prepped, and now he has a fully prepped Vayne, playing that Duelist, which again we've talked about being a very high tempo. He's on that full win streak. And if anyone knows how to turn that Duelist into something like a first place in transition, it'll be Setsuko, who's played more than 1,000 games on this set already.
Yeah, absolutely. But if I saw correctly, he's not the only player on Duelist, and that can always throw a wrench. For now, he is going to be happy and healthy with his streak continuing, but we are going to maybe hop on to our next augment. It's going to be another set of golden augment, which means towards the end, that third augment, the hero augments are very likely, but it could be a third gold one as well.
Now, the double gold is actually really good for Sasuke, because if he were offered a 2-3 cost hero augment, he would be forced to go into Duelist, a composition with a 0% first place ratio. So he would be forced to play into a weak comp, to maybe like a third or fourth like a setting. But since it's a gold augment, he is offered the ability to build into a different value composition and actually fight for that first or second place mark.
Yeah, it's interesting. He took the scoped weapons, which I really like here, but it's also very telling of what he wants to play, whether that be the Duelist, sticking to that, or probably more something like the Warwick we've seen be very good with those items. So a lot of interesting options here. Looking at Tech Summer's board here, took that makeshift armor. That's going to allow his front line to be even extra tankier, but right now is sort of playing around this Draven. And so looking at this lobby, we're seeing a lot of people that are really edging towards those laser core comps. So we'll have to see how contested that ends up in the mid game, and if that allows someone like Wajan Iverson, who, as you mentioned, plays a lot of the Riftwalker, will he get that uncontested?
Yeah, we are going to see players stay very open with their lines here, right? A lot of the golden augments offer you crests, offer you the option to lock into something, but as we are seeing all across the board, it's a lot of generics being picked up. Second wind, makeshift armor, the rich get richer, component grab bags are coming in twice, and another second wind.
Yeah, so we saw from the egg there, it was an item component and a few gold, right around 12 gold or value, give or take. Only we'd know.
Does he get a better grade now?
Okay, a B+.
All right, that's a passing grade. My parents would be proud.
Okay, so Tech Summer is currently trying to build the static Morgana composition. For those who know, static applies on Morgana's passive, so it also applies armor reduction. That's what he wants to do. He does have a death blade, so he does want to go for Jin, but he's also open to the other AD compositions such as Warwick, Velvet, and so on.
Yeah, and we are going to see a fight between Tech Summers and Chikame. As I said, both players very open, and Chikame Madoka on the Rich Get Richer, which is not going to give him imminent board strength, but hopefully do something for him in the long time. He hopes to take as many units down here as possible, but it is going to be close for him to take anything down. Going to be a little bit of a big hit. Somebody that has been taking a lot of big hits on the other end is Lilo down there as well. Both of them are going to get priority in the carousel, but we'll hop on board with them and see what it is that they're doing.
Yeah, on the other side there, you saw that Ginsu's Lux, which clearly isn't going to win a bunch of rounds at this point, but it's also advertising exactly what he wants to do, right? When you build a Ginsu's and you've got that AP Oxforce line, it's very clear you want to go that Twisted Fate. But what's interesting is that Ginsu's hasn't been the popular choice for that build. A lot of people have moved into like the Shiv, the Jeweled Gauntlet, the Guardbreaker, things like that. So it'll be interesting to see if that plays out. And he does have the Rich Get Richer, which will get him a lot of gold, but if he can't convert that gold into that Twisted Fate, which is the line that he's kind of committed to now, that's going to really hurt.
Oh, we haven't seen Lilo the entire tournament. We were seeing what our previous World Championship player was doing, and he was actually stacking undergrounds. These Chinese players do really value undergrounds because the high return potential and their thirst to have fun. I mean, to get first place in this lobby.
Yeah, it's interesting right now. He just took out the underground. We'll get that back in. Has the Jin here, which is some good items. Has the second win, but right now the entire board is 1 star. So we're not going to see a win here. My guess is we're either around Heist 2, maybe Heist 3, but probably Heist 2 from this position. So will that be enough to spike him? That's going to be the tricky thing. On the other side, we do see that Ginsu's converted at least into a Kaisa, which is a better item holder until we hit that Twisted Fate. But yeah, right now leaning on the power of Jin to hopefully preserve as much health as possible, get those kills, and move into that underground cash out.
And one thing that I noticed about Lilo's plays throughout the entire tournament is that he really values Sunfire Caves. I feel like every time I've seen him play, he makes Sunfire Caves first, and that's the same thing with the other Chinese represents as well too. So we'll see if that strategy is a good one or something to think about a bit more.
Yeah, it's interesting. Again, we see the cash out here. We see the offer. Oh, this is only Heist 1. This was only Heist 1. So
wait, he sold his HP for 1 heist?
Oh, I mean, this seems like he got it a little later and is just trying to transition. So,
sorry to interrupt. On the right side of the screen, we are seeing units, and if you look at Bintum and at Chikame, I'm seeing Syndra's. We're in round 3-6. What's going on?
This is called the World Championships.
Oh, thank you, baby. I'm new here.
We're gonna get 5-cost restart soon.
Syndra's an interesting champion because you really kind of need that Star Guardian to get that going. You usually want to play something like the Heart. You can throw in some good units, but the problem is you don't have a lot of great units to throw in. So like getting one extra 1-star Ox Force can be a decent amount of value here, but you're a long way off of getting that Syndra 2. But it could be the situation where if we see something like the Syndra support augment, which gives a ton of AP, that can allow the Twisted Fate to really spike hard here. So it's going to become that question of, is this like a 3-4 or a 4-5, or is it just that triple gold like we talked about?
We'll see how it goes, but with Bintum and Shikame Madoka both on that Oxlingers line, it is going to be a little bit competed, and we'll see who is actually able to hit. We see the Twisted one on the side of Bintum.
Yeah, the big thing to note here is there are 2 Ox Force emblems. That's a bit of a high roll, and you can use that to either play something like 4 Ox Force and then get like even more Spell Slingers, or you can go into that 6 Ox Force and have a really, really strong front line. It's just a question of what you hit and what's available, but being able to play some of those Ox Force emblems on some stronger units in the late game can get you that pretty high spike that takes the Twisted Fate from like, a third place comp into that first place composition.
Not only is he offered 2 Ox Force spats into a Nico 2-star, he's also offered a chance to get Guinzus onto Twist Fate with the perfect itemization start. Bintum managed to find a very decent hero augment for the next like 4 and 5 cost hero augment choices, and I think he might be in a situation to contest for first.
Yeah, it's definitely looking incredibly strong. All that HP loss in the early stages paying off for Bintum tremendously. Had to maybe sacrifice some of that econ to really get the most out of the Cluttered Mind, but he's up there. He is early on into that level 7, but something else that we are seeing is Setsuko is still on 100 HP. We are in round 4-1. We're approaching our 3rd augment, and Setsuko has not lost a game yet.
Yeah, when we've seen so far in this tournament that anyone's 100 health at 4-1, they usually go top 2. And so for all those Setsuko fans out there, this is exactly what you want to see. Playing that strong duelist opener into something else is going to make it 11 wins in a row here. Playing off that vein where you can see has even slammed a Zephyr to continue that momentum. This is just S-tier versions. Wow. And so we get a 4-5-4. So this is definitely going to be some of the big spikes we're seeing. Is this going to be some Syndras, some Twisted Fates, some Jins, things like that. Setsuko ends up okay, I think Setsuko went with Shiny.
Shiny?
Yeah, I love being shiny.
Is it not the attack speed one?
It's hard to tell from here, but we'll have to see. But Setsuko really likes Shiny as it allows him to cap his board at some of the most extreme. And when you have 100 health, that is plenty of time to generate those extra chests. He's going to have a ton of gold here. So once he gets that Urgot in, we'll be able to see. But that's going to be a really strong version here.
Yeah,
Shiny! Wow, so Setsuko is trying to out-itemize his opponents. Use that Shiny similar to Undergrounds instead of going for flat burst damage. Let's see if Setsuko is blessed by Mortdog with a million crits in this fight.
It's crazy because yesterday there was a game where he was able to get like a mech Mordekaiser, and a lot of people were saying he was kind of playing like a for fun build.
Yeah.
But when you're in this position, that's how you cap your board. And so I really think this is the right play from Setsuko. Taking Shiny, 100 health, generating even more econ, gonna pull ahead and end up with like one of the most capped boards we'll see in the endgame. Even if he loses this fight here, it is still the correct play, and so he's gonna work his way to 9. And this is going to be really interesting to see just how capped he ends by the end of the game.
I feel like the biggest question for Setsuko's board is exactly what win condition do I look for? Do I go for Velvet 3-star into a threat composition? So that's going to be a level 8 into 4-cost 3-star.
He is pivoting right now.
All right. So let's see exactly what Setsuko wants to do in order to win this game.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, right? This is going to play a bunch of threats. He's got really good itemization. He's just played tempo. And so worst case scenario, even if this is a 3rd place, with his positioning in the standings, this is what he wanted to do, and having all that health, he can cap so well.
And looking at the right side of our screen, we are seeing the other augments come in. It's a bunch of 4-cost, but notably the Empowered Reserves being picked up for Bintum, who was already in a great spot. Tech Summers finding that Obliterate, and we are seeing the Temporal Disruption coming through for Hayden.
Yeah, Hayden was the one we talked about earlier, right? He had that Sure Shot emblem. He had that Infiniteam start.
That was exactly what he
needed. Getting that Ezreal, that's exactly what he needed. That's going to allow him to have that really powerful carry. And if he can ever turn that into an ultimate Ezreal 2, that might allow him to spike. But we'll have to take a look at his board later because he did just end up losing that fight, unfortunately.
Maybe wanted that carousel priority. I'm not so sure. He is going to find a Fiddlesticks with a tier, however.
Yeah, it's all calculated.
Planned. I mean, we've seen players stabilize at 20 HP and then go all the way. It happens. I'm not sure it can happen with Zetico looking down on this lobby and just having them down there, but he's still not in a place where I'm too worried about Hayden.
Okay, so all three carousels have been relatively meager so far. Nothing too amazing. No Nikos, no double itemizations. We're currently looking at Hayden's board, and we have the Israel augment for Econ and a severe 3-star. He actually went just for a severe 3-star to copy for flat like a damage. I am excited to see exactly what placement this comp will get.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at this because we don't often see the Sivir 3 unless you have time and a half. And so to see that here without that time and a half makes me wonder, was it just a bunch of Sivers that fell in his lap, or is this something that he really pushed for? Now, the good news is he managed to hit it before that, 4-3, so should be in a good spot here, is able to clone a second Sivir. Didn't get an Infiniteam emblem, which is something you usually want to see here, but has that 3 sure shot, should be able to do a decent chunk of damage here, and hopefully with the XP now from the Ezreal augment, should be able to get going, but is kind of struggling here. And this is the big thing with the Sivir. You need that front line, and the Warwick's just going to chew through it here with that Edge of Night. And that is going to be another loss for Hayden on a 5-loss streak here, and this is definitely not what Hayden needs.
Yeah, usually this composition is supposed to have a 2-cost hero augment to cap the board out, but this is a secondary way to go at it. Usually, you can also look for Shen 3 and Severe 3, and then hope and pray to Mortdog for a 5-cost hero augment to eco back up afterwards. We shall see if it's going to go well or not, though.
We are seeing maybe the reason for him not going what we normally see. Weijian Iverson is also on that Infiniteam, as we are seeing in the overlay on the right side. Laser Core also somewhat contested, and so are Spellslingers. So we have a lot of pairings throughout the lobby, with Lilo being the only one that's really pursuing those Renegades.
Yeah, we actually get the matchup right here, so we can see who's currently got the stronger version. It feels like Sivir 3 is going to be better than the Samira 1 here. We'll have to see, but the Samira does have that Daredevil, I believe. No, that's the carry augment. So the Samira, will be able to get a lot stronger later. We just really have to hit that Samira, and so right now, level 8, 0 gold, 5 loss streak as well. At least he has the 5 loss streak gold going into the PvE round, but needs to hit that Samira 2 very quickly.
The sad thing about Style and Flare is that I feel Daredevil is just better unless you're going for Samira 3-star. So if you have Samira 3-star, you can one-shot boards instantly. That's the thing about Style and Flare, but most...
does hit it.
It's just a 2-star. I'm not sure if it's going to get enough, though, to win the game.
So I agree to you to an extent in the sense that Style and Flare really needs those resets to do extra damage. And when you've got a Gunblade, you're not really getting those resets. The Gunblade has invested you to heal your front line, but you don't really have that strong a front line to heal here, so that kind of feels like a missed itemization opportunity.
I'm just looking at the gold across the board, and of course we are seeing some players be very down there and some players be very up there. That's just normal at this point, but one that's sticking out to me is Kami Madoka, notably on the Rich Get Richer, rolled down to 8 gold, meaning that he's now not even having that econ anymore. We're going to check in with him and see what he's on. He actually has a fully itemized Nico, but still missing that Twisted Fate 2.
Yeah, definitely needs the Twisted Fate 2. Does find the Janna here, but we've seen that Nico just really isn't that strong by herself. You need that secondary carry. So getting that Twisted Fate would be really big here. So this is an interesting version where, again, you're missing that Twisted Fate 2. You've got that Syndra to throw some stuff in. We see the Janna go in here with the sunny weather to protect them. But overall, the other thing with the Janna is it's going to force this positioning where you're close to each other, and that's also dangerous.
I mean, the sad thing about our fine Japanese reps board is that currently, yes, he is one off a Twist Fate, but he doesn't have any tank itemization. That echoes a 1-star, so even if he were to find Twist Fate 2-star, and even if he does a lot of damage, front line gets melted down instantly. That back line will not live for long, but that John the hold one-shotting. I mean, if you one-shot the enemy team, I guess it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, see, I think with Oxforce, you can get away with low tank items because you're going to buy that time with the Oxforce, in the shield that comes up for 1.5 seconds. If you have enough damage to burn everything quickly, Nico helps with that, softening them up. Twisted Fate can kill them, but if you're have a Twisted Fate 1, that's just not going to be enough damage. And that is why I like the Sunny Janna there. It's just enough extra survivability to maybe get you those kills.
And if I saw correctly, he actually took out the Syndra, sold her off to get that Shojin back, slam it on the Janna to profit off of easy being green, which is really, really smart here because you need that Janna CC and the damage to actually make it happen if you don't have that front line. So very, very smart moves coming out of Skami Madoka as we are hopping over to Tex Summers. Tex is down there, 11 HP, followed by Weijin and Hayden, both only 1 point ahead. We are a little bit in trouble for these players. Let's see if they can knock out a win or if it's going to hurt them really badly here in this tournament. Hayden particularly needs those first places. He needs them so desperately, currently being down at the very bottom of the leaderboard, but it might not come into fruition. Weijin being able to get one, and Tex Summers will also find that win here. Hayden hopping over the board. We saw him there quickly for a couple of seconds. He's also still alive.
Yeah, that Warwick just barely living, jumping from target to target, getting those kills. Quicksilver coming in big handy there. So Tex Summer staying alive. And now we look at the health totals. And again, we're seeing everyone looking a little low, except for Setsuko, who's got plenty of time to work his way to 9.
Yeah. I feel this is a point of the game where everybody stabilized their decks. They finally found the composition that we're looking for. That's why the HPs are so similar, from 5 to 32, very close. Now it's going to all come down to positioning and whether the deck choice was good for this lobby or not to decide results of the game.
And we are going to see Hayden go up against Tex Summers on the right side of your screen. That Shroud of Stillness hitting the enemy front line, the Ashes untouched. Zephyr coming in onto one of the Sivers. One of the things that we can always say about the Infinity teams is that you know where they're going to be standing. Can they take down the Warwick, or will the Warwick finish it? Hayden down, and you can see him be so devastated by that, rightfully so. However, on the left side, it seems like Lilo was also knocked down a few pegs, down and out. Both of the players on -3.
This might be good news for Sasuko. Sasuko is in a situation where he's going for threat 3 stars, and if he's off for Lucky Dice, he's guaranteed a certain amount of 4-cost stress. Is that going to be a 4-cost 3-star victory for a fine American like a representative?
Yeah, that's definitely what I jump to as well. When I see the loaded dice here and you're playing a bunch of threats like we saw Setsuko was last time, that looks very scary. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold off to like guarantee the 3-star. We'll have to take a look at his board, but you know, being able to at least spike very quickly, I think will be advantageous. You can get that Urgot 2, excuse me. Looking at this board here, this feels like the better version of the Oxforce boards we've seen. It does hit the Sona 3, although it's a Sona 3 with no real items other than this Archangel. Has the Twisted Fate though and everything else. So
she is an Oxforce, so very, very strong Sona. She'll at least throw up a shield or something like that when she gets low. Opting to be a second tank here. I don't know what exactly is going on. On the other side is Tex Summers. Found that Mordekaiser 2 just in the last round. Is going up against Weijin, lifting up the Samira on the enemy backline. That's exactly what you were looking for. The damage from the Skyscraper is coming in, and the Warwick is going to have an easy time going onto that backline and will come in here. Tex Summers very happy with himself, taking out one of the American representatives.
I like the cup raise, the cheers to Warwick, knocking him out here, going for it. So Tex Summers might be able to turn this into a top 4, which again feels pretty good. Does that? We saw, Setsuko with the Urgot.
I was scared. I was so scared there was going to be another notification after that.
We do see a second Mordekaiser 2 as well on the field. So yeah, to Baby's points, a lot of these boards now are reaching their potential, and it's just going to come down to matchups. And the other big thing we've seen, and I haven't talked about this much all tournament, but Zephyrs. Zephyrs have been make or breaking so many fights. I think that last fight we saw the Samira get Zephyred, and that just made it such a swingy fight.
Ooh.
You know, we see on the other side, Setsuko has that Zephyr as well. We're seeing some of those threats. Still has his loaded dice though, so even if he loses this, we're not in a terrible position.
So Setsuko currently is level 9. He has 5 Acels and 2 Velva, so he does have potential for maybe 1 4-cost 3-star, and he does have Urgot 2 start already. Let's see if his composition is going to be good enough.
Tex, however, Zephyr being taken down in 5th. Shkami Madoka and Bintum both holding on to their last leg. They are up there. Setsuko has been losing quite a bunch, but he still has so much HP to fall back on.
Yeah, we talked about this before, right? 10 win streak. I actually think it was at least 11. Usually guarantees at least a top 2. And looking at this position from the health, it looks like he's guaranteed that top 2, right? So he's going to get those top 2. It's a question of will he be able to stylistically get a first place, something like the Ace Soul 3, or is something like the Ox Spellslinger going to cap out, or the Mordekaiser, something like that. We'll have to see, but definitely taking advantage of that shiny, giving him that option, and he still has that loaded dice.
So we got 3 main compositions in this lobby. We have 2 Ox Force Spellslingers, we have 1 Threat Value player, and we do have 1 Laser Corp composition player. So we're going to see exactly which one's going to prevail. Is it going to be Janna, is it going to be Urgot, or is it going to be Mordekaiser? Clash of the Five Casts.
There is more involved. I think Mort already mentioned it. There are Zephyrs being deployed on nearly every single board. We have the Shroud of Stillness coming in from the side of Shkami Madoka. So it is a lot of sweating, trying to see where everybody positioned and being smarter than the rest of them. We spoke about it yesterday, baby. Sometimes the smartest thing you can do is not move at all, confuse your enemy as the Zephyrs come in for both sides. Bintum and Shkami Madoka both fighting for survival, neck and neck here against the other 2 players. Can they do it, or will they be too strong? The Warwick being taken down from the Spellslingers on the right side, but it's not enough. Demon takes out Shkami Madoka, and on the left side, it seems like Bintum might have had a chance, but Setsuko is there and will take him out as well, locking in our top 2 players this round.
Yeah, that was so close here. Interestingly enough, we're seeing 5 Mordekaisers on this board. 2 Mordekaiser 2s can be especially scary because if you don't kill anything with the first building, you knock him down with the second building. And I think Setsuko is struggling a little bit here because he's been stuck on that 5 or 6 Aurelian Souls. He's still got that loaded dice, but he really wants to get to like 7, give or take, to try to then spike to that 3-star as we talked about. So will that be enough here? We'll have to see. But really the Belveth is actually the big star here. That Belveth bumping a ton of damage with that scoped weapons. And the Mordekaisers, gets the Zephyr on the Mordekaiser.
Zephyr position right there. Currently the Mordekaiser, baby Mordekaiser is going to ult once, and then big bro Mordekaiser is going to ult twice if he can. The fight is going to go, but is that going to be enough, or is it going to be one side? The Warwick versus a Velvet. The fight is going to go very close, but wow, Yo Setsuko might not even need the dice.
He survives with 1 HP though, and you can see players are now putting everything in. Demon just quickly flashing us the thumbs up, saying like, it's okay, I'm good. Does not find the Mordekaiser, however. That was really what he was looking for here. 2 Mordekaiser, 2, like you said, Morton, would have been so nice. Does not come around for him. And on the side of Setsuko, he says, yeah, what do you want? I have so much HP. I'm just like, I can go a couple more rounds if you would like to. Demon is shaking. However, we're going to go into what could be our last game in this round 8 of the tournament. Look at the Zephyr is going to hit a Renekton. Mordekaiser's untouched. First Skyscraper comes down. Second Skyscraper comes down. Will it be enough is going to be the question here. The Warwick is onto the backline. The Belveth falls, and Demon finds another win against Setsuko and takes us in one more round.
It seems we're actually in a point where positioning difference is a thing. The Mordekaiser was not floated this time, and it also got a perfect ultimate onto the backline, allowing our fine like a demon to one-shot the enemy team and get the value. So will he be able to keep pulling off before Setsuko caps out his board?
Yeah, the big thing is he still has the dice here, and I think it's been correct to hold it for this long, trying to preserve as long as possible. But we're getting to that point where it's like, okay, you really need to use these resources, really try to hit. He's holding these Syndras, trying to get that Syndra 2, but he's only got 2 more fights in him, maybe. And again, it's all about this positioning. But like we saw, it really is going to come down to the Mordekaiser. Did he just sell the Aurelian
Setsuko's going for a 5-cost 3-star.
Sold the Aurelian... Well, so I do like this play because he sold the Aurelian Soul, which a second one is just going to apply the burn so that he can guarantee the Zephyr. This is a brilliant play. There's the Zephyr. It does miss, though. He misses the 50-50, so Mordekaiser is going to cast.
Yeah, it is going to be the Morgana that gets lifted into the air, but the Mordekaiser has locked in his target. It is going to fall onto the entire enemy team, and those meteors, they're not going to do anything to Demon here. He says one more round, you wanted it, and here we are.
Yeah, and it is exactly one more round, right? Like, that's it. He uses the dice, is going to get the Syndra 2 here, is able to reset, move the Zephyr here. So he's got another attempt at the Zephyr, which I like, but we saw it just wasn't quite enough. And it really is positioning diff. Thankfully, there's no Mordekaiser 2 on the other side. He's got it in his shop, but I don't think you'd play it here. There's just nothing you can sell.
Solar God. Oh, okay, that's good too. All right, so it's gonna be a fight, final fight here. The Threat player versus the Mordekaiser Lich Core player. Will he be able to position so that Mordekaiser can ult or not? We shall see.
All right, where does the Zephyr go? It hits the Mordekaiser, but there's two of them this time around. First one finds the target. Next one is charging up, gets distracted by a Fiddlesticks, will fall.
Oh, no,
however, look at the damage coming in. The Warwick will try his best, but everybody else seems to be still alive, and Demon, despite putting up a fight for very, very long, is still denied his first place in this tournament.
Wow, Sasuke actually takes another first place for NA. Is this really it? Is this really gonna be the tournament where NA takes everything? What do you think, Mortdog?
I mean, I think the big thing, as I mentioned, going in, we were worried if that, that 6th place was a trend. This game clearly shows it wasn't. He played just an amazing early game. He showed to use the Duelist, transitioned into the Threat, used the Shiny to cap. It was a little dicey there at the end, but I think some really good Zephyr play, being able to transition that Zephyr, buy himself enough time, and using the Belveth, which is a champion that a lot of people outside of like a few NA players have been able to utilize. That Belveth was secretly doing just a lot of work and ended up carrying him to that victory. And so now I think the trend is like, it's less, okay, is he going to choke today? And it's more, he's gonna win,
Okay, listen. I said it before. It is quite early in an A when the tournament starts. Maybe Satsuka was just waking up.
Yeah,
it took a little bit while. Sometimes you need a game to groove in.
Yeah.
Maybe adapt to the lobby, and he showed that he can do all that just with a flinch of his finger easily. We're gonna hear from our analyst desk. I'm ready for some more NA copium, but this time it seems to be justified. We'll see you in just a little bit.
This game too has been amazing, and Setsuko is proving that NA has what it takes to take the crown of this championship. Panda, I really want to start talking about like the economy of all this game, because Setsuko was like chilling with a lot of gold, very stable early game and mid game, and that enabled him because he had preparation. He knew he wanted to build those 3 stars unit and end up having a really strong board. But the most interesting thing is that while I was watching that board, I said like he can go even better. It's like he was having such a strong board and he got better every single time.
Yeah, well, the early game Setsuko, I think, is very known to be win streaking all of stage 2 and 3. Any Setsuko haters out there might think, oh, this guy's high rolling every single game at Worlds. It's not the case. He just has an ability, I think, is one of the most important things, fundamental things in TFT, which is knowing how to build the strongest board possible, the resources you are given. He was carrying a Lux 2 in the early game. Many players, including myself, will look at that Lux and just sell it the moment I find it because it just doesn't do too much. But in the end, he won that last fight against Weijin, had that 5 streak going into Krugs, and that really sets you up for the kind of game he loves to play, which is having enough gold to go fast 8, to go fast 9, had scope weapons as a great 3-2 augment to give him some combat strength, and in the end just capped out with a board he's very comfortable and familiar with. A lot of threats thrown in, Belveth, Urgot, etc. that, again, excelled him to that spot where even Demon having 2 Mordekaisers too, it was not enough to beat Setsuko.
Yeah, we have to talk about of the Korean players also, Peter. They are doing amazing, and I think like Vintium, for example, was very clever because we had, like you said, we had a lot of threats in this board, but actually it was very clever to have the double Runen to get into those shields for the Ox Linkers and made it into the way. We are seeing the past game points that we had, and Hayden unfortunately didn't make it again. He's not doing well, and you know what? I'm surprised that Leluo is not going that well again.
He had a tough game.
Yeah, he's trying to get a full composition. He got like 10 units on the board, but it was not enough, David. Why?
I mean, he had the underground cash out. More was speculating, is it a second cash out, a third cash out? It was a first cash out in stage 3. His board was looking pretty weak despite being level 7. Overall, I think he just had a bad start, couldn't really come back into a stronger board. And especially the stage 4 hero augment, that was the biggest difference. I mean, we have this chance to, really spike. The players are able to hit their 2-star 4 costs off of that augment are going to have a lot of success as well. So in the end, some players like Hayden, like Tech Summers, I think every lobby you have to kind of look at the laser core player. There's always one winning laser core player, in this case D-Man with a double Mordekaiser, and the losing laser core player, in this case Tech Summers, who just doesn't hit the Warwick in time, can't hit that spike, and in the end just ends up falling out into a 5th place. So I think Hayden couldn't do much either. He hit the Ezreal. It's okay to get that trait spike, but wasn't hitting a 2-star Ezreal, didn't have the economy for it either, and overall fell out to an 8th. I have to mention though, everyone's going to be, oh, Hayden, another 8th, but this was a really tough last stage for him. He lost every single fight by like 5 HP on the opposing units. It was so close at the end, so really demoralizing, and it's just a hard thing to fight into.
Yeah, and may I ask that, for example, last championship, Latam was in a really good spot, and this championship, Tex, he's one of the strongest mental player we have in Latam. He's very positive, and yesterday he was tweeting about like saying, I'm dragging the region down, and that is so strong for him to say it. So I think we have to like pay attention on those details that he's making, the transitions in his board, because he keeps making laser corps, for example, but I have to say he really saved that a lot with the Zephyrs, like Mortal said in the cast. Those servers are landing on point and gives him extra points over the last courses of the lobby. We are seeing the overall standings, and again, Dobbs is doing pretty fine. Just remember, for all the people that are watching in chat, 24 players are leaving the competition, and we're staying with the top 8 for tomorrow.
Yeah, as we get closer to the last few games, 4 games left now, it becomes harder and harder for those in the 20th position, the 16th position, to actually climb back in the standings and fight for that top 8. That being said, Calypso, as you're distracted by petting a Pengu on broadcast, despite not making the top 8, there is still so much prize pool at stake. Thousands of dollars separate one position from the other. So even if you have, maybe a tough spot to actually make the top 8, you want to try and get, as big as a stack as possible to take home after this World Championship.
Well, you were talking about money. You got my attention, I have to say.
I think not just you. I think the chat as well is like, huh? Money?
Of course, first place take $150,000. So you have to take your stances and do your best. Forget that first spot. We have to toss to a little break, but after that, games 3 and 4 are on the way. We'll be right back.
Everybody, it's time for game number 3. We've got 3 players on the board with 49 points, 5 points ahead of the competition. And of course, Dan, I know you're very excited because 2 of them happen to be from North America.
It's about time that people start to realize that North America is the best region. It's not just smoke. We're not talking ourselves up for no reason. Finally, Variance has caught up. We're not getting unlucky. Things are finally coming our way, and hey, we also happen to send the best batch we've ever had competitively. Rereplay and Setsuko are currently on top of standings, but also we have China still in the mix and a couple of other underdog regions as well.
I like it, Dan. I like that you're enjoying this moment because obviously it is a fantastic show from NA. So you want to make the most of it while you can. Once we get to the top 8, of course, none of those points will matter. It's just about getting there right now. And in day 3, we'll have our 8 warriors. We'll be fighting from a blank slate.
Yeah, it's a really good point because right now the midfield is starting to close. Players who are in that 16 to 20 range in the standings need to basically start posting top 2s or better for the rest of the day. Otherwise, their chances of advancing are going to be quite slim. We're looking at 60 points as that threshold to be the estimation, although that's going to be dependent on how the rest of the standings actually shake out.
We've got a couple of those people in the midfield in this very lobby. You're going to be looking at Canbiz, Shimapen, and Jukyu. Of course, Michael is going to be your mark for the end of top 8. He's climbed his way all the way from the middle of the pack up towards that upper echelon, potentially breaking into that day number 3 after this.
And what a spotlight moment that would be for Michael, who is actually referred to as the LATAM Setsuko in a lot of ways for performing very well on ladder, but never really having that tournament success to follow up and finally getting his first World Championship appearance. Can he follow through and keep LATAM's hopes alive?
Of course, some other hopes to keep alive will be from the Mia side as well. Cambiz, of course, trying to pull back a disastrous start to the competition. Now isn't that far behind Jukyu and Michael as well. Only one a good finish away from drawing even with them, but with so little room to maneuver, every point counts.
That's right. And I also want to take this opportunity to talk about Rereplay because Setsuko's stealing all the spotlight, and rightfully so. The pressure and all the momentum is on his side, so a lot of the spotlight's there. But Rereplay comes in as an unknown player from set 8, largely because we forgot. He actually competed in set 3, the Galaxies regionals for North America, and then he took a break because he got a job, wanted to move on with his life. He has actually taken a step away from his job and has a free year to between jobs and says, I want to dedicate myself full-time to TFT. So he came right back at it and immediately took his place back in the elite ranks of North America. So what a cool way to see his growth come into this set.
Hell of a turnaround from one of our 2 North American superstars in the top 8. This game, we are going to see that midfield close up and get ever closer to our day 3 contenders.
All right, so out onto the field again. So little room to go. This will be 1 game short of the halfway point today, after which we will have a pretty solid idea of what our top 8 is going to look like, bar some absolute travesties of game. Again for Cambiz, along with Enzo carrying the hopes of Amir, for which this tournament has not been kind.
No, it's been really rough out here for me. Of course, Hayden having a really rough day number 1, continuing it into day 2, alongside our other representatives in Kerfuzzled and Ging. So Cambiz really on that cusp of making it into that top 8, being our regional champion, one of the players we expected to do the absolute best in this competition.
Yeah, we haven't been able to see much of Cambiz on the mainstream, but it does look like some of his games are going awkwardly. He's been having a lot of HP, and when I was watching off stream, it seemed like he unfortunately wasn't able to stabilize. And that stage 5 seems to be where a lot of these players need to make sure they have strong compositions online, because yes, you can do well stage 2 and stage 3, maybe even stage 4, but these players, they don't build bad boards coming in stage 5, so you have to be prepared. Otherwise, you're going to free fall in the standings like Cambiz did that previous game.
Well, for Cambiz, this starts looking pretty decent. We've got the beginnings of something a little Lulu flavored, and we've got AP items on the bench as well. We'll see what this first augment ends up being, but a strong start for Cambiz will at least secure a relatively strong finish as well.
And a lot of his items tend to lean more to the AD, but we'll see if that augment can change anything as he does get another sword to go with those 2 rods.
Here we go, first augments off the bat. The Prankster Crest would be interesting, but it's never going to be picked up. And we see a couple of interesting options. I'm seeing crests across the board, including Renegades, but also not opting towards directional augments for most of our players.
There's mascots in there and an Anima squad crest option for Shimmerpen down the bottom left-hand corner, along with a Mecha Prime crest. So we're feeling particularly spicy. We'll see how much our players are willing to commit for direction early.
The only thing that was pretty interesting would be whether or not some of these players are choosing to commit early or not. And you can see Shimapen is choosing to do that with an Anima Squad emblem. The problem with Shimapen's spot for Anima is that he doesn't have any 2-star units. The advantage of using an Anima Squad crest in particular is you get to put the emblem on the 2-star unit, right? A lot of times you have like a 2-star Renekton, but it's like you don't want Renekton to steal the kills. That's going to be pretty awkward for Shimapen, so I wonder how that's going to pan out for him.
We've had a bit of a change up here for Cambiz. It looked like they were heading towards the Hearts, but he's instead decided to slam the Rabadons straight away. A quick draw and brawler, a solid early board. See how this one ends up developing.
Jukyu has Underground opening with Trade Sector, but he also is holding Gadgetines on his bench, and he has all 4 of them. He's got Lulu, Annie, Poppy, and Gnar, and he has really good Gnar items. He has a sword, a vest, and a bow, which can make that Titan's Resolve, and he can go for Bloodthirster. That combination is still the 2 best items you can play for Gnar, but at the same time, Gadgetine's like falling out of favor, so Jukyu would be doing something once again off meta, which is what he played to success in the North American Regionals.
Well, no, we've been talking about how one of the things that's hard for us to see with our endgame compositions is whether people put in the underground part before bringing their main composition, how much that helps boost them towards the late game and push their comps further than we'd expect.
We've seen to be incredibly successful throughout the days. Of course, yesterday, I'm going to keep talking about this till I go blue in the face, but that Flancy turnaround with the 5 cash out into the Triple Radiant, we've seen many of our players use that as a slingshot into the late game. So looking forward to seeing if Jukyu opts for the same strategy.
Well, Jukyu has to figure out if he wants to make gold, because all these Gadgetines plus the Lee Sin will equal up to that 10 gold threshold. So does he want to lose streak and stay open and play whatever he wants, or does he really want to play this Gadgetine line and settle for like a 1 or 2 cash out? I think that's the weakest version to play Underground, as Lilua even confirmed that. You don't really want to go for like the low cash outs, not that high power.
He's taking big losses.
Is not. He's actually committing to holding these units. I know a lot of people would sell to 10.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a really
it does feel like a big risk. As you say, the losses are substantial. So he's checking in with Zhan there. You know, he's got a very solid build early on. We've seen several players who have been playing strong from the beginning. So much riskier to allow yourself to get hit in the face repeatedly in the early game.
But this is what made Jukyu successful as he hits a Lee Sin 2. He can actually choose to make that and help supplant his front line. Jukyu is a player that is very wide. If you remember the Fates Championship set 4 in TFT, there's a player Ramkev who also loves to play super wide. Jukyu reminds me a lot of that. In the North America Regionals, out of the 18 games, he played 14 different compositions and flexed all around his augments and changed game plans. Played from win streak, played from lose streak, played from mid-roll. He's a very flexible player, sometimes a little bit too flexible. That gets into his head at times.
And of course, I wondered if we were going to be seeing Ramkev Delicious Milk kind of being brought up at some point during this. Currently, the peak players for NA historically. We do seem to be in a tournament where perhaps that record will be broken.
And checking back in on here in Shimapen, we mentioned earlier on the difficulties of starting with that Anima Crest. Seems like he settled it a little bit, finding that 2-star Kale, so at least getting some stacks. But the difficulty here is, now that he started taking losses, those stacks are going to slow down, and I'm worried about that mid lane.
Yeah, and Shimapen unfortunately leveled to 5, going up against Xian, who's leveled at 5. So that's a really tough loss to swallow, because he was hoping that 5 Anima squad would be a significant spike, but he lost not just by a little, he lost by a lot. So that's not exactly exuding a lot of confidence from Shimapen's board.
You see Cambis there parking at the spatula for a little while. I wonder if we might be seeing it past the cross, because certainly would have been great for Shimapen, but for Cambis, apparently he's got something specific in mind, perhaps something Infiniteam.
Yeah, Infinity Mode was really strong. We don't know where the portals are, though, do we?
No, we haven't seen it just yet, and that's going to change how you're going to want to play the composition. Of course, if you've got that frontline portal, we've seen Rammus 3-star be very successful with it alongside the classic Garen.
But is it going to be Infinity Emblem with this death cap? It makes me think that is not going to be the case. Instead, he wants to play a more EP-centric composition. Infinity could theoretically play like death cap on Twisted Fate, but it's not particularly very strong, in my opinion, to make Twisted Fate the primary carry.
I mean, we have got the Anvil as well to give a few more options. Just a quick word about our augments on the side. We can see several players go for the second win, as it will be Infiniteam duplicating up their Ezreal. This is unusual. Of course, we see Sure Shot being the most common way to take this. I mean, the way Cambis is going, is this the right way to go?
I mean, it could be a nod to the fact that Cambis wants to preserve HP, right? Cambis is the underground master from France. This guy loves to play the underground and go for big cash out. So maybe his logic is that I'm going to try to use this to preserve HP and then use the items that I'm likely to get to kind of make up for all that lack of AD, and maybe play a hybrid composition with 3, 5, maybe 7 Infiniteam. Kind of depends. The corner hex is always a little bit dodgy because that makes you very vulnerable to things like if someone takes a hook off an Ornn Anvil.
Well, the key, of course, to Underground, Dan, is actually finding the Underground. So Canvas kind of falling at the first hurdle so far, but you're absolutely right that that's the angle he really prefers. So we see Jukyu. Not yet.
There's some Underground here. There's some Underground here.
I see the Underground now.
All right,
you're just easy peasy.
All right, now my analysis is correct.
You're just seeing too far into the future. It's okay. Happens to the best of the precognizance. But Jukyu as well, we were pointing out earlier on, is going for a similar strategy. So both at the bottom of the board going for that underground cash out to try and get their economy stapled up.
We check in with Jin again from China. Note that nobody in the lobby is undefeated at this point. Everyone's at least taken a small hit, but bringing out the early power for the Chinese player has allowed him to hand out some pretty heavy losses. And for Cambis, with this board being as strong as it is, at least he'll take a softer loss than he could otherwise.
Do you think this is too late for Underground? We've seen a late attempt from Lilo last game, and that resulted in a bot 2 finish. This feels similar, although it is earlier, but it's not that much earlier.
The second lock has always been so depressing. We've seen a couple of players opt for it and be like, I got a Bloodthirster! Woo! Right. And I don't think that's going to be enough here for Canvas. The way he wins with Underground is he goes incredibly deep into it, down to those mid-20s, sometimes even high teens health total. And I think you're right. From here, it may be too little too late.
Checking in on our gold across the board at the end of stage 2. We can see there's actually quite a big gold disparity between some of our players. At top, of course, looking pretty good. Michael as well. Shimapen spending a lot of the gold to put together an early win streak. But our bottom 4 players right now, with the exception of 9, all looking at a little cash poor.
Yeah, and I think it's worth pointing out that there's only one player who got the absolute full streak, and that is Jukyu down there at the bottom with that underground. So his economy is going to be in a pretty decent spot, even though his gold is still below 30.
Taking a look at Michael's spot, has 2 defensive items. You can actually go for both the Bramble Vest and the Redemption, or you can go for Sunfire and Vow, which is kind of a weirder combination. The only thing is that he's playing makeshift armor, so building frontline items feels a lot worse because you feel like you can capitalize on the not having to need to slam those frontline items. So we'll see what Michael ends up choosing to do. In the meantime, that's a Lulu 3.
We were wondering where she had gone. We were looking for her game after game. Players had seemed to have abandoned her, but 9 still on her side, picking up that Lulu with a jeweled gauntlet and just a single sad open tier.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen players going for the Shojin before rather than the preferred blue buff for maximum firepower. But for now, 9 seems happy enough. Not quite at the bottom, has a little loss streak going and not enough gold to really be super comfortable. Ideally looking to eliminate at least a couple of units before the loss.
Yeah, this is a really difficult spot here for 9 because he has to hope that he hits the right augment, and that could be the 2-cost hero augment, but he can definitely miss on that front. He also has to make sure that he gets the really good items, and he's pretty far away from it outside the blue buff, and he wants to eventually turn this sword into a gunblade. So we'll see what ends up happening because this 3-2 augment is going to tell us a lot about a player like 9 and how the rest of his game is going to shape.
Augments coming out for all 8 of our players.
Ooh. Another gold tier augment. Now for someone like Xian, who we just look at his spot, he's streaking a lot. He's looking for something to continue to keep that momentum. Scope Weapons appears for him. I wonder if that's what he's considering, because Scope Weapons is very effective, as we just previously saw with Setsuko's game.
We're wondering about 9 as well. You were saying, you know, the augment is going to make or break this composition. He was able to find featherweights too. So not exactly best in slot compared to something like Axiomark, but is going to get that Lulu firing away much more frequently.
Well, I mean, it's something we would encourage more towards the Shojin line, having the extra attack speed to get a few more casts off. But for Jukyu, currently at the bottom, along with Camis, they're both in the 60s. Both of them have taken augments more of the defensive flavor.
Yeah, Jukyu really thinking about what he wants to take here. If he wants the best item to potentially slam right now, it might be Shiv. But I think at the same time, he's thinking about what he wants to build moving forward. Or did he already take it? And this is a graphical little misstep there. I can't really tell. But either way, Jukyu looks like he's committing to trying to play underground reroll from this spot. And so missing that 3-2 hero augment, I wonder if he is really sad about that or he's okay with it.
Well, at least in EMEA, we've seen it be very successful even without the hero augment, but the key is that underground cash out. Luckily, Jukyu has been building towards it all game, but at this point, that is going to be the make or break, whether it's bot or top 4.
Yeah, holding off on slamming in the ice of the last second. There's definitely a lot of thinking going on.
Great loss.
Jukyu here.
Perfect loss. 10 out of 10.
I mean, Jukyu's certainly in a powerful position in the lobby. You can see 38 points coming in. Has a chance for a little bit of gold and a tier. I mean, still got a lot of HP in the bank, might not want to take it.
Yeah, it does give him enough gold to potentially make the next break point and thresh. So he goes from 27 to 40 if he sells like the Sona or the Lee Sin. So that's actually pretty tempting. And so I think this is specifically a nod to the fact that he wants to Shiv, and he can also capitalize on the gold. So yeah, I can see it. I do think that's a little bit of the more Bedge side of things, but Jukyu has to be evaluating every heist. It's not just automatically continue the heist there.
Concerning for the top end, potentially, but we see already a Mordekaiser from Michael. I guess it is just that easy.
Wow!
I mean, not 2 more Kaisers as of yet, but perhaps it will be down the line. Up against Xian, who has got a really interesting board put together of just good stuff, but just good stuff is not good enough to get away with against Michael's 5 laser core 4 brawler board.
This is such an incredible spot for Michael because now he has so much DPS, and the most important thing about laser core is if you can skip level 7. A lot of people feel like stage 3 and the beginning of stage 4 is the entire finesse of laser core because you have to evaluate how much gold you want to roll to stabilize to hit things like maybe that Warwick and the 4 brawler, but you also have to save enough gold to go to 8 to hit Mordekaiser. He can skip all of that and go straight to 8.
I'm looking at Shimapen here, who has found kind of exactly what he's looking for off this carousel. Ignoring the components, he's found a misfortune, and that should allow him to get to that 7 Anima squad and hopefully give that board the power he has been so desperately looking for.
I know Miss Fortune has been a controversial figure in the tournament, attracting a lot of ire of people. I mean, for you guys, from what you've seen so far, has any opinion changed on Miss Fortune, particularly in this context of Anima Squad?
It's not really controversial for me. I just think Miss Fortune is on the weak side right now currently. There has to be a person on the bottom. There has to be a region ranked last, right? In this case, the worst 4-cost unit to carry right now is Miss Fortune. That doesn't mean that she's unplayable. It just means that a lot has to go right. I don't think this is entirely the spot where you will see Miss Fortune pop off, but he has some of the components, right? He has the Anima emblem, he has that early Miss Fortune, he has that Monozane. Maybe, but I feel like you need a little bit extra juice to get it there.
One thing I do worry for Shimmer Pen's board is, well, we've got the Monozane for the second cast. The first cast is not coming out at any great speed, so we have to turn the fight early.
His front line isn't exactly substantial at the moment. This Riven is doing a lot in the back end of stage 3, but as that front line starts to get outscaled by the back line, you're going to see exactly this happen every fight. Miss Fortune just cannot get the ults out fast enough to eliminate the back line.
Kind of an interesting call here to not pick up that Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa feels like it's a really easy tie with Star Guardian and the Quick Draw, and 2 Quick Draw is some of the biggest DPS jump that you can get for Miss Fortune outside of straight up just giving her like Radiant items. So I think that's a really interesting pass in my opinion. I don't think units like Neela are ultimately super important.
So as we check back in with 9 again with the featherweights from before, did find that blue buff for Lulu to let her fully online, and does have a good amount of gold in the bag. So it doesn't necessarily have to stay here to look for the Pantheon and the upgrades, but looks like will do so up against Shimmer Pen. And we'll see if this Miss Fortune can get the work done here.
Oh my god, Lulu's just ready here to snipe immediately, and Riven needs the support. He needs that the Vi and the Neela to stall as much time as possible. And now you can kind of see the fragility of this Anima Squad board. This Miss Fortune not able to actually do anything. She just fed mana to the Lulu. That's not what you're looking for.
That is absolutely brutal. And it was like we were saying before, if that front line can't hold up against the back line of the enemy team, you're just going to collapse like a flan in a cupboard. But looking at the bottom of the table, we've got 2 players, our underground players we highlighted earlier, sitting at that 20-30 HP range. They're going to have to cash out in the next couple of rounds.
You look at those gold totals, though. Our bottom 4 players, we're seeing a lot of 50s. In fact, our bottom 5 players, loads of money in the
The
bank.
whole board at this point, except for Rereplay and CanBiz, are up in the 50s.
Rereplay is very poor, which is actually quite unusual for him. He's been trying to adjust his tempo a little bit more in the tournament by rolling aggressively at the end of stage 3 to try to maintain tempo and streak, but it looks like he was not rewarded for it. And on the flip side, how are players like Juke and CanBiz going to pull themselves out of their deficit? This is a really important phase of the game, and also for players like 9, are we going to get another hero augment, or are we going to get triple gold, no hero augments, and an opportunity to get things like Axiom Arc?
Yeah, I'm sure 9 would love to have an easy way to throw in one of the units that are otherwise very inaccessible at level 5. But we're seeing from our economy reader at the right-hand side of the screen, we said we had 50 gold across the board before. That is no longer the case. The players are plowing money into their compositions.
9 here just finding the single upgrade, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a problem running into a very sad-looking Ezreal board game.
Yeah, it's only 3 Ezreals, 6 Vi's. Oh, there's an Ezreal tucked behind the Kai'Sa.
Is he even on Underground anymore?
I don't.
It doesn't look like.
Actually, it is. He has Vi and he has a.
Okay,
persona.
all right.
But it's looking real dicey right now here for Jukyu. If he's able to get this minimal loss, which looks like it's going to happen, I don't think he's going to kill this Lulu 3. Lose by 1 unit is not bad.
Yeah. It was certainly looking a lot worse than that to start with, but of course, when it comes to the end of the round, especially with the Hextech Gunblade, that Lulu is ridiculously hard, as we will get the 4-4-5. That's a lot of power coming into the comps right now.
Oh, it's so hard for some players who are really far behind. I wonder if that's good for CanBiz, Jukyu. And that is a Mordekaiser 2 for Michael because he's able to get that 5 cost. Michael is looking like he is charging for that final lobby spot.
Huge upgrade for him, the solo queue hero, the Setsuko of Latam, coming in with a massive board in stage 4-2.
Oh, I get it now. He's a Setsuko of Latam because he just hits Mordekaiser in stage 3 into Mordekaiser 2 at 4-2. Ah, I get it. Michael in shopping.
It's like poetry. It rhymes. But for Shimmer Pen, there is going to be a nice little present dropping in, a second Anima Squad emblem. This is surely going to be a huge step up in power.
It's a big step up in power, but he's still playing MF1 while people have things like Mordekaiser 2. Thankfully, it's going against Rereplay, who only has Gen 1.
That Bunny Mercenary will help him out quite a bit. He still doesn't have the quick draw you were mentioning earlier, Dan, which I think would do a ton to bolster his damage. But looking across the other board, something that I was interested in, Canbiz, our underground player we were pointing out earlier, has gone for accelerated mentorship.
Look, real quick, I'm going to answer that, but look how much gold he's picked up. He jumped to 4 interest. Rereplay has Gold Collector, and he has Wrath, or a Rule of 4, so now he's using that to try and get his economy back online. So expect Rereplay to potentially roll for Gen 3, and I don't think anyone's contesting Riftwalkers this lobby.
Well, for GQ, good news has arrived, finally managing to hit that Vi 3. It's not a relentless Vi, as we're so fond of saying, but she's still pretty strong. Just the one item so far, and the corruption sharing across stacks to make sure that Ezreal, even at 2-star, should be hitting pretty hard.
Yeah, this is so tough, and the difficult thing too is that some matchups here, he has to make sure that Vi with just the stone plate is good enough to survive some of the damage.
It's going to look really rough here. The absolute corruption going to help this Ezreal out a little bit, but just a 2-star against Shen's board. Easy being green, and Nico proving just that. The Ezreal will fire away as best it can, finally tears through most of the front line, but now it looks like Ezreal versus the world. No more ults and no more health for Jukyu.
Oh, and Jukyu just kind of didn't get anything online, didn't hit the Ezreal fast enough, and the pressure coming in from other people, especially when people have, like Michael has that early 5 laser core, it's just so much damage. And this is, I think, as we take a little pause here, I think this is the crux of why China is struggling a lot, because this is a composition that you'll see China play a lot. They love underground Ezreal, they love playing loose streaking from behind, but it is so risky in this kind of meta where tempo and retreat can also be rewarded, and it's a lot more balanced, so these win-out comps aren't nearly as consistent if you don't get things online quickly.
Feels like a lot of our players haven't really adjusted to that tempo. This was one of the things we in EMEA were worried about for Canbiz in particular. Like you pointed out earlier, Dan, Canbiz loves playing this underground, but EMEA kind of has a lackadaisical pace in the earlier stages that let you go deeper into that. On the international stage, we've seen that is no longer the case.
I mean, we'll see. Canbiz still has 9 HP, and you never really count out the underground players. Although it looks like Canbiz has 7 Infinity and is almost completely out of that undergrounds entirely. Yeah. And we'll see whether or not that 7 Infinity means that he found that Ezreal, or perhaps he found a second emblem.
Well, he picked it off the accelerated mentorship, which is going to do great for him, given that he was tanking all those losses. Now has a way to get past those levels, even though his gold is completely gone.
You feel so much more comfortable in this position when you're getting free XP every round, when you've got some HP to back it up. You can take some losses and say, don't worry, I've got the long term. For Canbiz, there may be no long term, because everybody else remaining in the lobby is 40 HP ahead of him.
Yeah, everyone's looking really strong. Rereplay hit the Jin 2. 9 is able to hit some... Oshima Pen, rather, hit Misfortune 2. Michael hit Warwick 2. Speaking of which, who even beat Michael? You were streaking. It looked like he was so dominant. I'm really curious about that. And no, the Zephyr, because it's a guaranteed spot. You have to keep the Ezreal there.
That is brutal, and that's going to start off the fight horribly for Canbiz. Doesn't even have a Samira 2 in the backline. All of the items on this Ezreal, and Shima Pen's Misfortune finally found the damage she needed, and the cost will be Canbiz's life. Falling out, the EMEA hero in 7th place.
Hold my hand. EMEA NA.
All right.
7-8.
We got Rereplay. We're forming an alliance here between EMEA and NA.
We're gonna do it a panda here. We're gonna start adopting people from other regions and find some reason to include.
Hold on,
them
let me find my passport and show it to Dan just to prove I'm all in.
That's right. You get to cherry pick and be the best of both worlds. 9 here hits Empowered Reserves, a good heart unit. In fact, even has 2 Syndras, by the way, at level 6. Literally impossible for him to get it, but let's say a duplicate comes out, weird things have happened. I don't know if this is the win out Lulu. It's pretty strong. I think it can still hit top 4, but I don't think this is like something that's going to likely win the lobby unless some crazy circumstances happen.
And rule 9 is at the bottom, but as we noted before, Canbiz and Jukyu, as you guys are talking about the tempo of the lobby, just sweeping them away. At least everybody else has got a little bit of HP to run with. You can see here from Dr. Osar things, the late game boards are starting to come online and really challenge the power that Lulu can present.
Yeah, I mean, he's going up against Michael's little bro. Dr. O here has 1-star Mordekaiser, 1-star Warwick. Really good augments,
He's doing
though.
his best.
Yeah, he's trying. And he's hanging in there. But Dr. O does not look like he's a candidate for top 4 just because by the nature of he's out of gold and he's running out of time.
Yeah. Now, Nine's board, of course, does have decent augments, as you said, but no Axiom Arc means the cap is going to be pretty low alongside the shall we say, unfortunate gold total coming into this stage 5. Meanwhile, Rereplay, top of the boards, 5 win streak, 40 gold,
which is
much better.
So good for him too, because he wants to either roll for Gen 3 or go to 9 and cap out legendaries. Those are 2 of the ways you can play it. With double econ in the form of the gold, the collector, and that rule of 4, I'm inclined to say that you should be going for Gen 3, as Mortdog has suggested. Which, by the way, Rereplay loves Deathblade Jhin. He has 3 swords on his bench. Not sure if he can get that to work, but hey, we'll see what he ends up doing here.
Yes, it's a shame for Campers, of course, who managed to hit that Gen 3 yesterday, to have to pass that blessing along to somebody else. But you're right, there's a ton of money in there as you see the rule of 4. Every 4 enemies he kills drops 4 gold, and occasionally, very occasionally, a component as well. There's a lot of money in the bank.
So we can go for a triple itemization here on Viego. I'm looking at Bloodthirster, Giant Slayer, and Guardbreaker as a potential combination. Is that what he goes for?
Maybe IE?
Infinity Edge is a little bit worse on Viego.
Not ideal.
But I think I also think that Rereplay loves Guardbreaker. He has almost like an unreasonable infatuation with it. There was a Scream game where I think he slammed 4 of them, 2 of them on Jhin. His chat was like, are you trolling? He's like, no, I just think Guardbreaker is that good right now.
I just think it's neat.
Crit.
I just think it's neat.
I mean, when you're up against an Ox Force board, which is going to have guard, they're going to have shields for days, it's certainly going to have amazing value. See Viego newly itemized, doing a ton of work. It actually seems like the Ox Force, even with that in mind, are still strong enough to hand out the L.
And this makes sense. Like, Rereplay is greeting. He's not rolling his goal. He's trying to go to 9 or slow roll potentially. I don't think he's going to slow roll because he doesn't have extra gens. I think a lot of players wonder, like, what should I do, right? Should I be rolling at 8? Should I be going to 9? Usually you can let the game decide for you. There's no reason to pre-level. Just wait to see what happens in the next couple of rounds. Trade that HP. If you have, like, that 5th or 6th gen, really consider going for that. But otherwise, he's so far away from Gen 3, I recommend going to 9 here.
Well, I'm genuinely fascinated by seeing the health leaderboards along the side. Michael's board we've seen earlier on continues to be incredibly strong with this Mordekaiser 2. We saw him hit at stage 4, but I'm looking at Shen over there on the side, who has been the worst performing player from CN, a sort of unknown ladder warrior coming 5th in regionals, who's made this easy being green Nico comp he's been running look very strong.
Yeah, we'll see. Michael right now in the meantime. Oh, that secondary stun! Does that give Motivation the opportunity to finish? There's no Edge of Night.
Well,
and Shimapan can get a huge shotgun blast! Oh! No! This Yeller lives.
Yeah, Dr. O and Shimapan both dropping down pretty low. We mentioned before, our players were all sitting around 40, 50 HP, but that is starting to slip, and it's starting to slip in a direction which will leave us with a pretty definitive top 4 soon.
Yeah, Shianash all lost as well, so it looks like some of the other boards are just catching up in power. Meanwhile, Shimapan trying to make it work.
Okay.
Vayne 3. It's solid. Again, the thing about Anima Squad is that it's almost like too fair. It's almost too honest. There's the only thing that you can kind of do a crazy come from behind victory is if Misfortune somehow gets the God ult, and a lot of people are positioning very well around stuff like that.
Has a chance here to try and pull himself back from the brink. Has a decent amount of fame stacks around the 70s or so. So around 300, 350 HP across the team. So definitely not terrible, but the Misfortune needs to do a lot of work. This time she almost gets rid of the Jhin, but almost may not be good enough. The Vayne is still alive in the corner, but Shimapan, I think, surely does take the loss. And look at that goal coming into the pocket of Rereplay.
Never been more convinced by a Protector's Vow Vayne, I'll say that much. Was it good?
Close.
No. Did it help? Yeah, a little bit, I'll admit.
So the thing is about Shimapan is a lot of things went right for him that fight. He's still barely lost. It almost feels like, what else do I have to do here? And the answer, if Bebe was here, is just stop playing Anima Squad. But what do you do if you're in this spot and you're committed? Because Shimapan's made the best of an awkward situation, but I'm pretty sure the best spot he can play for is 5th.
Well, I mean, he's really missed on his composition, right? Because Anima Squad, when you don't have enough of a backline, the solution is go for that Riven 3. She really caps out your front line and allows you to survive against those higher damage compositions. And Shimapan just isn't there.
And news coming in, you mentioned Rereplay with money in the bank has gone up to level 9 to try and cement that spot at number 1. Dr. O, along with Shimapan, will be fighting for his life in this coming round. She said, Dan, the battle for 5th is well underway.
It feels so bad here to be Dr. O with such low HP. His augments are good, his items are good, his comp is good. It's a fight for 5th place, though, here between him and Shimapen. Where's the Zephyr lands onto the Mordekaiser?
And we've got to watch this backline. The Misfortune is going to decide this fight for Shimapen. The front line holding on for the time being. Misfortune, a slight micro stun, but she finally gets off her first ultimate right into the laser core. Takes out half the board right away. Acel doing his best, but it's just not good enough. Dr. O takes a 6.
And Shimapen guaranteed top 5, but again, there's a huge hunk of HP to get over, especially when you've got a nightmarishly strong Rereplay just churning through the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, looking at Xian's board here, what can he do to guarantee 4th place? He's pretty close to there. Looks like he's queuing up against either Shimapen or 9. He's really hoping for Shimapen because I think a lot of players just want that Anima squad to be fought against. But Shimapen has to figure out the best way to maximize his placements from this spot. And I think it comes down to the fact of whether or not he can get the optimal Misfortune angle and whether or not he can land the proper Zephyr.
The front line is looking pretty good. We've got the reinforced Garen as well as we've got our little friend Jinx in the corner just trying to work her magic. But the big ult needs to land here. The front line gets torn half to pieces immediately. The first ult is coming. It's a long time coming. It needs to count.
Look at that. Mordekaiser in the front gets exploded. The one chance Michael's board had. Shimapen somehow survives one more round.
Now, here's the thing about Anima Squad, is that it's a theoretically infinite scaling trait because the more you kill, the more HP you stack up, and eventually, it just becomes a little bit difficult for people to get that burst threshold. So every single win is so important, not just for Shimapen to stay alive to 7 HP, but also because it just makes his comp more likely to potentially get too big.
Well, I mean, the main thing Shimapen's going to be keeping an eye on is how Xian is doing. Unfortunately for Shimapen, winning that previous round. In fact, both of our bottom players still alive at this point, winning their previous round, with Michael just above them on a loss streak with a ton of money in the bank.
So Michael's trying to go to 9. He was holding things like Urgot and like Garen pair. I wonder what he's going to do at 9. It's not like you really have any other choice than to go to 9 because he can't really roll for Warwick 3, and it's not really what his comp's about right now. So Michael has to really hope that going to 9 makes a difference. How many times does this happen where you start off really good streaking, you go to 9, you play a unit, but you just keep losing anyways, and then all of a sudden the spot that's a high roll goes into a 4th? I feel like that's a certain possibility here for Michael.
He can afford one more loss, but he really, like you're saying, should not go for it because then he has nothing to play with in the later stages of the game, should he be able to get to that 1v1. So he's just looking for anything he can find to cap it out. A second Mordekaiser perhaps on the cards. We've seen it earlier.
Yeah, it worked pretty well. We've got shots on upgraded. If we want to throw in the Samira as well, the options are here at level 9. There's a couple of items on the bench as well. So Michael has some big decisions to make. Shimapen as well, looking to hold on for a few moments more.
Now Shimapen, the hero of the Anima squad, Japan's hope here in the game. Zephyr into the backline, onto that Vayne, but it doesn't matter. Here comes the first ultimate from Misfortune. Stuck a little bit on that Rammus. She gets CC'd. One more ult to go, but Rammus just too tanky to deal with. Replay's level 9 Riftwalker Jhin will take out Shimapen in 5th place.
Even with the Edge of Night, it still wasn't good enough. Shimapen outlasts Dr. O, but for the Japanese fans, that's got to be a disappointment.
Michael lost again, and I think that amazing high roll into 4th place might be coming true, and I have to wonder what happened between that incredible 4-2, like what looked like to be like 80 HP streaking forever into potential 4th place. That's got to be on Michael's mind, but for now, we got to focus on salvaging this spot. If you can find a 2-star legendary, that 2-star Ezreal, for example, might be the key if he's transitioning out of the laser core. Looks like Michael is slowly but surely pivoting out of laser core at the moment.
Wow. Well, we know that laser core has not been the comp to really get you across the line in first place, and we are at the point in the competition where every point could be the difference between seeing tomorrow and being sent home with a huge heap of disappointment.
Here we go. Shen in trouble here, potentially. The Zephyr is massive onto that backline, preventing that Janna from popping off. Xian doing the best, but his backline just not putting out enough damage. This Jhin completely uncontested as he fires away. Viego doing his damnedest, but Jhin still survives. Janna will finally fall, and Xian takes a massive hit.
Michael's dead in 4th!
No!
Oh my god, and that's got to be a game That's a fourth place where a lot of people would be like, yeah, I top 4 in the World Championship, but a player like Michael will probably have to be at least reevaluating. If not, that's something that's difficult to cover from mentally.
I mean, that Mordekaiser 2 coming in that early on, absolutely, I would have expected it to be more, but I mean, Rereplay really setting the tone for this lobby. This is just, money beyond compare. Scrooge McDuck levels of piles of gold for Rereplay to dive into and put together the board of the gods.
Shan here looking for one more fight. China really having this representative been underrepresented so far. 27 points, his chance to recover his world championship dreams. So we swap over to the other side of the fight. We see Rereplay going up against 9, whose board really struggling, bouncing back and forth. We're getting a little
you see Leona just tanking the Lulu wall, just passing through it anyways. What a Giga Chad.
She's doing her best.
That tells you you've reached a point in the game where Lulu's no longer absolutely murderous. Xian will survive, 9 will take the loss as well. Rereplay still up on 49 HP. I don't even dare to think how much money has passed through his coffers.
It's Replay's game to lose. At this point, it's a fight for second place. 9 looking for anything that could potentially help that. And then Xian, if he's able to fight against like 9 and get that win head-to-head, might be able to squeeze into that second place, would be huge for him.
Redemption coming for Jen. Hopefully for him it'll be the difference maker here. But it does feel like for this Oxlinger's board, this exists in our regular reality as the strength of the board. For the other two, we've just got the whole different galaxies they're in.
It's genuinely shocking how well this board has done in the lobby he's found himself in. Michael's incredible board early, all of that.
Yeah, I think that Xian's board is really strong because of the Janna too. I think people sleep on this Karen, this carry, as Janna is very strong even without Category 5. And with that easy being given a bunch of APs on the correct side, maybe that Twister hits that Lulu, and we can see a replication of that Ghost Fight.
It's the lovely Shroud right onto Lulu, and the knockup to follow up. Lulu gets deleted in the opening moments of the fight. 9 in real big trouble. This could be such a huge round for Jan. So much has to happen to hit the top 2. Rereplay fighting off screen. The Janna going very low. Nico healing herself up. Another tornado sends most of 9's board into the air. And it's looking like without the Lulu, there just isn't enough DPS left on the board. They're down to the final unit.
I don't know. That Malphite is looking terrifying, taking out the 2 backline carries of Xian's board. There goes Syndra. The true carries of Malphite and Syndra take it home for 9.
Rock solid.
Power of supers in a nutshell. The difference between playing something like Vertical Hearts and supers is that supers turns all of these other units into potential threats, not to mention he has empowered reserves. So that Malphite actually was doing a lot whenever he was doing his slam. He was actually chunking for like 25-30% of those carries HP. So in some ways, it was a positioning advantage for Xian, but unfortunately, the side that had a little bit more tanky units was not able to intercept that Malphite.
So the question remains, can anything deal with the massive bank bans of Rereplay? He can have every unit he wants though. Look at that bench. There's so much coming in to make this board surely insurmountable.
Massive Zephyr into the backlines under that. Lulu will slow down the DPS of 9. That Leona once more firing away, eliminating that front line. And you can see the Jhin completely uncontested. The Lulu, it's just a competition of who gets their damage out faster. But Jhin seems to be winning the race. And Lulu, one more ultimate. Jhin doing his best to take her down. The healing doing so much from the Gunblade. One more, but Jhin takes her out. And there goes the board of 9 Rereplay.
But 9 is still alive. The Lulu positioning was so good. Avoiding getting that early hit means that there's still one more chance. But Rereplay says, you know what? I've always got more to give.
Yeah, he's going for not just Jhin 3, but also Viego 3, and he also has legendaries to throw in. So this is a really difficult spot to come back from for 9. Also, it's kind of interesting, right? The Zephyr on the Lulu was like devastating for the early burst and ramping up the hearts, but it's also like it kept her safe from some of the Jhin shots. So it's one of those weird things where it's hard to evaluate from if you're in 9th spot. And the more important thing is, can we even beat Rereplay 2 or 3 times in stage 7? I'm not entirely sure.
It's worth reiterating, Rereplay is one of the top 3 players in the tournament right now. Coming in first in this game as it seems to be inevitable, just further cements his spot as one of the favorites coming into day 3.
Rereplay desperately re-rolling for that capped out board, but there is no eventual cap. You can go for the Jin 3, the Viego 3. Like you said, Dan, there's a million options on the board.
Yeah, actually rolling like pretty aggressively. I think he wants to finish this game before he has to get to it. A lot of people don't want to roll to 0. He's waiting to pop this anvil in case it's like a shroud or anything at the last second.
There goes the tank items onto the Fiddlesticks. The Anvil still remains unpopped. That's Zephyr into the backline on the Lulu once more, and Jin starting to fire away, but Lulu chewing through this front line rapidly. The Pike stun will miss. Look at that Lulu uncontested. Like you said, the Pantheon down onto the Jin, completely stunned up. The Lulu survives, Jin does not, and it looks like Rereplay will not be taking home a victory just yet.
We didn't think it was possible, but Rereplay will have to dig deep. Fortunately, again, he's got the money to do so, but 9, representing Latin America, just holding on like an absolute hero against one of our top 3 players.
I mean, maybe now he's going to make me eat my words. I said I don't think Lulu wins this lobby. He's already top 2, which is outperforming what I expected. Gonna potentially go for top 1. Rereplay is getting a little bit too much. Oh,
there it is.
Okay. Is that going to be enough? Is that the end of it?
Oh, it should definitely help.
Of course, that Viego is going to have so much burst damage onto the fragile Lulu. It's all about the positioning.
One more time around. 9 has pulled off a miracle before. That bench is full up. The Zephyrs are pitch perfect. 9's hopes may have died in the opening moments of the round.
Lulu already so low, survives with the second win. Gunblade will not save her. Viego takes her down. 1, 2, 3 strikes, and 9 is out of here. Rereplay takes yet another first place.
North America continues its dominance over the world here in the Martians Attack Championship. Can anybody stop them?
It's certainly not looking terrible. Oh, the crowd already told us. I didn't even know we had a crowd in here, but apparently it's good enough. For NA fans, of course, even yourself aside, Fredan, this is going to be an incredibly special moment. All the stars seem to be pointing towards this being the best championship NA has ever had.
And it just goes to show you the quality of the competition. Again, we highlight at the very beginning of the game that Setsuko stay in the spotlight, but I was telling Esports Law, Bryce Blunt, my counterpart there in North America, that I really think that Rereplay is at that elite tier. Watching his games all throughout the tournament, he was right there with Setsuko in average placement in the tournament. He was always top 5 in ladder whenever it matters. And when you watch his gameplay, this guy plays some of the most fundamental strong TFT out there, and I'm glad that the world is finally starting to recognize.
Some incredible gameplay there from Rereplay, and of course, NA fans at home, I want you to know, if you don't think you have enough voice on here, Dan, when he was saying that North America was really killing it, literally power posed on us. It was like, and it's North America's time! Just incredible amounts of faith, incredible levels of gameplay coming out from North America. We'll see if they can keep it up as we head into round number 4. We'll have a break, then an analyst desk, then we'll be back with more gameplay. Easy being green and Nico proving just that. The Ezreal will fire away as best it can, finally tears through most of the front line, but now it looks like Ezreal versus the world. No. Not yet.
There's one right here. There's one right here.
Wait, I see the underground now.
Nothing on for the time being. Misfortune, a slight Microsoft first ultimate. Right into the laser. Takes out half the board right away. Vibes with the second win. Gunblade will not save her. Viego takes her down. 1, 2, 3 strikes, and 9 is out of here. Rereplay takes yet another first place.
North America continues its dominance.
victory in this game. And can we start saying, Bebe, how amazing it was, the economy of he had that early collector, that Jenny hit it all the way. And I was actually really surprised.
I was amazed with what strategies NA has brought to this tournament so far. Not only do they have a very powerful build-up process, they also figured out how to make a very decent endgame by over-spamming economy. This Rereplay guy had plus 20 gold at the end of every single round, and I think that was just insane.
Yeah, of course. And I have to point out, and I'm looking at Mardog somewhere in the studio over there. There's almost a Lulu that won that lobby against that 1k gold composition. I mean, after 2 Zephyrs, after a 2 Sir Leona targeting, it was really hard to take that down. But the point of this composition, the key was to landing that Leona close to the Malphite in order to have that front line develop it and get to the backline makes.
Yeah, I think a lot of it also comes down to the Viego actually being able to get into that backline, with the Viego 3 being prioritized here by Rereplay, being able to find it and then just get those resets, get that Lulu eventually knocked down. That was the key composition here for him to actually bring it back home.
And makes what happened with Dr. And Shima Pen wasn't there.
Yeah, we're a little bit sad about that one. Same for Shima Pen. They're both in a very similar position where if they have great finishes, they could still potentially make it. So we're kind of looking for them to get there, to get these great finishes. And yesterday, Shima Pen had a first place with that Anima squad, with the Vayne reroll. It worked fantastically today. Not really working out despite not being competed here.
Yeah.
Well, from bad news to some more bad news, unfortunately. NA and EMEA holding hands 7th and 8th. That was, of course, Jukyu and Cambis, both regional champions. And this position, you might think, why is Cambis playing Underground at 2-6? Why is he risking it so much? These players are so ambitious. They've won their regional championships. They're not going to be content in a 16th place and a 20th place. They have to take these big risks to try and make that top 8. There's only 3 games left now. It didn't work out. Both players, unfortunately, just didn't have the right cash outs, didn't have the right stability in stage 4. But understand at home, these are risks you have to take at this point in the championship. There's only a few games left.
Yeah, and as Bebe said previously, with Underground, you have to go high risk, high take. As I said, we've seen players doing the cash out very early, and it didn't pay off when you have a lose streak, and it's all working. That's why we see Jukyu going so low on HP, but you have to take that turn.
I feel that this game is also about mentality when we see in this game. For example, Dr. O, he could have positioned his Mordecai's around the Zephyrs if he paid a bit more attention, but the reason why he didn't do that was mainly because he had such a rough start at the beginning of the turn with a few 8th places and some 7th places. At that moment, even though raising one more placement, giving you more prize money, you just give up and stop carrying lesson, which does affect the results of the game for sure.
Okay, we're seeing the overall standings on the board, and of course, this is the 17th player to 32 players, but I'm waiting for that first spot.
Turn it around,
here.
production.
Here's the good news for once.
Come on, production, I want to see Rereplay, Setsuko, top 1 and top 2 for today. NA definitely doing amazing in this championship.
Yeah, I mean, I think I keep saying that we kind of have to give that to them. However, if you're looking from the 3rd place onward, something that I love it so much. We are seeing every single region up there. Even the regions that coming into this tournament were ranked pretty low. OS unfairly as always. Brazil maybe with a little bit more justification, but still, they're up here. They're showing they have these heavy hitters as well.
And Panda also Enzo is doing amazing from EMEA, and I really want to highlight that because he's been consistent from day 1 until day 2.
Unfortunately, he's our last hope, but a bright hope at the very least. One shout out though to Vijagal and Skillflism, both players that popped up in set 8, really took competitive seriously, and they're both in contention for top 8 in their first ever World Championship. So it goes to show if you have natural talent, you can come up here with little experience and still do very well.
Last hope, last standing. Yes. Okay, no, just no. Okay, I know that wasn't that good, but what is good is that casters are ready. But first, we're gonna check how the lobbies are reseeded, and this time we have Lobby 1 Rereplay, Michael, Amnadri, Dope C, Tex Summers, Liluo, and Jin and Hayden. I have to say, like, I'm really surprised about Liluo's overall thing that he had this tournament performance, but yeah, I'm really surprised about that.
Yeah, if I were to comment on that, I feel like China brought the wrong strategy for this tournament. It seems that most of the Chinese players actually build into some case, for example, for tempo, but that's actually not really working out that much for them. So I feel like bringing a wrong strategy overall into regionals can actually affect the overall placement for certain regions as well.
I think it's a meta thing that loot streak is not that good right now, that
Yes.
you need to be healthy in order to get into the late game, and Chinese players are not doing that good on the early and mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. We
Absolutely. I agree.
Great point. We have it.
We're smart. If you're on point, you're on point.
We are gonna see the lobby that features one of the current heavy hitters with Setsuko and Vijagal, and I'm very much looking forward to that one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for that one too. And you know what else? I'm looking forward for the next game because our casters are ready. So Frodan, Mad, and Counterfeit, take it away.
Thank you very much, Calypso. And Dan, I'm going to be honest, I'm just going to cede the stage to you for a second if you want to do some scene setting for Setsuko here. I know we've been looking for the chance to see him all day.
That's right. For some reason, it feels like we've avoided Setsuko a lot on day 1, but day 2, we're able to catch him a couple of times. And I think it's just rightfully so. The whole world is starting to really recognize that NA actually is currently on top. But kind of what Pando was talking about, too. I want to recognize some of the people who are standing out as well. I don't want to just be NA biased. You're looking at Skillfulism from OCE, who has been very, very impressive. And you look at Michael from LATAM, and then Vidigal, the player from Brazil, also keeping up Brazil's hopes. And a lot of people just put Brazil at the bottom, right? They're looking at, like, hey, they don't have the Worlds results. They're not that impressive in scrims, XYZ. And they're talking about all these different things, kind of flaming them almost. And I just feel like there's always a gem or two of these minor regions that get underrated. And Vidigal could be that great hope from Brazil.
Yeah, I think, it's always a long-term journey for all these regions in TFT. And, for Brazil, I think this is very much a flavor reset for them. We can start to have bigger hopes for them in the future. So we look at Lobby, of course, Vidigal we mentioned before, D-Man, Pentium, and Nine, all very similar points to each other. Of course, we do have our good friend Kafuzzle in the bottom right corner, the one who's far and away lowest on the points, but still will get the chance to play against some real big heavy hitters.
And I think for me, the thing I want to bring out in this game, we have 3 of our Korean representatives here yet to break. Why is there
a picture of Mordog? Did you want to cast that bad more? Come on up here.
I mean,
No,
where
actually,
is
it's not
he?
your turn.
Where is he? All right, I see him. We're fighting later. Fight. Don't you wave at me. Don't you wave at me.
All right.
This is not a happy time.
One thing fast roll down to who gets to cast the last game.
Oh, I am going to lose that one.
Oh, boy.
Well, what's been going on with Kerfuzzled? Have anyone been able to catch up with them?
Well, I mean, with Kerfuzzled, of course, he has the competitive history in other games, but in TFT, getting to the world stage, bringing back the UK's representation after a very long time of having zero representation in the competition at all. He was, of course, amazing in the Western Last Chance qualifier, but this particular tournament maybe has just been a step too far for him.
Yeah, we talk all the time about in TFT, it's all about like making the most of your chances and like being able to, get on this elite stage and perform with the highest level. And sometimes some players just don't have it in them because someone has to finish 32nd and 31st. And I feel like you just look at Kerfuzzle, he's a little deflated, but he can also still kind of continue to fight for pride. And remember, it's just his first appearance at the World Championship, and that is usually the motivator for a lot of other players.
And this as well is, in Kerfuzzle's own words, he agrees with you. He was saying, I can't believe I made it to the last chance qualifier. And then he made it here, and he's like, I can't believe I made it here. So, very aware that he is early on in his career as a pro player and, should be and is happy with how far he's come.
Well, let's get our first hero. We're seeing 2s across the board for our players. We know these can be very powerful. We see Rising in Spellforce on the side for 9, who decides to take it. Looking around to see Unrelenting Force for VLCF in the bottom left-hand corner. But Matt's looking at the center left.
Yeah, baby, we got another Jinx reroll.
Oh, yeah.
One of my favorite compositions. I know, you guys are thinking Anima Squad, not too fun, but Jinx helps out. She does so much damage early, gets your stacks rolling, and gives you plenty of CC.
Yeah, so in a 2-2-2 environment, we talked about at the beginning of the day was you want a lot of people to pick the same tier of units you want to roll. If you're picking a Jinx reroll, you want to make sure other 2 costs, and there's a handful of them. We have 2 Unrelenting Forces and a Channel of Ferromancy. However, the other half of the lobby wants to play standard tempo unless the Camille Hextech Retribution player wants to reroll Camille, which is unlikely from that spot. So I'm curious to see, how these rerolls will feed into each other, how the tempo of the lobby is going to shape, and also for the players who both took Unrelenting Force, is one going to balk and say, I'm just going to use this for tempo instead, and just play with 2-star Vi while letting the other player hit?
Well, we have got some interesting developments in this lobby. Bintiem, of course, Matt, with your favorite composition, managing to find a Spirit Shojin early on to actually hand out a loss to Setsuko, who, of course, has been notorious for coming in and dominating lobbies from the very beginning.
Across the board, we are seeing multiple Hextech Retributions as well. This is less of a concern than something like double Unrelenting Force because you have so much flexibility, especially with the presence of Renegade's Jhin in the meta.
Yeah, and Vidigal has been using Riftwalkers pretty successfully throughout the tournament. It's one of the compositions he's played the most, so I expect him to go into it. The exception would be if you want to play, say, the Camille reroll that we mentioned, but with things like Runen Slammed and 2 bows, Camille doesn't want bows. She wants a bunch of swords, right? She wants the admin that gives attack damage. She wants to have things like the Infinity Edge and the Bloodthirster. So bows usually don't mean you end up playing Camille. There's a couple of variations you could potentially play. There's a belief that maybe Hextech Retribution might actually not even be that bad if you want to play for like Warwick and LeBlanc, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I'm pretty sure he's going to try to find his way into that Riftwalker Jhin line.
Yeah, it's pretty solid setup for Vidigal. We'll keep the early success going. I think the healing coming in over time, very, very powerful in the early going, especially when these fights are running longer.
Yeah, I really like the use of some of these units. I think a lot of people think Nasus has to go in like mascots or Anima Squad, but Nasus is just a really good item holder early game for AD in particular, so his bonk is able to do a lot of damage, and people just really underestimate that. And if his admin, for example, was also say like on kill heal, all of a sudden this Nasus might be a 1v4 machine in the early game. So I really like the way he's crafted his board so far.
I think a lot of players underrate that 1 cost, especially players below this caliber. Those 1 costs as item carriers can be incredibly strong up until that stage 3. So I like seeing this flexibility like you're mentioning from Vidigal.
Yeah, it's a Vi 2 with Unrelenting Force. No items, but that's going to be a hard unit to kill, especially if he's getting Lee Sin shielded as well. We'll see. Does he get another cast? Does not. And as a result, no units die here. Maybe the Blitzcrank?
I mean, that heal from before is working real magic to make sure any of these slow rounds do become very harsh losses. Vidigal sitting up the top with Bentham, the only undefeated players so far, as we can see from our inventories. As we get the lesser champion duplicators coming in, our players have been slamming the items for the most part.
So duplicators are particularly interesting dynamic in 2-cost rerolls because you can choose to use it early to stabilize, or you can use it to greed to go for that big like spike roll down. And you might see with a hero augment, and some people have good spots, and a duplicator, some people get insane 3 stars at like 3-2 roll down. There's actually been some, it's not that uncommon. It might look like a crazy high roll, but because of things like this, someone even has an orange, a regular duplicator to exacerbate that, if I saw that correctly.
We do know that we have got some contested lobbies. Of course, we mentioned the 2 unrelenting Vi's in place as well. So it actually, absolutely getting the extra unit in could make all the difference. We check in with 9, who is going to be bringing out, of course, everyone's favorite laser core board. We couldn't do without them.
He's actually holding 7 ashes, so he's ahead of the curve. He's not like rerolling ash because he would be at level 4, but I'm curious how committed he is. If he finds another ash, do you just rip the duplicate for ash 3?
Well, I've seen this happen before a lot. Obviously, the general consensus is you need to have laser focus in order to run it, but in terms of a tempo pickup, ash 3 is incredibly strong because she functions very similarly to Warwick, getting out a lot of heavy attack speed with those laser drones behind her. So I think, honestly, if he wants to make it all the way to the late game and count on the 5 laser core cap, that's a great idea.
The awkward thing is, if you make ash 3, makes you feel like you want to put items on Ashe, but then but then you find out you're in stage 5. You're like, I have items on Ashe. Do I sell this Ashe? Do I move? I have to hope that I get a magnetic
Pray for
remover?
Mordekaiser.
Well, to be fair, in Nine's case, the items are on Yasuo right now, so does have a little bit of flexibility to just...
The worst of both worlds.
Oh, yeah. Oh, come on. Give Yasuo a little bit of a break. He does his best.
When that situation comes, I'm pretty sure Nine's going to go for Ashe 3 here. Do you itemize it? In a lot of cases, it's like, well, if I can find a Thieves' Gloves, maybe he can... The best scenario would be a glove comes off, puts that Thieves' Gloves on Yasuo. Because he already has an Edge of Night, that Thieves' Gloves will pop off, and he can put that on the Ashe and maybe just have the random items be the power boost.
Yeah, I mean, well, Ashe is oftentimes the last unit standing in the lobby, so... or in a particular round, so it's certainly pretty solid. Checking with Dr. O from Korea. Again, remember, we have 3 Korean players in the lobby, and that bench is looking fascinating.
Draven reroll?
Gonna do it. You're gonna do it.
So that's really interesting because we just haven't really seen much of Draven, and we don't really see much of Hacker these days. He sold all those units to make gold. I wasn't convinced. Right. He had a Shiv already slammed. It would be cool. I would love to see a little more variety in terms of the 2 costs, but I just would not advise that spot to go to Draven reroll.
Pintium and Setsuko keep the win streak, says we will have the upgrade dropping in there.
Okay. He's going to get another Ashe from the Ore. It's going to be a triple 1 cost, and everyone's going to ping him.
I believe in it. I'm waiting for it.
Well, gentlemen, while we wait for the Ashe 3 to arrive, I do notice that with the exception of Kerfuzzled and D-Man to a lesser extent, there is not a lot of gold in the inventories right now across most of the board.
Yeah, a lot of people are poor, and that's because the duplicator, like a lot of people in this spot might end up... Oh, maybe a little bit of pause here. But like lower eco scenarios are just really more common in this set in particular because you get anvils or you get eggs instead of the actual thing. But in this case, we had duplicators and we had people like fighting for inconsistent streak. Only one person was able to win streak fully on Bintum, and then Demon was like lose streak, and those players are the rich players, obviously.
Well, Dan, I have a maybe weird question for you. Of course, Nine is in the middle of the leaderboard looking at that Ashe 3. If he sees a glove on Carousel, is it even worth going for it? Is that a Thieves' Glove Ashe 3 enough tempo to justify losing that item economy?
I think it kind of depends on the rest of his items. The thing about Thieves' Gloves and Emblems is that, yes, they're really good if you're able to get the ideal scenario, but if you have like a mid-case scenario, you actively lose the ability to go for a lot of best-in-slot items. So let's say you get that Thieves' Gloves, but then that's like the only glove you ever get, and for whatever reason you need like a Last Whisper or something else. That means that you just have less access to gloves. So you have to be really careful about things like Thieves' Gloves and things like taking spatulas off of Carousel. Just be very mindful that you're going to be dipping directly into your item economy.
Yeah, and of course, we've mentioned before in previous games, how much of a difference it can be to have, say, the dual gun on your Mordekaiser, maybe, Quicksilver on your Warbeck if he's going to be diving into the midst of all of that CC. So, I mean, making the early versus late game choices, I mean, this is what defines a game for these players.
Yeah, and so another thing that's also interesting is because he sacrificed not making golden hold in the unit, you mentioned that it felt like he was a lot poorer than usual. Because I actually scanned the rest of the lobby and thought, it's not like we're like super low eco. I do think that a lot of it has to do with how much he's holding onto his bench, so we'll see. And the itemization is interesting, to say the least. I'm curious to see what Nine chooses to make from here, because I could see a couple of things being made, whether he wants to make Ionic Spark to make the laser core hit that much harder. Does he want to just go for straight up attack damage items? He's actually rolling right now to see if he can hit Ashe 3 naturally without using the duplicator.
Oh boy. This seems like such a risk. I mean, you've got the guaranteed right now, and of course later on we're looking towards a much higher cost unit, so you're not as worrying as much about getting anything else out of your duplicator.
I get it, though. I get it. He might actually even go for a Bloodthirster here because that's a really good Warwick item. I think that because he's holding a Lee Sin pair, a Renekton pair, a Blitzcrank pair, and an Ashe pair, it's like there's no way I miss if I roll a little bit. Unfortunately, he did miss.
All right, we'll see what Kerfuzzled is up to. We've mentioned before, the Hexate Retribution, a major force in this lobby. A really fascinating board from the Brit, who are making use of both the Lulu and the Vayne on the backline.
Not going to be enough, though, as we see that Spirit of the Exile doing a lot here for Nine's board. But I'm sitting here, and we're going to wait for the Augment, which perhaps Nine is as well. But what else are you going to use that duplicator on, man? Stop rolling. Just slam it on the Ashe. Let's see it.
We'll see. Oh, Thrill the Hunt's very good for Laser Core instant pick. Levels to 6. If you wanted to go for the Ashe odds or Renekton, you roll at 5 before going to 6, but maybe he doesn't want to roll at all.
Just having a quick check and seeing if we can spot any hearts or anything spicy coming through. I think towards the top left,
there's the Ashe 3.
does manage to pick up something a little bit more interesting, as yes, the Ash Free comes in, perhaps a little too late to make a major impact.
Oh, Setsuko's going for a Defender Heart. It's not often something you end up picking, but it could be a nod to how much AD is in the lobby. People forget that 6 Defender, if you go 4 6 Defender, it can be a pretty solid mid-game if there's a lot of AD in the lobby, or alternatively, an opportunity for him to drop a unit and squeeze in that 4 Star Guardian quick draw, which is often what you have to wrestle with at level 6 unless you have that +1. So a nice catch there by Setsuko.
Already 2 Rel 2s as well with that Rel, or rather with someone still in the orb. Is it Rel with Defender Heart as well?
It should be Rel, and he does have a duplicate, so he's actually 1 Rel off. It's probably why he ended up rolling, because Setsuko is lower gold. Setsuko is not a person that tries to roll before level 8, but when he's playing a reroll composition, he understands what he needs to do. He does end up losing his streak, which is unfortunate, but that's okay, because Setsuko's very close to hitting that Rel 3, which we've seen one more time. Where's Bebe? Kaisa and Rel, my top 4.
Yeah, we were waiting for that to come online and really show us exactly what we're in the store for. As we check in with D-Man, who has been putting through the underground for quite some time and is keeping going with it. We haven't got fully itemized as of yet, but that vie with the Titans is going to be a tough nut to crack.
It's actually interesting to see a Titans with Unrelenting Force because, like, yeah, it's the obvious synergy because Unrelenting Force is basically an additional Titans, but ever since the later stages of the set, people have been preferring much more heavily defensive itemization on her.
Yeah, you would think so, but it actually works the opposite way a lot in this scenario, like you were saying, Matt, because having a Titans means the second Titans is less efficient, right? You'd rather just go for other stats like straight up health, like people play Warmogs or Redemption to heal you, and then you get resistances. So that way you kind of outfit the rest of Titans to be really defensive. Some people even put Bloodthirster, right, to give her that shield off that HP scaling. So Titans is a little bit inefficient, but hey, those are the items you have. Sometimes you just gotta slam and keep your tempo up, because with Underground, preserving that HP is key. So probably not ideal, but maybe that player even knows it as well.
I mean, tempo, HP, Binsom has got both of those in spades, having been completely undefeated in 3.5 rounds. Maybe Jinx carry.
Duplicator, you gotta be kidding me, man.
And one of them is on a Jinx.
Yeah. All right, well, we're going to see at the very least a Rel 3 coming out at the end of this round.
Yeah, Setsuko has this Rel 3 right now, and then like other player who needs that Jinx, for example, you mentioned. No one's taking the Jhin, by the way, so anybody that wants that Jhin just gets it. Vidigo, who we talked about wanting to go for Riftwalkers, just gets it. Nice.
9 sitting on an empty glove there. We may be seeing that Thieves Gloves you hinted at earlier on, Frodan.
Yeah, we'll see.
Other options, of course, but
it depends. In the meantime, we're checking out VCLF 3 duplicators. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the third lesser duplicator, because that would be a 2-star duplicator.
I feel like the count from Sesame Street at this point is like 1, 2, 3 duplicators.
And along with those duplicators, the itemization you wanted to see from the Unrelenting Vi. Again, remember, this is a contested frontline and lobby, so the items even more important now that 3-starring her is going to be that much trickier.
He does have Deathblade and Last Whisper Slam, and Plain doesn't want to play around Ezreal. This doesn't seem to me like he's going to actually commit to a 3-star vibe, but we'll see, because he's playing right now around Ashe 2, which is not actually that strong. Also, his Vine's getting completely blown up by that big Get Excited burst.
Yeah, tons of damage coming out from that Jinx, as well as the stuns are going to be preventing Vi from using her ultimate very frequently. So this should be a pretty strong wipe here for Bintum's board.
Yeah, the fame has been building up. Of course, for Animo Squad, you're benefiting every single time you kill a unit. Bintum has been killing quite a few units in a completely undefeated streak.
This is how you capitalize on the Anima Squad. Get that ball rolling. And Bintum's on lower gold, but that's okay. He's also chasing for Vayne 3, by the way. That Infinity Edge on Vayne, critting that true damage is no joke.
Well, having all those lesser duplicators, I was asking earlier, what else are you going to save those duplicators for? Turns out if you want both Jinx and Vayne, just pick one.
Yeah, or just natural them all. So that's kind of what's been happening. And as you can see, the lobby HP once again is quite skewed. Demon all the way at the bottom at 38, while Bintum still undefeated. The only, I mean, he hit another Vayne, by the way. The only caveat to this is it doesn't seem like he's collecting nearly as many Jinxes as some of the other 2-cost rerollers.
I've been told by our observers that Demon is very close to cashing out with a decent-sized underground streak from the bottom, so we'll be fighting back up the table, but so far, nobody has been able to take down this board. But Bintum actually building up a pretty substantial cash reserve alongside a ludicrously strong board.
Can we get a fame stack count? Usually around here, you're really happy if you're in like the 40s, but it wouldn't surprise me if Bintum's at like 50s or maybe even hitting 60, which would be outrageously good if he's able to get that. It kind of depends on how many units his opponents are playing. He's at a 100 streak. But so far, so good for Bintum. That's going to be a really good spot. In the meantime, on the opposite end, what's happening with Demon?
Already here at this underground cash out, perfect amount to get it going into Wolves.
40 gold. I mean, he's got to take it, so maybe that helps him hit, but he's contested. Remember, a lot of his units are pulled out.
And maybe just looking to abandon ship on that idea and move forward, but he's actually picking up more undergrounds as well. Apparently, Demon's going to ride the reroll train.
Yeah, and he does have 2 duplicators, so he's very close to Vi 3.
Just sitting with his 90 gold, not going to continue the roll down.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised why he's not rolling more. He probably just want to see the orb drops first because you need to keep 3 bench spaces free so you can have exactly the 3 2 costs.
All right, D-Man, you've got to make the most of this. You are behind the rest of the lobby. The roll down is starting. The bench is pretty full up. We are finding some units. Of course, supers as well will be important to complete the board.
Oh, he's already stuck in one hard decision. Gotta start selling some of these units. Sold a Gangplank too. He's not going for GP3. That's tough.
Oh boy.
Just keep rolling down though. We'll find the second.
It's too slow.
He's so far behind.
Where's the Korean APM?
Pulse, where are you?
We have 45 gold. That's why you gotta roll during the PB round a little bit more aggressively. I understand he wanted to make methodical, fast decisions, but that wasn't nearly as fast enough.
No, Underground is at least out of the mix now, so D-Man will start to put together the board that has been feared by so many. Bintum, of course, still undefeated, but this time, maybe it comes to a close. Down goes the Jinx, and D-Man from the Underground strikes down Bintum.
And that's big, stopping that gold flowing freely from Bintum. Bintum does have Vein 3 technically, but he's keeping his options open. Let's see what happens at 4-2.
It's just going to be gold augments coming out and plenty of options for all of our players. Bintum just immediately slammed that Jeweled Lotus. Great for that Anima Squad comp.
Jeweled Lotus is so good. Anima Squad gives you so much base attack damage and ability power. You get that ability to crit.
Well, and TG on Vayne as well, so you've got an incredible amount of crit chance.
That's a great call out.
All right, let's have a quick look through, see if any other ones leap out at us. So of course, Suko up in the top left-hand corner, picking up a little bit more beef for the comp. But let's spend a little bit more quality time with Bintum, who is, of course, still not at full power.
Yeah, so the question would be for Bintum, if does he want to roll? He's trying to eco back up because he recognizes that he's still in a really good spot. Now that the streak is over, don't spend your gold to try and get your win streak again when you just lost that momentum. So he's going to trade a little bit of HP, get that gold piling up, and hit that spike while having gold to level. Don't always think about your plan after you hit. If you hit and you have 0 gold, then you're going to be so far away from leveling. You want to make sure that you can be able to do both.
We've come across an interesting situation here between Vidigal and Nine. We've discovered they're both running the laser core, or at least some portion of it. We see Warwick on one side, Ash on the other. But it looks like Vidigal's going to have the best of this particular encounter.
Oh, so Vidigal's pivoting, actually. He had a Jhin pair. He was ready to go, and now he went into Warwick 2 with scope weapons. Not something I was particularly anticipating, but I think that spot is pretty good. And I think a lot of people really underestimate just going into standard Brawler Warwick with admins. Let's see what he gets as VCLF is going to cash out with a tome. Is this going to be exactly what he looks for? But if he pops a tome right now, there's so many undergrounds in the pool, he might not get the emblem he's looking for.
He has so many options regardless. Like, no matter where this goes, he's still got 3 duplicators, 2 lesser and 1 regular. Plus, he's got that Aesol to itemize, so he has so many angles available to him.
But what does he even really want? I feel like it's like an Aegis emblem. I'm not entirely sure what he's looking for. Maybe Sure Shot +1 could be useful too. As we take a look at D-Man, he is online and cooking. That is 3-star Vi, that is 3-star Ezreal.
Yeah, they should be pretty damn strong. Vi isn't fully itemized as of yet, so she will be getting chunked down. As Matt pointed out from before, the Titan's not best at delaying the big burst coming in, so she will drop. There's no healing, apart from the Celestial Blessing for the Ezreal to stay alive. He's going to be taking all the pressure. As soon as he gets stunned, he will fall, and D-Man takes a big loss, pushing him down towards 8th.
I was kind of surprised that Demon didn't choose Second Wind. Second Wind's really good in the composition that like benefits from Unrelenting Force being a lot of HP. We talked about how HP really works with a lot of the resistances you build up. So I think Demon with Celestial Blessing kind of recognizing that he didn't have healing on his Ezreal.
Oh, that's a gamble.
He picked the ultimate Ezreal, though, and he has a Dragon's Claw for the Vi, so maybe that's a way for him to climb back in this game.
Yeah, we've seen how powerful this ultimate Ezreal can be. That parallel Ezreal carry is going to do a ton of damage, but crucially on the second cast. That first cast does not get duplicated for the regular old 2-cost Ezreal, so that first ultimate isn't going to wipe out any units.
Which goes kind of into the second win camp. It stalls you long enough so you can get that second cast pretty consistently, at least when it matters. Another thing to factor in is maybe he gets the second cast, but is the fight already determined by then?
Well, for Bintum, if we check back in with him, we can see that very, very close. Could, in fact, get the Jinx 3 right now, but it's jealously hoarding those duplicators because there's going to be a lot more 3-stars before we're done.
He's also chasing Fiora 3, by the way.
Oh, no!
Oh,
there we go.
Okay, here we go.
Woo, that's why. That was close.
And now we can hold for the Riven 3. Bintum's in a spot where not only is he going to capitalize on one of the more unusual rerolls, but he might even win this game.
Archangels is there. Matt, tell us in not so many words, why do you love this comp so damn much?
Exactly what you're seeing on the screen. Your enemy's board is completely negated every time Jinx casts unless they have a Quicksilver. That stun does so much in an AoE and a ton of damage. So even if your Jinx isn't 3-star or isn't doing all of your damage, you have plenty of time for that Vayne to start firing away alongside the Misfortune to wipe enemy boards.
Even though we're talking a lot about Bintum and watching a lot of his gameplay, oh my god, another Riven. He could go for Infinity if he wanted to right now. There are 2 players streaking, though. Kerfuzzle and Setsuko. Setsuko with that Rel 3, super stable. And I imagine we're not showing too much Setsuko because he pretty much is locked in terms of the tournament, but a lot of other players are trying to fight for that spot. And then Kerfuzzle, I wonder what's going on. It's funny that the top and the bottom seed in this lobby are also crushing at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Kerfuzzle came into this one again as the lowest points player. Pretty much is done here in the competition in terms of the chance of them making the top 8. But still, for such a new player, such a huge upgrades coming in. We'll see how it does. D-Man does against VLCF, though, because there's only one more life left in the tank, and D-Man has no gold remaining.
If D-Man can survive, he can get that parallel in next PvP round. So this is make or break for him as that Ezreal starts doing damage. The D-Claw on this Vi, putting in so much work, keeping her alive, even without all the healing we normally have from Gunblade. One more assassination from the Ezreal, but doesn't hit the Samira. Needs another ultimate, but it's not there. D-Man takes an 8th.
He had the ability to play
giggling
for that ultimate Ezreal, but it just didn't really work out for Demon. I think it was a combination of like not really hitting like in the moment he needed, but also his itemization ran into issues. I think his augment selection was also a little bit questionable in certain spots. So definitely an untimely 8th here for Demon.
I mean, we can look at now the economy as we get ready for stage number 5. Setsuko, of course, doing magnificently up the top with 53 gold and a 6-win streak. 9 has got a streak of his own, but Video fighting out from now 7th place has a ton of money in the bank to better his spot.
This is, of course, one of our top points leaders here for Brazil, keeping them in the top 8. So Vidigal, a success here would mean highly likely making it to day 3 and Brazil having a representative back in the final day of the World Championship for the first time in several sets.
Yeah, but right now it's not going so good. I thought he was playing the 4 Brawler, 4 Admin version, but he's not. He's actually just playing 2 Brawler, 2 Admin, which is not actually making Warwick particularly strong. Plus, he doesn't have things like Big Data to support Warwick augments and make it really good, and his admin is healing based, so it could be one of those things where Vidigal may have stayed on Warwick a little bit too long. Does he go up against Bintum? That's Kerfuzzle on the other side.
Yeah, not a good time to be going up against the board that has just spiked even further. At least the duplicators have been cashed out now, so Bintum won't be having any more shenanigans. But now we've got the Misfortune in the mix as well. 2 massive AP carries, and Kerfuzzle could do nothing but get swept away in a tide of AP.
Vayne's critting for 493 true damage with a Warbox and a ZZ Rod. Like, what? That dual Lotus on the Anima squad is insane.
I mean, that's what you can do when you're 3-star. You just don't care, do you? You've got all that Anima Squad 7 goodness coming into your veins. Everyone can be a carry.
Vidigal won, by the way. Again, he's fighting for points to stay in that top 8 contention. He hit Acel 2, 9 out in 7th. If Dr. O goes out in 6th, Vidigal has an opportunity once more to make a comeback for Brazil and fight for that top finish.
Look at what's going on Dr. O's board, though. We've got the Pandora's bench. We're ticking through here, looking for a Jin 3, perhaps.
He needs many rounds, though. This looks really far away from getting it done for a 3-star unit. A side swap. He's almost playing binary airdrop, except he doesn't have the prismatic. Is this good enough to survive against the onslaught of the Anima Squad?
Bintum coming out once more with that Jinx. The AoE stuns just completely locking up Dr. O's board. The backline still safe for the time being. Misfortune's ultimate gets blocked. Jin fires away once more, but for the last time as Bintum takes out his fellow Korean representative.
We started with 3 Korean players, now down to 1. Said be the Dark Days. Vidigal down to a single unit. One more strike!
Oh!
Vidigal stays alive for Brazil.
There you go. Setsuko proving himself ally of Brazil. Because it looked like he was, if that Acel didn't get it done, that was going to be the game here for Vidigal.
I do have to wonder at some point if this was intended to be a Belveth board coming in for Vidigal, but we can even see in the shop, not even going to be bought at this point. We've just gone too far.
Well, he can buy at the end of the fight. Right now, he's probably just more worried if he can do better than 5th. At this point, I think Vidigal might be feeling like, okay, 5th was the best I was going to do anyways from this spot. Maybe this is where I end up parking it.
No gold.
Oh, yeah, 5th might be the best we do this game. We're going up against Bintum one more time, and he gets shrouded on the Aurelian Soul, which may actually not be that big of a deal because he has the Archangels.
At least that's a late round guarantee, but Bintum just keeps on getting stronger. Does lose the magic resist shred, and finally the Warwick's actually managed to punch through. Does have to deal with the Prankster, the nice stun, and it means Vidigal will stay alive.
You know, I really underestimate the Hextech Retribution damage amplification. I keep thinking, man, this is a one-item Acel, but when so many units die and Acel gets those Archangels ramping with that bonus damage, it's actually a lot. Maybe Vidigal can find something else, like Giant Slayer, perhaps? Maybe just straight up AP? Like, at this point, we gotta think about how we can make this Acel hit that much harder, because that is the star of the show.
I mean, it's certainly tough to punch up there with VCLF on a win streak in currently 4th place. Kafuzzle, Setsuko, and Bintum, all the good amount of HP in the bank. It's only going to take one bad loss to send Vidigal out and make our top 4 secure.
It's worth noting as well, Bintum has been a force of nature with this composition for so long, but it's going to start slowing down. The biggest weakness Jinx Reroll has is once she gets stunned, there's not a whole lot left for your board. You're relying on her AoE damage, you're relying on her AoE CC, and now boards are getting to the point where they can contest her.
Setsuko also hitting a bunch of 2-star units, by the way. Does he have Kaisa 3? It looks like it's just another Kaisa 2. I wonder if he's remaking that as we take a look.
Okay. We're getting pretty close here.
Is good for Nico. A lot of people, again, I've been saying this a lot, people over tunnel on Misfortune as a quick draw carry alongside Kaisa. Nico is the priority right now in that composition.
No, we haven't been seeing the Ox Slingers taking away any of those to make that a less appealing prospect. VCLF again fighting, will be trying to take down Vidigal. We've got the big scaling, a double Archangels on the Aurelian Soul. Drops down the heavens and puts down VCLF. Vidigal now on a 4-round win streak.
Look out above. I'm pretty sure Vidigal may have turned the corner and is one of the candidates looking to not just go top 4, but potentially jump into the top 3. Stronger than VCLS, stronger than Kerfuzzle. The only thing is HP count, so whether or not he takes a really bad loss or narrowly loses twice as some of the top 2 boards is going to be a difference maker between getting that top 3. And at 45 points, that is so close. 60 points is what we're talking about to get that threshold. If he can get that 6, maybe even 7 points, that'd be huge for his chances for day 3.
At least we'll be able to dodge Bintum for this round, but we're going up against the Riftwalker board. This is going to be a tough fight.
Now take a look at that Jin. That's going to be the decider here for that Renegade board as the Aurelian Soul gets free backline access to match. Acel looking for that second cast. Jin still uncontested, but firing away at the Acel as well. The healing from Thrill is absolutely massive for Vidigal. Whoa. And the Aurelian Soul still alive. Ticks up to 160 AP, but it's not enough.
Hextech Retribution versus Hextech Retribution. It came down to whose carry could get the fire off first. And I think it came down to that Pyke timing. The Pyke stunned the Aurelion Sol, kind of stalled the fight a little bit longer. And as a result, Vidigo's Aesol was just that half beat too late in order to get that second cast.
And we're left in a situation where VCLF and Vidigal are both on definitively a single life. Well, Bintum still reigns up at the top and Setsuko is barely behind.
I mean, we talked about that narrow loss, right? Like, if he takes a couple of narrow losses, it's really an HP. Vidigo's board is not 5th place worthy, in my opinion. I think it's definitely strong enough to at least get top 4 minimum, but he might not have the HP to do that.
Now, VCLF's board, we haven't seen a whole lot of him in a while, but running this Infinity board with that itemized Ezreal, now leveling to 9.
Oh, Ezreal 2 would be a massive swing here. Aesol 2 as well, so we're going to have 3, maybe 4 carries if you hit this Ezreal 2 and it summons another 2-star legendary.
One last item coming in could be another further boost for the Ezreal. Has been very strong. We've got such a good suite of backline carries here. The front line is pretty solid as well.
Double Giant Slayer, probably going to itemize the Ezreal at this point. Going up against Setsuko as that Rel 3, but he can't protect his backline if Ezreal wipes it.
Ezreal looking for that first cast alongside the Aurelion Sol. On the right side of your screen, Kai'Sa uncontested. Neither of the AoEs take her down or even do any damage to her. On the left side of your screen, Vidigal in trouble here. One more ultimate needs to come out as VCLF's board will survive against Setsuko, but Vidigal will fall.
Kerfuzzled with the Renegades, wreaking his vengeance and making sure he stays in the top 4. Currently on a win streak again, outside of bounds for making it through to day 3. To get on stream and potentially take it first will be a huge redemption for him.
We're going for Nico 3, by the way. We have 7 Nikos, 8 Neelas, 8 Kaisas.
If it's a pink unit, Setsuko is buying it.
And we got a duplicator. There we go. It's time to get neeked.
Wait, this is really clever. I even miscounted and I had 10 seconds to look at it because he was rearranging his bench to make his opponents obscured on whether or not to see how many units. Oh no, but in the midst of that, he got his frontline Zephyred.
That's horrible for his start, but Nico uncontested still, finally will get stunned up. That Rel still above half health, surviving so well with the Gunblade, with the redemption. Woo! Nico 3 explodes Kerfuzzled's board.
Oh my god, all of a sudden, I thought Bintum was gonna run away with this game. How on earth are we going to deal with Nico 3?
Well, apparently we do need to recalibrate our Star Guardian senses. Frodan proven correct here again. This board has been absolutely shockingly strong.
Yeah, you know, forget Kai'Sa reroll, it's Nico reroll. Setsuko looks like he is not satisfied with being virtually guaranteed in. He wants more. He says, I want to end day 2 in first place and commandingly go back-to-back in the standings in the first 2 days of the Monsters Attack Championship.
He can even get stronger as well. Kai'Sa is almost up to 3-star.
Stop getting Zephyred.
We've got Neela up to almost up to 3-star as well. Bintum is looking down the face of a board that is very hard to handle.
Oh god.
That Gunblade doing so much, Frodan, putting out the work, keeping that Rel alive, holding the line as best she can. One more ultimate needs to come out from the Nico. But the stun!
You know, Nico, people talk about how her frog ends up trolling a lot of times, but it ends up hitting the prankster and Jinx ejecting and the frog following for the follow-up damage. Really, really fun interaction.
Anima Squad crest available if Bintum wants it. We'll pick that up.
I think that's a slight mistake here from Setsuko, because I think if you denied that, he probably thought that Bintum wanted to go for something else, but Setsuko's in a spot where he doesn't need an extra item. He needs to actually deny what his opponent wants to do.
And of course, Kerfuzzle being taken out there. The lobby has had the gas stepped on exceptionally strongly, but still making top 3. It's going to be some form of satisfaction because both of our remaining players are absolutely transcendent.
So Setsuko needs to dodge that Zephyr again. We talked about how he's been rolling so much and re-itemizing that he actually hasn't protected his Rel from that Zephyr. I wonder where he's going to move it. A quick 50-50 swap. Let's see if that's good enough. Where's the Zephyr end up going?
Directly onto the Rel.
It got the Rel!
Finding the Rel once more as that Nico will fire away. Soon the Ribbon is going to be threatening her here in this backline. Ribbon doing so much damage with every swipe of her sword. Now Rel back to being that frontliner this Nico needs. And Nico just firing away. Takes out the entire back line. A single frog eliminates Bintum's board. The Vayne doing her best, and the Riven as well will survive for a little bit longer, but Bintum takes one more loss.
Bintum still getting stronger, right? Every single fight, stacking that Anima squad, but I'm out of ideas on how to make Bintum stronger outside of just straight up going to 9. If we roll and hit Alistar 2, is that really something we're writing home about?
Well, I feel like the big thing for Bintum was trying to get the positioning right in that previous round. You know, had the Jinx up towards the front line, still got Zephyr anyway. There's so much damage locked up in the Jinx, and we don't have a 3-item MF as of yet.
So is it the opposite then? Not trying to go for the Rel, but instead try to Zephyr Nico?
It's got to be worth a try.
Oh, he's dodging it though. Setsuko's moving bold. Look at that APM.
Setsuko, mechanical god.
He dodged it!
Dodges that. Zephyr, Nico uncontested, and now Rel for the first time let loose at the start of the fight. That Fiddlesticks pumping out so much CC. Jinx in the backline targeting the wrong carry, but she will find one more stun into the front line, into the Rel, but Jinx gets eliminated. Nico needs one more ultimate, and Bintum takes one more loss.
How do you factor that into your plans though? Say, oh, it's fine, this board can cap out high enough. I don't need to worry about anything ridiculous like a Nico 3.
Setsuko says, Bintum, you're good, but I'm better. I know exactly what you're thinking about because the mix-up between Zephyring frontline and backline is the entire mind game with this item. Recognize that Bintum is a sharp enough observer to recognize that maybe Nico is dealing a little bit too much damage and you can focus fire the Rel down, eliminate that frontline early, and then try to go for that. So that mix-up was seen beforehand. What a read by Setsuko.
Bintum eyeing level 9 though. He's got 52 gold, gonna gain 6 more at the very least from this PvE round, so could potentially be pushing for that 7 Anima squad to bump up his numbers even a little bit more.
Gonna have one more item come in, maybe to throw onto the Misfortune. It will be a little bit of extra safety with the Bloodthirster. Setsuko has already pretty much hit everything he could want for, so why not throw in a 3-star as you hit yet another 3-star?
And Bintum level to 9 to play Silas. Is that 7 Anima squad? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so maybe that jump is going to be enough. He had the option of making legendaries instead. He had an Urgot and a Fiddlesticks, and I wonder if that's going to be the key. He's now selling some of these units. He has a free Zephyr and a free Shout. Can he anticipate where Setsuko's going to go? A swap to the other side.
Will it land? It will not. So we've still got all the carries alive from both sides of the board. Nico will be shrouded, which will buy a few more precious seconds for the Anima squad to build up. The Misfortune has the Archangels in the corner. The longer she stays alive, the more damage she can do. The frogs are raining in from every corner of the globe. You cannot stand in the way of the biggest, hairiest frog of all. Setsuko takes the win.
What else do you want?
Incredible play there from Setsuko, of course, saving time, saying it's not enough to just get the Rel 3. It's not enough to get Kai'Sa 3. You know what? Screw Kai'Sa. We don't care about her anymore. We're going for Nico, and then we're going to go for Neela. Just incredibly finding those ways to cap the board further and further as the game goes on.
Hold on, first of all, don't speak back about Kai'Sa. She contributed. She held the early mid-game for a while, but...
until Nico was ready.
Setsuko heard,
keeping the throne warm.
What we were talking about, which is Nico is the second carry in that composition alongside Rel. Don't have to focus too much on Kai'Sa. He took it to the next level, though, going for that Nico 3, while almost felt like no one else was paying attention to that and snuck it in. And leaves it to Setsuko once again to find a way out, and this man is commandly coming for that World Championship spot.
This definitely felt, as you said, like a statement game for NA, as much as this championship itself may be a statement that we'll probably be hearing about for years and years to come. The map, that's the end of game number 4. So we've only got 2 more games left to go before we decide our top 8.
We'll be back in just a couple of minutes to break down that incredible game from Setsuko.
And the rest of everybody else.
Yeah, that too.
That's right. There were 7 other players in that lobby, but let's not talk about that.
Maybe it comes to a close. Down goes the Jinx. And D-Man from the underground. Round Bintum.
Work keeping her alive, even without all the healing we normally have from Gunblade. One more assassination from the Ezreal. But doesn't hit the Samira. Needs another ultimate. But it's not there. Demon takes an 8.
Vidigal down to a single unit. One more strike. Vidigal stays alive. There we go.
Oh, here we go. That's why.
That was close. Stays alive. The more damage you can do. The frogs are raining in from every corner of the globe. You cannot stand in the way of the biggest, hairiest frog of all. Setsuko takes the win.
What else do you want? Incredible play.
we just had another NA win composition. And let's start with this winning composition mix, because we've been several Nikos against in this competition, but I think the key in here was that hold the line rel, that we had a really good front line, because Nico, that in fact was 3 stars and it was a huge update to the composition. But also, Nico's really good by weakening the whole board, but we need more carries in order to get all the pieces out.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold the line being an augment that somebody on this desk here just keeps doubting, despite it bringing those top 4 finishes for some. I don't want to look at anyone in particular, but you know, baby, something like that.
Wait, first it was Star Guardians, then Misfortune. Now, oh, are you right, baby?
Baby, you want to say something?
To be honest, that is just player difference, right? It's very simple. It's not a composition difference. We got a challenger tier, rank 1 player playing Hold the Line, and we got like a mage, like a player playing the other one.
I think the big difference is Baby's still right that like normally that comp is a 3rd or 4th place comp, and I'm really happy Setsuko's playing that, knowing his position, knowing he's just trying to get into the next day. But obviously the Nico 3, right? The Nico 3 just escalates that to another level, and we saw he was even willing to sell when he had the Kaisas. He had 8 of them, but he still sold it to move the Gunblade over to the Nico to give that extra healing, and that I think put him in a spot where he almost couldn't lose.
Yep. I feel like I want to add to that, like when Setsuko won this game, we can just see the skill difference. Setsuko, when other players can only think of 2 and 3 cost restarts, Setsuko is the only one thinking of 4 cost restart, right?
Yep, again.
I do want to shout out Bintum though, because from very early on, finding that get excited, again, not something we see an awful lot, but with the hero augments that came up, it's just one of these openings where you're like, yeah, I guess that could work. And he had the entire lobby in that pressure from the very early on, streaked for a long, long time on that 100 HP, and on the back of that was able to secure that 2nd place, even though it wasn't enough to maybe beat out an Eco 3, because honestly, but it was so good to see.
Yeah, that's been the crazy thing about this tournament is the meta has been so good. There are so many different comps to play, and even Anima Squad, which is something that I think has been...
we thought the same thing. We thought like, oh yeah, Pat Mortal, you did amazing.
Yes, very good. I wonder
who made that.
No, but I mean, seriously, like seeing the fact that people can play a lot of different lines, I think that's what's been making this so fun to watch, is you never know quite what to expect, right? Like, is it going to be the Riftwalker Jhin? No, this game it was Kaisa, Nico into, the Anima Squad, and like that's awesome to see, and there's so many different ways to succeed, and I think that's allowing our players that are the highest skilled to show just how much that wide knowledge can really take them to the top.
Yeah. I was actually with someone called Dortmog that said Anima Squad. Lame. Yeah, I wonder who that guy was, right?
Again, but okay, I get that because Anima Squad, it's a simple synergy. We haven't seen that often, but when you get that composition into all 3 stars, it might be good. We are seeing the overall standings, of course, and Mordog, I have to ask, we are in game 4. We're gonna have game 5 and 6. So a lot of players, like for example the top players in the table, I'm gonna maybe chill and relax a little bit. So they're not going for top 1, top 2. They're gonna chill a little more. And maybe the bottom players are like, man, I cannot do it. My points are not enough. So the players that are in between have a fair chance to step up the game and get it into the spot of 3rd day.
Yeah, for sure. You look at the standings here, and I think everyone from 7th down still has that shot to make it. And so they're going to be playing really interestingly. We talk about, the whole time we've been talking about high pressure, low pressure. These are going to be the players that are going to take high risks, and they're going to push really hard to try to get that secure, 1st place to escalate them into that top 8. Whereas like Setsuko, Replay, Flancy, etc., they can almost just coast, right? And they can take it easy here. And then the other thing we have to talk about is all the people on the last page, they kind of have this like bittersweet moment here where it's like, man, I made it to Worlds, but there's 2 games left. I'm probably not going to make it to day 3. You still can fight for those spots for the money, but there's still something, a little disappointment, but also like pride, and that's tough.
But honestly, they made it to the championship, right? Everybody is here, even the players that are maybe at the very last of the standings, they have gotten 1st places throughout the tournament. They have shown that they compete with the best of the best, and they are the best of the best. So big shout outs to the players that maybe can't make it now anymore. But speaking of the players that can make it, well, we saw our standings, Kali. I saw you kind of like getting a little bit excited there.
Yes, because first of all, to reinforce the previous tab, it's a very common caster thing that we get so excited for the players that are on top that of course then you get the guilt of the player, the people that didn't get in that way. But I was seeing Michael on top 8, and he has such a great spot right now because we haven't seen much of their lobby in overall, but I know he has what it takes to be on that day 3. He's been trying to be on championship for so long. He's been competing since set 2, and everyone in LATAM, always every single championship said, I wish Michael could have done it. I wish Michael could have been here. And now is his chance. I'm rooting for you, Michael, and all my LATAM players. We can do it, of course. But Game 5 is just around the corner, but we're gonna go for a short break, and after that, of course, more TFT to enjoy. We'll be right back.
The search continues to crown a Monsters Attack champion. Welcome back, everyone, to round number 5 here, day number 2 of the finale of the Monsters Attack set here of Teamfight Tactics. My name is Frodan. I'm joined by Impetuous Panda and Bebe, and together, us trio will be providing you the next game. And what a set of stories that we have going into this 5th lobby here, Panda. What's the one thing that's getting you the most excited here?
I mean, Enzo's in the lobby. Enzo is maybe the last hope for EMEA. There are a few players that are near the cutoff right now. 44 points. Jipok and Camby is also in this lobby. They have a chance with 2 very, very good results to actually make it to the top 8 still.
EMEA's hopes are not gone, and Enzo is the last person that's carrying all the hopes of not just EMEA, but also the French dominance of EMEA. Bebe, when you look at this lobby, what are the other 7 players that you're looking at?
Currently, I am looking at our very fine Korean representative.
Oh, no.
Oh, I see what I'm looking at. That is 9 spatulas.
Okay, this is going to be a very interesting start. Will you go for the duelist spat? Will you go for the infinity spat? Will you go for the renegade riftwalker combination? Let's see what these players decide to bring.
No, part of me was hoping that you would go through all spats. Yeah. You were just going to go through like, is it going to be mascot? Is it going to be Oxford?
So I was like, nah, I'm not doing it all. Maybe also Anima Squad is an option. We've seen you have to have a very good start for it to work out. Bebe, relax. We're just starting, all right?
Yeah, you know, out of all the possible starts, I think a spatula start is one of the things you could think about Anima, because part of what makes Anima awkward, right, is that 2-star opening, and a lot of times you get the 2-star of something you don't want, but now you can put an emblem on it, and then as a result get the stacks flowing. That being said, I'm gonna with Bebe. I'm still like on the fence about it. A lot of things have to go right for Bintum to get that top 2.
All right, currently we are looking at the board state for Canvas. He does buy the Annie. I think he is considering a late game transition, maybe into Oxforce, because Oxforce is one of the best end games to go for with the spatula-like composition. He does have the Boppy and the Wukong 2-star, so he will go for Gadgets and build up. We'll see how the augment continues.
I think one of the most underrated openings in relation to the Nasus pair is mascots. I think mascots actually quite strong if you play it with a vertical mascot and get into Nunu, but that kind of depends on his opener. And did hit that belt. Let's see what happens on 2-1 here, Panda.
One thing to mention is any player that's starting off with an Riftwalker crest could be a good option.
With the mascots, that's really appetizing.
Anyone starting with a loose tree could maybe look at a spat on the first carousel as well as that extra bonus if you are going to be playing Underground in this game. It could be a massive high roll having a Tactician's Crown into a big cash out later as well.
I mean, because it's a spatula start lobby, many people might be focused on more spatula related augments because they can allow them to hit that juicy 6 Oxford synergy, 7 Renegade synergy, you never know, capped out boards.
Yeah, we might see a really high cap. Anima Squad picked in the bottom right for Xion. He does end up paying that size 2 and that Lucian 2. We've seen a couple of people toy around with the idea of Lucian reroll. We haven't seen that for pretty much half the set, but I did see it 1 or 2 times in China regionals, and Xion is from CN. I wonder if that's what he's thinking about. It's not. He's leveling up to 4.
He sells the real 2-star that he got from the augment, so he basically sold his own augment.
Thinking that maybe he wasn't strong enough to actually have a win streak, that is a viable option for True 2 to just sell off. It is essentially a worse econ augment in that case, but it is a viable way to have it. I think Weijin just decided, hey, this is not going to be strong enough. I'm looking at the rest of the boards. They're specking just way too hard.
I mean, but it makes no sense because True 2 is an augment that you use upgrades early mid to snowball for an econ victory, and then you're supposed to fall off hard. And maybe if you get 5 cost 2-stars, you can win, but if you cut off Rel for beginning, like, you're going to be weak early and weak late.
Yeah, I agree with Bebe here. I think that Weijin Iverson, well, first of all, the day has not been going well for him, which is, I believe he has a 5, 6, 7, 8. So he started off in 9th place and now is effectively removed from the championship. And that's kind of been a big gut punch on him. I wonder if it's just kind of a radical change in philosophy. He's like, maybe I've been trying to streak a little bit too hard. Maybe I kind of play for that and it's just not been panning out. Maybe I can play from behind. Maybe I lose. Maybe I get the Tactician's Crown off the carousel and go from there.
Looking at the augments, 2 Jeweled Lotus, I think one of the most picked gold augments throughout the entirety of this tournament. Works so well in both AD and AP. As long as you haven't slammed a JG at 2-1 like many players, especially from China, tend to do.
So usually in a special lobby, the players with the Oxford, as you can see a player with the Rammus Oxford spot and Nanny is usually favored because that is a spatula itemization that does scale the most.
So we did get confirmation, not that I'm ignoring what you said, Bebe, but Weijin Iverson's admin is at the start of combat, all admins gain 40% attack damage. So I wonder if Weijin Iverson wants to either go for Warwick or potentially that Camille reroll. That's something that he used a lot in the past, and I wonder if he's going to call back to that.
Huge pickup, early Vayne in the shop for Anima Squad already online, only missing now a Jinx to hit that fairly big power spike at 5 Anima this early into the game. Has lost this last fight though. Ideally with Anima Squad, you want to win streak all of stage 2, get those stacks rolling, and snowball that lead into a potentially very strong board in stage 4.
Oh, actually, we managed to see the mascot spat that Froden, like I mentioned early on. Usually, this is actually not that well seen in this tournament, but there is one situation where it's really strong, and when it's paired up with Ascension, because mascots are so tanky. If our fine like Aoye actually managed to find a makeshift armor or even more tank augments, he actually might have the perfect mascot composition already.
Yeah, completely agree. A lot of people like to put mascot emblem onto Rammus, but my personal favorite is Aatrox. I think Aatrox is actually quite tanky. It almost feels like Aatrox needs some sort of emblem in order to really pop off. If you're talking about Brawler emblem or mascot emblem or even Mech Crest.
Mech Aatrox.
Some people do some crazy stuff with that unit.
Especially early set, I think Aatrox felt very underwhelming. Maybe still does to some extent, but in the right setup, we have about Hearts board with the right items, like you're mentioning the mascot emblem, really makes Aatrox shine.
Okay, so since we're offered a component anvil as a start for the first cursor, every player in the lobby will be able to find their spatula itemization of choice. It is slightly unfortunate no spatula showed up for that one player to get Force of Nature to make everybody excited. I am kind of sad about that. Is there any good thing you guys see in particular that can be quite interesting?
It kind of depends, right? So it's like all the people who have things like Anima Squad should be able to get that second Anima Squad, and all the people that have that Oxfords can get 4 Oxfords really quickly. Outside of that, I don't really think I see anything that's particularly outstanding.
There's a chance at 3-2 to have an augment that could give you a second spat as well, depending on the tier of augments that are offered. Okay. That could be what some players are waiting for if they haven't found the right option to lock into just yet.
Oh, this is really strong. Warmog's mascot spat onto a Blitzcrank's 2-star. Man, that is what we call CANCE.
Tell me how you really feel, baby.
No, I didn't say
Well, the Warmogs, the HP synergizes really well with the HP regen because it's percentage based. So the more raw, flat HP you get, the faster it heals. So it's really, really dominant. I really like the spot that he's in particular.
And Jipok already locking onto that Renegade's comment that we saw all throughout yesterday, today as well. I think we mentioned it at the top of the show as well, Dan. Your favorite Renegade fried rice. Just so strong at pretty much any stage of the game, especially when you get to that late game. You can slot in all different kind of threats and Belvets and Aatrox as a front line, and it's just so versatile overall.
Yeah, it makes sense actually, because with the Renegade it helps you cap really high, but the downside is your early game is not very good. I think it's just because the earlier Renegade units are so weak. You have like 1-star Lucian or 1-star Silas. It just feels like your Renegades actually don't benefit from any traits.
So the biggest problem with Renegades is that there's no space for a Renegade comp to give the Renegade spat to. So usually you want something like maybe like an Acel to hold the Renegade spat, but since the composition desires so much units like Silas and Lucian, they just can't fit those cards in.
Yeah, and I mean, with Talon used to be the way you stabilize back in the 8.0 base set of Monsters Attack, so you can kill a bunch of these units. It doesn't feel like Lucian, at least especially after that post-nerf, is not really the same.
Looks like Enzo might be leaning into Duelist we saw on the side there, but Infiniteam spat already locked in for Weijin, one of the strongest openings in the game. So when you hit that 5 Infiniteam very early on. For now, though, on a loss coming into this, a bit of a mess in terms of his wins and losses for this stage 2, but still fairly rich, though.
Yeah, I was not entirely sure where Weijin wanted to go with this, so it looks like he's choosing for Infiniteam. And Weijin, once again, no streak. It looks like he's ended up taking a loss here, and Weijin Iverson unfortunately takes another big loss. And again, this kind of just been summarizing some of his games. He's just not really streaking either direction here.
So far, no one has a huge advantage. Of course, Aho and like Shima has a decent like a win streak going on, but nothing too big an advantage so far. And everybody is slowly building up into their late game composition. So we will see exactly how the fights perform during the mid-late game.
And Cambiz looks like he's in trouble, 64 HP. I'm not sure if he has Underground in or not, but just a huge amount of losses for this stage of the game. We talked about him being a player with 44 points that needs to have that first place to even have a slight amount of contention for that top 8 spot after these next 2 games. So just maybe trying to play as risky as possible, trying to get that big reward later into the game.
I feel like a lot of players, when they feel pressured to get first place, they try to go for loss streaks into a full econ if they see the angle. But usually when you want to go for a very decent like first place, you got to go for a powerful composition. It's a bit different.
He might actually have... so Enzo gets another Hand of Justice. There's only one unit in the game that I love slamming double Hand of Justice on. That's Viego. And I think Viego is actually a really underrated carry within Riftwalkers. People think about Jin.
Is that a Jin?
That is a Jin, although...
Not the best emblem choices here.
We don't need emblem choices at this point, though.
I mean, surely you want something out of this.
Ascension, Warmog's, Mascot Span, early Jin, GG. He just needs a few damage items.
Maybe Prankster's a choice if you can slot an Echo somehow with Aegis later into the game.
Brawler is a way that you can link to like Aegis with Vibe, but it's not particularly very good.
Will be Prankster in the end.
Prankster
has the glove and his cloak as well.
That basically doesn't do anything here, so it's just a belt.
And not ideal when you're on a 5 win streak, you want to try and slam and get the most out of these emblems right now.
I mean, it does, you know, maybe it tricks the opponents thinking, oh wait, this guy's Pranksters! And I don't know, maybe let's just
this is an auto battler. You can't. It doesn't affect the player's gameplay once the fight is started.
Yeah, we'll see. Taking a look on the other side, Xian does have this Fiora holding the Anima squad and does end up playing around this vein. So it looks like he's very correctly identifying that Anima squad is a lot about the 2 and 3 costs early on until you get to Misfortune. A lot of people have been trying to go for Misfortune as the top end, but I think at 3-2 Ogum is going to shape a lot here.
Oh, a double. Is that makeshift armor mascot?
Oh, it's time, David.
Makeshift armor. Makeshift armor is really good. Second wind is also somewhat tempting if you were to consider something that wasn't makeshift armor, and I wonder if Aha is considering that. He also has a double emblem, right, which makes makeshift armor more awkward to play around, so we'll see.
Double anima for Xiang. We see Cam is now also on Jeweled Lotus, the third one, maybe more in this lobby after this next gold augment comes through. 4 Brawler online for Shimapen, a very strong-looking Yasuo overall as well.
I mean, this is a point where we go to the next stage of the game. So now it's not a 1-cost hero augment, it's not a 2-cost, not 3-cost. It could still be a 3-cost, but now it's more lean towards being a 4- and 5-cost hero augment. So we'll see the players build in this value deck slowly and surely and see how they finish it off.
Yeah, Hacker Crest.
I found Aatrox as well, too. Yo!
Okay, are we going to
Time to see Warwick Hacker once again. We saw it from Juku in the NA Regionals. We might be seeing it again here from Shimapen, a player that's also in contention and a pretty decent spot to have the top 8 finish in this World Championship Day 2. He has 49 points right now.
Yeah, and I don't think a lot of people are practiced against Hacker Warwick. It's really funny in TFT. You usually just have short-term patch memory. You don't really remember 2 or 3 patches on how to exactly beat it. You need like a rep or 2. That's all maybe you need for Shimapen to be able to sneak in a couple of easy fights. By the way, we talked about Mascot Aatrox. It looks like that's exactly what Ahau has, and that early Warmugs and Mascot Emblem is making it so difficult to kill that Aatrox.
Okay, so we can see that one player is significantly ahead of the other players in the lobby. Let's see what the other players want to do. Since Canvas currently trying to force Twisted Fate. He does not care about HP. He just really wants to hit level 7 to roll for the TF and find his frontline 2 stars.
And he has incredible augments. This is actually a setup where you could win out if you hit Stabilize and hit Twisted Fate 2, you hit that Nico 2, you have that 2-star Ox Force. He's ready to take his punishment though.
Has an open spat as well. We're going to another carousel in stage 3. Could he maybe high roll into a second spat as well, making or getting some advantage from being at this low HP this early into the game? A 20 HP gap from 8th to 7th place.
I completely agree. He needs at least to force some nature. It's not a simple Ox Force spat to be able to get first place, which is the first place placement that he wants, and the reason why he took so much damage to get there. So we just have to hope that there's no spatula in the carousel.
This Aatrox just does not die. The second wind, the Mascot healing, the Warmogs, and the Ascension just keeps on chugging. And Canvas did end up cleaning a good amount.
Oh,
not the worst
enough.
loss.
All right, fingers crossed. EMEA Canvas hoping to find a spat here in the end. Will he find it? He does not.
No Twisted Fate, no Nico. So he couldn't get any of the forecasts that he was planning to build into either.
Angels. Okay. There's actually a pretty decent debate because his frontline is weak. If you wanted to go for a Gunblade with the Ox Force dynamic, kind of heals it with the second wind as well. But maybe he just wants to go for Archangels here and try to go for raw AP because he feels like he's lacking damage.
I mean, in order to make a comeback from a very low HP at 30 at this point in the game, he needs a perfect composition. But the problem is that he's not likely to get a perfect composition anymore, and that's kind of sad. He's gonna roll now, maybe hope to find the Ox Force.
Oh, okay.
Not that bad. He just needs one Twist of Fate, 1-star to start rolling, or maybe a 3-cost 2-star LeBlanc. Let's see. He's rolling down. Jin Velvet, not what he wants. Ace-Soul is not bad. Sona is also not that bad too. Oh,
Urgot.
And Diego and Urgot for the build-up. That's good. He can sell the Lux as well too, and the Urgot in to get a few treasure chests. Is that what he'll do? No.
To find not a single TF. Still carrying a Luck after this huge roll, and it's not where Camus wants to be. 33 HP as well.
All right, a lot of damage. The nice thing is, looks like YBY also rolling for a similar composition. Only found a single Nico. Both of the Spellslinger Lose Streak players did not hit the unit that they were specifically looking for, but Canvas with that Windy Janna, that second wind stalling, this Lux 2 is about to crush the rest of the composition.
I mean, this is actually a really bad spat for Canvas because now he's kind of stuck at 7 until he finds a Twisted Fate or a Nico like a setup, and he didn't play Flex, meaning that he didn't use the Velvet as a build-up or the Urgot as a build-up. He's looking for that one specific comp. It means that he's going to be out-value, which is kind of bad.
And looks like Enzo is also on the same line, so already 3 players trying to contest for a TF that Wajan already has one of. So how many TFs are in the pool? Maybe not enough to support 4 different players trying to fit him into the comp. The Zanyas as well. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, it's the guy that's not going for a TF deck that holds all the TFs, right?
Man, that's kind of unfortunate. I don't think he wanted to play Zonyas. he was probably looking for something like Obsidian Cleaver, Infinity Force, or something else like Gold Collector, which could be pretty strong if he played around the Ezreal. In this case, Wage and Iverson's going to have to make do with what he's got. The items on TF are pretty good, though. You have the Static Shiv and the Death Cap trying to work onto the front line here of Shima Pen, who has the cow holding that Anima Squad emblem, but it just doesn't have the DPS to keep it up because he's playing 1-star Anima Squad, and this is ultimately the problem with Anima. It just does not feel like Shima Pen has the components right now, or Xian, excuse me. Xian has the components to make it a really strong mid game.
So what Xian's like a build-up is actually very good here, where you're using the Twisted Fate and the 5 like Infinite Team, so he's going for a very decent like a flex play, but this composition is doomed to fall off during late game, so we do need to spot how he'll try to overcome that weakness.
And Xian just not really rich either. He has the Echo, the Anima Squad emblem, yes, but I mean, looking at the gold, he has to go 7 now, roll down, and hope he stabilizes to some extent. And this is the one comp that is punished for not stabilizing more than any other. You don't get stacked, and it's kind of a snowball effect that just gets into a worse and worse position as everyone around you gets stronger and stronger in stage 4.
So right now, we do have the 5 Anima Squad like a player going on, but he's nowhere near Vayne 3 and he's nowhere near Ribbon 3, which is the normal route to get a win condition. So all that's left for him is to find Misfortune 3-star?
Not just that, the spike that might come in from a hero augment in this stage 4, maybe a 4/4/5 or any kind of 5 cost in general. I mean, even with an MF, you're seeing items here. There's a Gunblade, sure, but there's no Shojin. There's maybe a JG.
He might actually be hoping for no hero augment in this case, just to make sure that people don't spike like crazy with 5 costs or get a 2-star 4 cost. Wow, he's not even keep up. He's not even rolling. Xian's actually greeting to level at 4-2 because it's a natural interval. If he went to 7 right now, he'd be 2 gold over and 4 gold over by 4-2. So he's trying to maximize every piece of gold he has.
So this means that he wants to go for 3 cost 3-star carry with that Vayne. For that, he needs money. The later you level, the more money you have from that experience points gold. You need to press the level button a bit less. And he still has a very small chance of finding a 3-cost hero augment, which will make his composition stronger than the other, so he's just praying right now.
Woo. I'm wondering if we see a 4-cost hero augment now, and everyone pulls the TS out of the pool.
I really like this adaptation by Ahau, who is playing Mascot Echo as a way for him to tech in that prankster and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We talk about all these threats. Let's see what happens on 4-2. It's a 4-4-5, and that's not what I think Xian wanted to see.
I mean, this current patch, there are decks that are much stronger with 5 costs like Infinities and much weaker with 4-5 costs like Anima Squads. He does pick up a Janna. That's not the
Cam is picking up the category 5 Janna carry. I mean, already has the Archangels on Janna as well. Could that be the saving grace when he knows that TF is so contested?
That's a really good point. I think Category 5 is really underrated, has Windy to make some of these 1 costs really powerful as well. Also has a Spell Slinger on his Viego, by the way, on Canvas, so probably got that free tome as well.
Yeah, that looks bad. I mean, Echo would be slightly better.
If he somehow gets a Janet 2 at some point in this stage 4, maybe he has a saving grace here. He's on the 5 Spell Slinger right now.
Well, you say that, baby, but don't forget that there's Jewel Lotus and there's Windy, so if the Viego can get to 2-star, there's a possibility that this Viego can do some damage.
Hey, no tank items. He's gonna get mulled over because he has like Fiora 1-star. Viego
yeah, his front line's pretty bad. I agree with that for sure.
So he needs front line really bad right now.
And just doesn't have the HP to try and go A to try to get the 6 Spell Slinger in with the Nico. So just a tough position overall. Lost so much HP in the early game. Can this Janna do enough? Can this Janna carry him to level 8 and to that next trade spike?
Oh, the Janna Twister! Not in time!
But he still wins at the end. Of Sona does it. The EMEA on EMEA action. Both players from EMEA on the same exact augment as well.
Yeah, Enzo trying to play for that guaranteed spot. Just has to make sure not to avoid going bot 2. If he can get, a couple of 5th or 6th, I think he should still be clear. So Enzo just making sure that he's playing safe and stable, but he ends up being 3-way contested, including another French player.
Gian is rolling for the Vayne 3-star, but look, only 6 Vaynes, only 2 Ribbons with all that econ as well, too. I mean,
did him F2 and he has shiny, so maybe an opportunity to print a lot of gold. Yeah.
Gian currently pretending he's Asuka right now at the moment.
Could this be the way he gets back into the game? If he gets a few lucky chests, a few components, maybe that advantage could give him something. But facing off against Jipak, who has a Renegade A-Soul, so tough with the Extinction event as well. Look at the damage coming in here. I mean, look at the board just gets immediately deleted. Only the Vayne left alive, but she can do it by herself. The MF2 with no items, entirely naked for this fight. I don't think it'll be enough. The Rammus is not even dead yet. The next cast comes through. The extinction event extincts that MF. And Sean, another big hit down to 22. Cam is as well at 13 HP.
I mean, that is an Acel 2-star with Renegades and Jewel Lotus and Archangels and Guardbreaker. What is that?
It's very good. It's very, very powerful. The only downside is you don't get a lot of mana casting, so a Shroud could give it a hard time, but I guess that was what ramped up Archangels.
Diego on the carousel, it could be the option for Cam. Has a Bramble on it though, but maybe he wants it just for the upgrade itself. He's just right now so desperate in this position. 13 HP and maybe just 1 life at stage 4 if it's a big enough loss.
I mean, I think it's kind of sad that there's like 3 Twist Fate players and there's no Twist Fates in the Curzel. I mean, this is
2 times in a row.
Yeah. Wasian probably has 7 of them.
Wow.
Sometimes when this happens, there's 3 players playing Spellslingers with Oxforce, and then the 1 in 15 player just all of a sudden catches all the Twisted Fates. He's like, oh, you guys want these?
We talked about it. Here it is. The hacker Warwick is online for Shimapen. I think he definitely studied Jukyu's tactics over the NA regionals. 4 admin, 4 laser core, 4 brawler, only 3 hacker for now.
Oh, I know the strategy. This is a legendary add-in hackers and take it out for 5 laser core strat, right?
We'll see.
He has the emblem though, which makes it a bit tougher to try and get value from that as well in the late game.
Yeah, that part is clear. Also, I'm curious if he can slam QSS. He does.
He doesn't go for the 5 lasers.
This Vayne might be in trouble though. Warwick's going to jump right onto her on that back line.
Yeah, and that's a huge portion of the damage for Xian. He can't take any more losses like this. I'm pretty sure losing a fight very convincingly here is just lights out for him. It doesn't matter how much his Urgot's going to print.
And the Undertow won't stop the Warwick either. QSS, a great slam onto the MF. Gold has been printed for Xian, but when you have gold and you don't have HP, does it even matter?
No, it does not. Look at that Viego, 1,096 on the crit. Eh?
We're
believers now. We're believers now, Froden.
Not bad.
Not yet, not bad, but also not yet. All right, we'll wait. Let's see if Cambis can continue to make some magic here. Has a Mordekaiser, so he is long in Oxforce. Theoretically, he could take out an Oxforce unit to play Mordekaiser instead. He has a pair of it. And Mordekaiser is really strong. In fact, I'm a firm believer that the best Spellslinger holder in the game is Mordekaiser, but he doesn't seem to be in a position to do so because he would destroy his front line.
This was a really tricky situation for Cambis. Right now, he has an Echo, and he really wants to put that in, but he's like, wait, do I take out Nico? No. Do I take out Fiora? No.
He can't. It's so awkward, and he has to hope that he can survive. Thankfully, he's going against Xian. This might be a fight for 8th place.
Okay, is it really? We're still in stage 4. It'd be crazy to have someone die this early into the game, but right away, the Janna, the Archangels, is now stacking. The TF is getting the damage off. The CC is so big, but the Undertow does come off, but Vayne is dead already. The Viego doing so much. The MF with no items cannot do it by herself. Xian down to 2 HP.
Slightly good. Slightly good.
Slightly, okay, Bebe's upgrading it.
Bebe, you are a man with very high standards.
By the end of this game, I'm going to convince Bebe that AP on Viego with Windy, Janna, and Jewel Lotus can actually deal damage.
Second win is so big as well with the Oxforce procs. You're able to get that extra shielding, those extra few procs thanks to the HP coming in halfway through the fight.
Yeah, I love the way Cambis has constructed his board. It's the same problem as we've evaluated Cambis. It's just he doesn't have that much HP at this stage of the game consistently and needs to make sure that he can win out. And that's the question. Can he actually do it?
I mean, it's a very eco-focused strategy, so he does need to get good return per gold. I'm very worried about Xian's board at the moment.
Has to roll down here. Has to find 2 more Vaynes. Can maybe find an Urgot along the way. An Urgot 2 with the Anima Squad emblem. The 7 Anima is in for that AP scaling with a shiny as well.
Misfortune 3.
Has to roll now. Try and hold those 3 stars to try and get a few out of the pool. Min-max the odds of finding. The Vayne is found at the very least.
All right.
Maybe a Gunblade here onto the MF is the only option I'm really seeing.
He could also try to itemize the Urgot because Urgot does a very
potentially as well. Oh, gonna be Ionic Spark in the end.
Whoa, 3 cost 3 stars showing up across the map. Actually, it's a 4-5 cost hero augment, and players actually decided to go for 3 cost carries instead of 4 cost carries.
Yeah, quite unusual, but now we see the matchup against Wasian Iverson, who does have that Ezreal, and if his front line is not going to be able to hold, this is going to be a lot of A damage coming the other way.
Vayne's trying her best, but 1 cast from Ezreal will now finally come through. The Urgot Undertow does come through in the very end. Will it be enough? It does not look like it's the case. Samira Cass can come through. The ace will finish it off. Xian, the Chinese player, down in 8th place. Cambies, we're still waiting to see, can he actually win here? TF is great, but the Syndra stun comes through. The TF is so low. The Sona's still alive. Can she kill the Syndra in the end? It looks like she can. The Annie-Cast comes through. And Cambies stays alive, stays relatively healthy at 13 HP.
He's doing it. Oh, by the way, Enzo is falling a little faster than I think he's comfortable with. He is within striking distance of potentially joining Xian in the bottom standings.
I mean, the players at the bottom HP do have a lot of economy, so they are pretty well upgraded. It all depends on exactly how strong Enzo's board is and what the matchup is going to be like to decide his placements.
LeBlanc, I think he had to pivot off of the TF. He looked at the panorama in stage 4. He saw all this TFs out of the pool. Instead said, I'm going to go for LeBlanc as a carry and try out and hope this makes me survive long enough.
I mean, the damage output should just not be good enough. I mean, he does have the double-handed justice for crit value, but I'm not sure.
Oh no, it's Enzo versus Cambiz. Spellslinger for Spellslinger, category 5. The first Twister from Janna hits, but misses the backline. Here comes Fiddlesticks with the Crow Storm trying to stall for as long as he can. Twisted Fate focusing on the other LeBlanc, and I think that might be too much.
The healing from the Hand of Justice. Is it enough? LeBlanc, one more cast. Does it come through? It does. And the win is good enough for both players to survive. Enzo at 13, Cambiz at 5. EMEA needs a miracle to hang on to this game, and YBY is taken down in 7th.
That's bad for YBY. Remember, he's also in the top 8 standings. He can't go 7-7 or 7-8. That could be something that cuts his momentum. Keep an eye out that going into game number 6.
So much at stake for all of these players in lobby. Whether they get one more placement, higher or lower, could be that like a gap just to get a top 8, which could be the result into getting first place in this tournament.
And I think the positioning from Enzo was really clever. A lot of people feel like they need to greed that Windy value, but because he kept separately, recognizing that the ramping will come through the Archangel staff was just enough, and that healing to keep him in the fight.
Cambiz is now fighting for his life, 5 HP, and he's facing the strongest player in the lobby. It's Ahau. There's a Nunu on board as well. The mascot emblem is doing so much on this Echo, but the damage from this Acel, the damage from the Jhin is almost taking down the Janna and the TF. Can they hang on for long enough? TF is still alive, but so is the Zac on the side of Ahau. And still the TF is hanging on with the Gunblade. So much healing coming through. The Viego comes in, dunks on the Jhin, and Cambiz 5 HP. Enzo at 1. A nail-biting ending for EMEA.
Thank God Ahai did not have his frontline upgrade, so he could not buy enough time for Ascension to proc, which did cause the result of that fight at the moment. A lot of spatula itemization in this curse, but nothing too strong. There are some DPS itemization needs for the Ahai.
Mech time.
I love that there's a mech in it, Garrus. It's like, hey, you want some mech? You just have to
cool. Are you in the lobby?
But I don't think it's the time or place. Shima Pen
was playing admin, maybe looking at a higher vertical, or to try and take out an admin instead and put in a higher cost unit. Double TF in the shop here for Ahau.
Yes, Cambiz, by the way, hits TF2.
Nunu 2 as well. So big.
Jiphawk also hit as well, so a lot of people are getting strong right now.
Wait, do we just sell the Echo and move the items to Nunu instead?
Prankster Nunu, it's time.
Well, I mean, he has an Echo 2, so I think he wants both. Man, poor Enzo. He's just stuck here on Twisted Fate 1 with just no items, and now switches to the other side, and he's praying and hoping that he can squeeze out of 5th place.
This matchup is so unfortunate. Up against Nunu 2-star on the left side, there's an Urgot 2-star. What's up with the value in this lobby? It's crazy.
And meanwhile, on the left side, Cambiz also fighting for his life. He needs to stay alive as best as he can. His Jen has a blue buff. Second wind kicks in. Here comes a big Twister to see if he can go to the back line. It doesn't. Hit the left side. And too much damage from POK. That Urgot 2 able to come up clutch. Is it 2 Frenchmen players down? It is. And we have our top 4, but this time without EMEA. Enzo unfortunately takes that 6th place, but 6 is still exactly what he needed to hit at the baseline.
I mean, this is why HP management is so important. You do not know how strong these enemies will be and how strong your endgame board is going to be. So if it comes to late game where everybody's like a monster, oh my god, it's just going to come down to who has more HP.
And what a couple of rounds for the Riftwalker players. Jiphawk and Ahau both hitting so many upgrades on their board, unfortunately facing off against the EMEA players and eliminating both in that last fight.
Ooh, Shima Pen.
Let's see where Warwick jumps in. Warwick's going to jump onto the enemy. Jin, oh, you got the Jin. Congratulations.
Aesol in the front line. Oh, okay. So Aesol trying to dodge all the CC, but here comes the Skylines. It only chunks about 30% of the HP. Warwick working on the left side. I don't know if there's enough DPS here from Jitpok to actually handle this Warwick because he actually has Death's Defiance, which spreads out that damage. Is the Undertow going to swing the fight?
OCC, yeah, the Quicksilver is still up, still alive. The Warwick is trying to fight for his life to kill off the Urgot, but too tanky with a BT. A third Undertow comes through. Now it does stun, and that should be the kill. The last Aesol cast comes through. Oh, the Warwick is so good!
Unbelievable result. Warwick with the Death Defiance actually managing surviving up until the end, allowing him to win that fight. That was kind of crazy.
What do we say to Death today?
Not today. In the case of this Warwick, at the very least, 3 Undertows from the Urgot still on enough, and the QSS definitely paying for that early itemization in stage 4. So many times that CC has not come through.
And here's the thing about Shima Pen's board as well, is that his admin is stacking HP with each fight. It's kind of that scary Anima Squad thing, and it's also his whole team. It's not just the admins. So all of these units are just getting tankier and tankier, and he has 6 admins to boost all those tiers.
Okay, now that we got to the late game, everybody stabilize their composition. What do you guys think is gonna get first or second, third, and fourth in this lobby? Mostly first.
As Dan has mentioned.
Are you doing pick'ems again? Like, that's so hard, man.
These admins are getting out of control the longer this fight goes, whereas the rest of the boards are relatively standard in case of the Riftwalker comps. The Nunu with the Warmog, the Nunu 2 this early on could be pretty detrimental as well for the rest of the players. And we are now in stage 6. Any big loss might knock you out, especially in the case of Jitpok.
Look at Wajan Iverson, by the way. He's like pre-leveling to 9. He's at 48, he's 78 out of 80 EXP in the top left with 48 gold. He is going for that max cap. So I'm going to vote Wajan Iverson or Shima Pen right now as the 1-2.
All right, Urgot 2-star versus Israel 1-star. They are both going for 5 costs like a 2-star carries. The fight is going to go on. CC's going to connect. Samira is ulting. The CCs are going. Aesol is shooting meteors. What is going on this fight? So much damage, and it seems... Is it Samira?
Samira!
Runan's so big, and Jitpok in stage 6 has not been taken down yet. 2 HP for him, but the rest of the players above 40 HP and pretty much tied when it comes to that HP.
And he pre-leveled, so he wasn't even exactly the strongest he would be. Right now, Wajan Iverson's about to get even stronger.
All right, so there are going to be 3 soon. I mean, like, Jitpok's still in it. Jitpok's still in it. So we got Urgot 2-star, we got a Nunu 2-star, we got an Israel 2-star versus that Mordekaiser to be like a 2-star suit. So everybody got their own 5 costs, their own Pokemon, if you say.
Equation is rolling. The Zhonya's has now been sold off of the TF. The TF2 now replacing that one, trying to keep that Zhonya's up and ready to go for maybe something else that will be coming in here.
I wonder if he wants to...
Israel 2?
Oh, he's going for Syndra as well to throw more units in. I think a lot of people love just putting Syndra in even without synergy so you can get more threats onto the board.
No more gold for Wajan, though.
Whose fight are we going to focus on here now? It's going to be Urgot 2, the Renegade Aesol player versus the Renegade Nunu 2-star player. Who is going to prevail in this fight?
It kind of comes down to where the damage is going to be distributed. Whose Jin's going to aim? The Flourish is going down center. That's not what he really wants. Jitpok has another big meteor coming in. And it kills the Jin, so it's now down to the other Aesol. Not good enough. I think Jitpok swung this fight. Ahau is now under pressure, but if you look at how much gold Ahau has, he's now joined the level 9 club.
Everyone has rolled down. Essentially 0 gold for Wajan, for Ahau as well. Jitpok was almost out of it, but is still fighting for his life. He could maybe be playing spoiler throughout this end of the game.
I think he's on borrowed time. He's at level 8. Everyone else is at 9 and spent their gold to get legendaries, and I think Jitpok is just so far away that he has to hope for a 3rd place, but he doesn't even have the HP to really favor him in that spot, because let's say he's in the scenario 2 people tie, he is most likely going to be in the deeper negative.
Yeah, especially since he has Aesol as main carry. Where the Aesol uses his meteor is a big factor as well too. So we shall see exactly how it goes. And Mordekaiser 2-star found from Shima. Is that going to decide the fight here or not?
The Warwick can sneak onto the Jin right away, and he does. Immediately kills off that Jin. It's all down to the Undertow from this Urgot, trying to buy some time, trying to CC the Warwick, trying to stop it from killing the Aesol before the Aesol can clean the house. It's once again Warwick versus the world, 1v3, 1v1. He does it yet again. Jitpok taken down. Ahau, who was at 40 HP 2 fights ago, is now down to 6.
The Renegade players are going down.
Yeah, slowly but surely. I mean, we do have Shima Pen and Wage and Iverson as the top two. The question is, who can get that win? And Shima Pen needs it more than Wage and Iverson does at this moment. And I don't know exactly what on this carousel we're looking for. Edge of Night can't be that bad. Wage and Iverson's thinking about Sure Shot emblem to really amplify that Ezreal and Samira.
I mean, there were some itemization that could be useful, like Statics and Morellos, but it's already been taken by most of the players in the lobby. So nothing too much to add in. We do have
Another Aesol does not buy it.
Oh, he doesn't buy the Aesol.
Looking for the Aesol 3 as a win condition. Wants to get maybe the Jin 3 instead. Knows that it might be more effective considering. Now he does.
Same Aesol, same Aesol, same Aesol.
Same Aesol.
Did he skip it? Oh, that's unfortunate. And now maybe regretting making this Aesol as well, having to decide between the two.
I mean, he played into a decent win condition, which was 4-cost restart, but I feel like the timing was too late. Everybody's dead.
Question, does this even protect the Jin? Oh! Okay.
Good duck. Surely Warwick. Wait, no! The Echo runs away. The Jin is taken down. The Echo will buy some time. Aesol is still left alive as a secondary carry. Nunu almost taken down as well, but how much time can the Echo actually buy? Not enough. Aha, the player from China taken down. Does not look happy about this ending. Had a chance. He was first place a few fights ago.
Wow, it's going to be Laser Corp Mordekai's 2-star versus our Fine Israel 2-star. Let us see who the victor is of this fight.
And now here's a little bit of mind games from Shima Pen because he's taking out his hacker and saying, am I just going out through the front door or am I going to try to go through the back? And I think that's going to be a question that maybe Wage and Iverson says, I don't care, I'm just going to clump up anyways. But the problem with clumping is it makes the skylines from Mordekaiser that much more effective.
And the Undertow from the Urgot as well.
I mean, Infinities can't be repositioned, so we'll have to see.
Okay, what could potentially be the last fight in this game. Where's the Shroud land and misses the Mordekaiser?
Whoa!
The Urgot is big as well, but the Warwick, once again, once he gets one kill, can walk right onto that back line.
Oh!
Unit by unit. The Samira almost dead. The Warwick now starting to fight one by one.
Ezreal?
The Death Defiance is so big, and Urgot and Warwick do it once again. Weijin taken down to 19. We're almost in stage 7. I think one last fight will decide who's the victor in this game 5.
So we weren't able to protect the same side as the Samira. What ended up happening is Warwick wrapped around and eventually gone through the back line. Weijin needs to find a way to make sure that he doesn't have too much focus on back line, but he instead is able to also supplant that front line so he can stall that Warwick.
Also, the Shroud on Mordekaiser is much more huger than it seems. Whether your team buys that a few extra seconds for your Israel to or not is going to be the deciding factor of the fight. And whether these players will get more Shrouds, more Zephyrs. If he Zephyrs the Mordekaiser, that will be game-changing. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's not a damage issue for Wage and Iverson. He's got a lot of scaling. He's got a lot of power. He just needs to make sure that Warwick isn't able to get to that back line and he can ramp up that Sure Shot.
Has a Sure Shot emblem as well, so a big upgrade.
Garen too, so now you can go ahead and put that, remake this Garen.
Actually, if he puts the Infinity Spout onto Fiddlesticks, that could make him weaker.
You're right, because he has less front line. He's going to go for it, though, but maybe it works out if he clumps all the way onto the left side. It kind of depends on the Shroud, and he's not popping his Anvil.
No Zephyr, doesn't find a Shroud either. None of these big, influential late-game items.
Maybe an item damage for Fiddlesticks can be good enough. And here we go, Hacker tagged back in. Was Wage and Iverson tagged in? It was a bait!
And the Warwick goes into the middle now, doesn't have that clean line onto the Samira, the Fiddle, trying his best. The Warwick now centered onto this board and taking too long to get these kills. This might be a completely different fight. Warwick is down. Shima Pen is down. Wage and Iverson and NA takes the win. Frodan, you have to be happy about this finale.
3 games, 3 NA victories. You love to see it. Welcome back, Wage and Iverson. We missed you.
He was at 39 points, doesn't have a chance to make it into that top 8, but still so much prize pool at stake in this World Championship, and one more game to decide the placement for all of these players.
I mean, it's really nice to see NA performing so well whenever Frodan's watching.
I know, it's kind of weird. Maybe I should cast more often. But overall, I think I was really happy to see Wage be able to put together a really solid game. Remember, we were talking about like selling that Rel too. That's how it started, but he recognized his line from that spot, and that's what makes Wage so dangerous and why he's one of these up-and-coming players that a lot of people fear. They recognize that, you know, in certain spots you have to play to your win con. I didn't see it from there, did you, baby?
Wage is just too good.
Yeah. He's going to think about that, and you think about that as we take a break. And when we come back, the final lobby of day number 2. Who's joining us in the final lobby, and who's going to be left out? The answer is right after this. LeBlanc, and I think that might be...
Oh, the healing from the Hand of Justice. Is it enough? LeBlanc, one more cast. Doesn't come through. It does. And the win is good.
Awesome, Mac. Are you in the lobby?
Now centered onto this board and taking too long to get these kills. This might be a completely different fight. Warwick is down. Shimapen is down. Wage and Iverson and NA takes the win. Frodan, you have to be happy about this finale.
3 games, 3 NA.
Taking this 5th lobby, and oh my god, it's only 1 game left, but NA is definitely having a hit in here with all the points remaining. Matt, we've seen a really even lobby. That I'm really surprised about it in a good way, because I was super excited. I didn't know what's gonna happen next, but each round was very tight.
I think this game took years off my life that I will never get back. I'm not sure how else to describe it, because, you know, of course we had our hometown EMEA heroes both going Ox Slingers with Category 5, followed by YBY1 also going Ox Slingers, and probably would have gone Category 5 if he had the chance. I want to read out the positions for you guys, and I'm going to double check my notes. 5, 6, and 7. So don't three-way contest a composition in the World Championship. I don't think it'll go well.
Yep, not necessarily, no, but...
Our mental health will never recover.
I got this treat for myself, but you can have it, as you're clearly having a harder time than I am.
Don't need it.
I want to shout out the person who got 2nd place here, because I just have to tell that story again. I'm so ready. Shimapen saw the World Championship last year and said, title should have won it. I'm so upset. I'm going to start playing TFT and I'll reclaim what belongs to my region. And he is here on the first set of playing TFT, competing TFT. He qualified for the championship, then wanted 10 days off, called his boss and was like, hey, you know, I want to prep a little bit. Can I have like a little bit of time off? His work said, nah, that's not happening. And said, well, then I quit. And he's here, and he is in a best form to actually make those top 8. There is only one word to describe someone like that, and that is Giga Chad.
Yeah, of course. Talking about Giga Chad, we had that Warwick Mordog, and what we were talking at first is that we've seen a lot of sustain in this lobby. We have seen Last Stand with Canvas, then we've seen this Warwick with a hacker trade that was 6, and of course we had all different types of this sustain that was getting, like Matt said, the infinite lobby with a lot of HP and stuff. But how was this for you, and how have you seen this towards the late game?
Yeah, it just kind of shows the power of healing and what it can do. It can really swing some of these fights. We saw a lot of those, 1v9 situations where the Warwick would just be close to dying, but then manage to come back because he's got that built-in sustain. We saw the LeBlanc with the 2 Hand of Justices, allowing it to do the extra healing. So really kind of showing, and we talked about Sunfire and how Sunfire has kind of gone down in priority, but if you don't have the Sunfire or something else to give you that anti-heal, that's going to allow those champions to do even better. And Warwick especially, again, I can't stress it enough, he has that built-in healing. You've got that extra hacker to go into the back line. We saw the Death Defiance. All of that doing just a lot of work, allowing him to get that second place.
Yeah, this is the overall standing. Remember, there's only one game remaining. I'm super anxious to see that cut, mate.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I talked a little bit to our admin, our beloved Omni, and he was saying that the cutoff is looking to be maybe similar to what we had in our EMEA finals. 60. That was 60, but looking at this, I think it might go even a little bit higher. Of course, this is all up for discussion, but I think it's pretty safe to say that Rereplay and Setsuko probably have manifested their spot.
Yeah, I think the big story here is that Enzo, with that kind of weak finish there, is actually now at risk. We thought we were looking at like the top 5, top 6 locked, but Enzo kind of being there, that's a little scary. And so now the top 4 look pretty secure, but the other 4 are still very much up for grabs. And this is one of those moments where it's like, just get like 4th, just 4th so that you can move on. Don't go get a 6th or 7th, or don't triple contest Oxforce to maybe put yourself in a position to be 7th place.
Lord, I'm still hurting.
And it's kind of the last hope of EMEA. You really hope he can come out with, like, again, just like a 4th to get to that day 3.
And I think the top 10 as well is kind of everyone's last hope for their own regions. I mean, North America kind of spoiled for choice with their representatives, but the rest of the top 10, there's really like a representative from every single region primed to break into that day 3 cutoff.
The entire day I've been carrying a note card with me with a copy pasta that I was planning to read out, and I might never get that chance. So I really need EMEA to turn it around this time. I'm just saying.
EMEA makes his waiting for his chance to do the copy pasta. Please. We need that. Just for Makes, please.
Give me this one thing.
Of course, there's a lot of things to pay attention into this lobby because it's the last one. So players need to step up the game, heat things up or spice things up, as I like to say it. Our casters are ready and see who will be the top 8 to go for next day. Let's go.
It's last call here at the Monsters Attack Championship, day number 2. After the next 45 minutes, we are going to find out who stands last at the top 8 here for day number 3. My name is Frodan. Welcome back, everyone, to the caster desk, as we have Impetuous Panda and Bebe872 looking mighty fine as always. And here we go, the final lobby to determine who is joining us to play for Checkmate tomorrow.
And so many players are still in contention. The cutoff will be in the high 50s, low 60s. Tech Summers potentially at 53 points, trying to better his placement in Last World, for example. Bebe, who are you interested in that you want to make to the next day?
In the last year's event, it was China that dominated their spots, and then maybe has some few like 4 fun games as their 11th and 12th. But now it's actually NA that's preparing to go for, what was it? Mech? Warwick, Mech, Alistar.
Mech something. Mech Mordekaiser also showed up yesterday.
For sure, though. But the good thing about this tournament is that every region does still have a chance. So if you keep cheering really hard enough, then the player that you want can go through.
That's right. It's because you haven't spammed enough of their favorite emotes in their chat. It's probably the reason why your favorite streamer isn't performing up to your standards. That's just, of course, my opinion. But coming into the same question to you, Panda, we have the final lobby here. Rereplay, Michael, Omnamzi, Dobbs, Tex, Lilo, Ging, and Hayden. Who are you looking at right now?
I mean, both of Latam's kind of superstars, their biggest hope when it comes to the points, are in this lobby. Omnamzi from SEA as well, with YBY having that bad game in Game 5. Maybe Omnamzi will be the hope as well.
Yeah, and don't look too far out from Tex Summers, who has made quite a comeback today with a third, fifth, second, third, and second. Tex Summers potentially can make a massive comeback.
Now, the important players in this lobby is Tex Summers, Makiel, Omnamzi, and Dobsy, because they are in a situation where they do need to get first, and they have a chance to qualify. And Rereplay is already guaranteed, so he doesn't really need to do much more. Same thing for Lilo, Jing, and Hayden as well, too. So the play style between these four players will be completely different from each other.
That being said, props to Hayden. A bit of a comeback at the end of this day, now at 43 points. Started off at 15 today, so already in these 5 games, 30 points across them.
Here we go. We're loading into the last carousel. Welcome back to the Convergence, and here we go for game number 6 of day 2. Who is going to be joining us in the final lobby on Championship Sunday? Let's hop on board with Latin America's Tex Summers.
I have a question for both of you. In a game like this, where you essentially need to get a first place, outside of the obvious answer, Underground into a huge cash out, what kind of comp are you guys trying to go for?
4 cost 3 stars every single game.
All right, baby.
Sure,
correct answer. I got you. His answer has not changed since day 1.
I'm a big fan of Rift Walkers and Jin right now. I think there's a reason why he has a top 3 win rate, but a bottom 4 or bottom top 4 win rate.
I mean, amongst CS stats, the admin here is going to be
HP stacking.
Okay, and it's early, so it's on a LeBlanc. I wonder what he's going to do with that, though, because LeBlanc has been inconsistent carrier. We saw people play Hacker with it, did not succeed. We also just saw Enzo rely on a 3-star, and it did not actually work out.
I feel like we've seen Tex Summers goes for Laser Corp Warwick very often today in the tournament, so maybe he's trying to build into that early scaling onto the Blitzcranks, use it until the late game, and maybe go for a very simple Laser Corp composition.
Could it be Jax? We saw you mention some Jax in day 1. Surely not in the game 6 of a World Championship.
Not for a first place, not from a spot where you don't have Jax, not from a spot where you don't have
I mean, it's not a bad strat. All you need is a Jax 3-star by stage 3-1, then you have a small chance.
This is the hill you want to die on, Jax?
He did say on 3-1. I kind of agree with him on that one.
I'm a big Jax fan myself, but that comp does not win lobbies. It is good for tempo, though, so I can agree there. Here we go on the 2-1 augment. Is it going to be a hero augment to wrap things up? No, a silver, so we're starting off kind of slow here.
Saw an Ash 2 upgrade in the shop there for Tex, potentially a second wind, and it looks like it is Blitz 2 as well. Is this the start you need to have a good laser core game, especially with the HP stacking?
I actually saw multiplayer being offered Pandora's Bench. Now, this is the last game of this lobby. This is the last game for finals, and they all need to get first. So maybe players are willing to go for that Pandora's Bench to get a 4-cost 3-star.
Yeah,
yes or no?
That is Lilo, though. He's not in the running, but he can play the spoilers. You can see his points right just above Hayden. What does Rereplay want to go for? Just Celestial Blessing it, keeping it very safe. Is he going to Lulu reroll? He does have a Lulu too, and he's positioning as if he's going to lean into it.
We did see Dobbs is on consistency, maybe trying to go for a massive lose streak into a 3-5 roll down. Hopefully finds Underground if that is his strategy.
Okay, we're finding Jing. Jing picked item grab back. That became a Sunfire Caves, and then he put in the Gadgetines onto the board, which became another Sunfire Caves.
2 Sunfires, Bebe. Your perfect items at this point in the game.
That's right. Bebe's favorite item in the game is Sunfire. His second favorite is Gadgetine Sunfire.
Yeah, woo!
Look at the happiness radiating from this guy.
Let's go, fellow solo ladder warrior.
We do have a Nyla and a Fiora on the bench, a GP in the shop. Could this be any inclination towards a duelist star? I don't think it's the case, although he does have the open rod for a long block it.
Yeah, from Gink's position, I think at this point he's just going to probably stick to his guns, just play for tempo. It's just not been Gink's tournament. 11 rounds, 38 points. It just generally has not been going smooth. But his consistency appearing in championships nonetheless should be commended. It's just hard enough to get here. Not even just 3 times, but even 1 time is hard. He's here 3 times.
Only 4 players in the world have done it at this point. Obviously, Hwami has 4, but joining the likes of VCLF, who's also fighting maybe for a chance to make it to the top 8. And of course, Double 61 isn't here for this tournament. Almost made it, fell in 10th in the EMEA finals, but a historic list of names to join.
Yeah, so he should at least be proud of getting this far, although I'm sure he is not happy about his performance, especially in the past couple days. Taking a look at Li Luo also in that same boat, we were really hyped to see another world champion potentially go for 2 titles. Not able to get it done, but that's kind of been the symptom of China in general. It just does not seem like they have that insane meta read that everyone was really expecting them to have.
But I do like the fact that Lilu is still not giving up. He's still considering a way that he can get first place, and he does make the Archangels. Exactly what carry are we looking for here? Are we going to go for Nico? Are we going to go for Acel? Are we going to go for a different like AP, like a carry composition?
Yeah, I think we're going to find out later, as Pandora's bench is quite open-ended. It has such terrible stats. If you're a data head, you look at Pandora's bench, it's always one of those augments you hear so many people talk about how good it is, but the stats and data are so bad.
Oh, you got to be skilled for it to be good.
Ah!
That's what's missing in my game.
Skill in this game, I see. Tell me more.
Looking at Dobbs, 2 losses in, wants to get that consistency as well. Tech Summers still very healthy with that laser core start that he had. One of the players we'll be watching out for in terms of the late game, trying to fight for that first. Michael as well, who just unfortunately lost to Li Luo.
Yeah, Li Luo kind of has an interesting mishmash of units, but that 2-star laser core is going to be still strong to fight for tempo. Does not end up queuing into another win streak or going against Hayden, who has been taking a lot of sure shot starts, and sure shot starts are a little bit on the riskier side, but for silver it's not that big of a deal because it does give you that silver and the power level is much lower, can't really overwhelm you, because the problem with sure shot is it makes your backline so much stronger, but early game is often dictated by your front line.
Now, I know it does look a bit silly when a player goes for sure shots into static shift, but do not worry, guys. There is a unit called Morgana. We can put the static shift onto Morgana for the armor reduction, so it's just perfectly fine.
And it's good because Sivir is also his best item holder, so I think Hayden is, at least according to his line, playing it as best as he can.
Problem there was the only upgrade he had on his board was a Blitz, and the Blitz has no tank items whatsoever, so the front line melted just too quickly. Some key 3-cost units on this carousel. A Vayne with a Death Blade already on her. I mean, there's not much better if you want a fast and good carry to carry you through this stage 2.
Yeah, and so let's see what people end up taking as well. It's all offensive.
Yeah, Gunblades, Last Whispers, RFCs.
I mean, the Vayne is actually really impactful because that is one of the best buildups for Jhin. And I do know a very famous and handsome NA caster that keeps saying, Deathblade is very good on Jhin. Yes!
Yeah, Mortdog is good looking. I agree.
Namzi, also a player trying to fight for that first place spot to try and jump in that top 8 by the end of this day. 2, currently looks like he's trying to play for a Lulu board.
He's not going to risk his life on Lulu, is he? Would you risk?
I mean, that face looks pretty determined.
I actually think that I would if it's if I had to reroll. If I had to reroll, I think it's Lulu. Isn't it not?
He has a blue buff, he has a JG, he has the start of a tank itemization for the Pantheon, but maybe he feels this is his best attempt at getting a first place.
I mean, I think it's still better to consider other options, maybe Sona instead for the hero augment potential, because no one is going for 1-cost reroll in this lobby.
Tech Summers in the Latam finals. When he ended up 2nd place, qualified to Worlds, the first thing he tweeted was, Vayne carried me throughout the entirety of this playoffs. Once again in his comfort zone, playing that Vayne as an AD item carrier until he finds that Warwick later in the game. Look how happy he is.
He's happy for now, but maybe not happy to see 3 people streaking in this lobby. So who Tex matches up against, Ging or Li Luo? And the scary thing is, neither of these players have much to lose. They can't make it to the running for the top 8, but they can totally spoil it for him.
Look, baby, 2 Lulus now. Are you happy?
Wow.
Thank you. That's the excitement I need to hear.
22% of the way there.
Every
Brick by
round he'll
brick.
find one more Lulu. I think
That's
that'll
right.
work out with the timings.
In the meantime, though, I want to really figure out if Tech Summer can keep his streak. Who's he going to queue up against? Either the Win Streakers or perhaps Blessed with the Hayden matchup. And it is Hayden who is losing, but Hayden doesn't exactly have a weak board either. I'm pretty sure Tech should be able to handle this, though.
I feel the Vayne would be a big difference. The Blitzcranks does have the extra HP from Madness, and if the second win procs right here onto the Blitzcranks,
Just slam the belt as well to buy some more time.
That's a
If
big
he loses,
deal.
you're
Right,
right,
that
this could
build
be a problem, but I
make a
think it should be enough. The Vayne damage is so big. Laser core on either side. It looks like calculated in the end from the Argentinian player. This is the most high play-by-play in Stage 2 fight.
So Lulu is the other player that loses streak. It's Jing and Tech Summer that has that Stage 2 advantage, and the other players are going for loss streak to finish off their compositions. Tech Summer smiling very happily.
Yeah, there's a nervous chuckle there as you recognize that one was potentially a little close for comfort.
Morgana in the shop, though, one of the, as you mentioned, baby, one of the key units, not just, in this comp, in any comp right now in the game with how versatile she is at applying that utility.
Okay, now the game is not over yet for all these players. Now the players need to decide, what is the next augment going to be? Is it going to be 2-3 cost hero augment, or do I need to wait for a 4 or 5 cost hero augment, which will be very important inside the placements in the game.
Wait a second, do we
Surely we're
lose?
fine.
No, he slams the items.
No way!
Please save us.
Okay, I think we're good.
Pick that up! Is he gonna make some fires?
Nice.
Nah, he's good.
Oh, he made it!
There's no way you lose.
Oh, he did.
He made Sunfire.
Lulu, be careful.
Oh no!
Wait.
Oh my goodness.
Lulu instead, he could have won
This
that.
is not the way to start off the game.
He's also re-rolling for Lulu. Will at least get some Lulus. Come on, give this man a break.
What a disaster for Omnomzi. He needed every single resource he could get, and now we'll never know what was in that crook until later in the game.
Everything went wrong in that fight. Slammed the Sunfire, didn't matter. Didn't slam the JG at the beginning of the fight, thinking he was maybe strong enough, and he's still so far away from that Lulu. It's not even Lulu 2 yet.
Okay. Namzi needs to chill down a bit, and he needs to think about his win conditions. He already rolled, so he committed to a 1-cost reroll comp, even though it's 1 cost, right? So he needs to get something really impactful, like maybe Think Fast or Golden Ticket, and he needs to prepare for that to have a chance to win the game.
He did tailor his augments, so he's still locked in. He put in the super so he can get the Malphite Guardian Spirit as a potential out here, but his HP is starting to really fall, and right now the dominoes are compounding onto each other here, and Namzi's spiraling out of control.
Could have rolled down more, but I think he knows he's so far from Lulu, gonna opt not to.
Michael's tome.
This could be
Where'd that come from?
3 gold augment right there.
All right, well, let's see. Maybe gets another gold right here.
Ying finally gets a loss. Tex is now the only win-streaking player after the
4
first
costs!
fight.
What did Tech Summers get?
Tech Summers is gonna get big data for sure. Or at least a Warwick augment. Maybe he wants to go for well-fed. Instant spread shot. Take double spread shot or double death blade for Dobbs.
Wow. And we're seeing Tex did end up picking up that big data on that Warwick. A lot of key augments. I mean, the spike here is going to be so big for some of these players. The trait spike especially. Viego online for Ging with that Ionic Spark and that Gunblade.
3 Warwick augments taken, by the way. So it looks like there's a 3-way contest for that tree. That Viego also is being taken for Omnomzi for the 4 heart, and that is really, really difficult for him to deal with right now.
And once again, both Latam players on the same comp. We saw it from EMEA with the Spellslingers in Game 5. Now Michael and Tech Summers both on the Laser Core coming into this Game 6.
So right now we gotta decide who is in the situation that is most prominent to get first place. Is it gonna be Tech Summers, who's with that win streak, early Vayne 2-star in the big data like composition, or will it be another player? Maybe the Samira player with the Last Whispers into the... Wait, Last Whispers Statics?
Oh, we're asking for Jax, and there's currently a Jax
There's
with
a Jax
JG
player. I'm
and
actually
a Giants
baffled
player.
by this. Michael wants to go for Jax and Brawler, so he's really hoping that this emblem ends up becoming a Brawler crest.
Right now, Michael is not really in a situation where he can contest for first. His composition is not that powerful. I feel if Michael really liked Tech Summers, he could help him by denying other players, but he's actually being very honorable by not...
Oh, does Mecha
Prime
change anything? Mech Warwick?
Mecha Warwick? Actually, not that bad.
That's too spicy for a Game 6 with a World Championship qualification on the line.
It's actually really strong until Stage 5. It's a unit that will not die, has permanent life steal. Does he actually pick it up?
Goes for Defender instead.
Defender Jax? So he wants to double all the defensive stats for it. This doesn't feel like a game-winning line, but we'll see. Maybe crazy things can happen. The thing that's the caveat to it is that he's also contested with that Warwick. So he might not even hit Warwick too. Going up against Rereplay, who looks like he got an uncontested easy being green Nico early on, which is really powerful. Everyone knows what this augment can do at the top end, but for now, struggling a little bit with tempo. Ends up taking a loss to the Jax player here.
And Rereplay, despite already being qualified essentially for that day 3, he does want to finish first. The confidence boost of saying, hey, I just dominated the rest of the world across 2 days, across 12 games as well.
Well, Rereplay told me in the break that he wants to do as best he can to help Jukyu's chances going into it the last couple games. I don't know if Jukyu can actually get there, but I know that he's still playing for NA's pride.
For those who forgot, it is Tech Summers that has a chance to qualify for top 8, and it is Jing, Lilo, Hayden, and Rereplay that is already guaranteed there whether they will go up or not. So most of the eyes in this tournament focus on Tech Summers.
One person is streaking in this lobby. It's Dobbs with consistency, which is really good for him because he's getting that win streak bonus right now, but it is also to compensate for his terrible early game where he went loss, win, loss, loss, win. That is not the consistency streak you want at all. Wow. So Dobbs making up for lost time. Let's see how far he can carry that.
Well, Namzi trying to find some more upgrades, find some GPs, doesn't really have too many Lulus at all, though still so far away from the comp he envisioned. Partners in Crime is maybe is not ideal, obviously, but it is something in this case.
It looks very, very sad. So
33 HP.
He is 6 Lulus away.
How long are we going to wait? At 33 HP, it just feels like even if we stabilize, I don't think we're going to be able to actually win out unless we get exactly Axiom Mark for the last augments, which I don't think is very probable from here.
Honestly, I think going for Lulu 3-star was not a good idea, but I do have to compliment Namzi in the fact that he is maintaining a full econ like Elite. So he knows that he needs a lot more money to get the Lulu 3-star online, so he is playing into his win condition pretty well. It's just, you know, like really, really like awkward.
He just lost another 12 HP. At this pace, he's actually not even going to make it to his 3rd augment.
But he's so far away from the Lulu. I think you have to now risk it all the way. Is it the correct play? I think from this spot, after losing to Krog, maybe it's the only play he has left.
Honestly, I think the game's over for it. I mean, greeting is right at this point because he needs as much money and he needs...
Wait,
never mind. Let's show up.
The more we curse him, the stronger he gets. Another GP in the shop as well. He has a few more rolls. Maybe can find. It doesn't even have space for the GP on the board.
Greed again. The greed is what got you in the first place with not killing the Krugs.
And even if he hits a spike with the Axiom Mark, he has to play one fight at 4-1 without that 3rd augment enabling him to maybe hit that cap.
Now I'm wondering if you see a legendary 12 loss streak with losing both Krugs. The first in TFT history.
Listen, double 61 lost to Krugs many times throughout this set, and he did fairly well across the entirety of the season.
Oh, jeez. Going up against Dobbs, who has this double death blade, which is, many people say is like actually the best Vayne setup is just 3 death blades. That's kind of said jokingly. Not really much of a joke here. He's actually putting out a lot of damage. Can he finish off stage 3 with the win streak? Going up against the Aatrox, the Aatrox is closing in, and I don't think that Dobbs is going to be able to get it done. So unfortunately, that consistent streak comes to an end.
Now, Deathblade is a really powerful itemization onto the Vayne. However, he doesn't have that crit amplifier yet. You do need Infinity Edge or an item as such to make sure that Vayne ultimate like a crits. So let's even get that online.
Oh, now we're running into bench space issues you don't want to see. Finally, GP frees up so much slots.
All right, so that's 1 3-star. We can get Pantheon 3, and then obviously Lulu 3. I could see maybe a 6th place.
I see one way that Namzi can win this game. He's gonna get a Prismatic into Curse Crown. He's gonna re-roll.
He has to start rolling.
3 stars.
He has only 10 HP. He needs to find his upgrades before this next fight starts, or it's over. This is the biggest test of APM we'll be seeing all tournament long, potentially.
He's very far from the Lulus. He's got 6 so far, but he's only looking for like 1 unit, just 1. Can he find that 3 of the 1 Lulus? He's rolling hard. He's buying the cars along the way. He's getting the Malphites. That's not that bad. At least he's
slowing him down, though, buying the 1 costs. He's still so far. 3 more Lulus to go. Has the GP on the bench still.
Looks like
he's finding Malphites, but can't find the Lulus.
Tech Summers is dancing.
GP, you have to let the GP in.
And he's going to be Tech Summers, who wants to end Namzi right here, right now. That's a 2-star Vayne working on it. The Lulu just dying. Is Namzi out of this game and out of this tournament?
Saving Gangplank 3-star for next game. I haven't seen that one before.
That's too many units surviving. Namzi is dead. And with that, his hope of making the final lobby. But hey, he put it all on the line. He made it pretty far. And SCA put quite a threat behind Omnamzi. YBY's got to carry on his spirit.
It is a prismatic for the rest of the players. We got to focus on what's going on in the rest of the lobby.
Think fast for Rereplay, top left.
Tech Summers also looking at his options, has one reroll left.
And then we're going to see whether or not we can hit this Twisted Fate 2-star. We ideally want 2-star everything on our board, and if we can find extra credit.
Goes Echo as well. Another Echo, skips over it.
Okay. So we're pretty much there. What are we missing at this point? Fiora?
Another Echo, gets skipped over again.
We're missing the Oxforce units for sure. That would be a Fiora, but the most important thing is to buy as much forecast as possible so that he has a chance to get like the forecast, like 3 stars to finish. Now, even if he doesn't get the forecast 3-star now,
never punish.
A lot of econ. Nice Echo.
Never punish. Come on, man.
Skipped over 2 Echoes, but in the end finds the Echo anyway. This is a player that all he really needs is maybe a 4th, a 5th, a 3rd to guarantee that first place spot, depending on what Setsuko can do in these last games as well. And now I'm wondering, what was the pickup for Tech Summers? It looks like he rolled and he found a Laser Core Soul. So this is now a player straight beelining for that first place.
Yeah, Tex is coming for that top 8 qualification as fast as he can. Dobbs takes another loss. This is a very strong board. And by the way, Rereplay was also collecting additional forecasts in the form of Twisted Fate and Nico, because I think he recognized he's not contested. And the more people are pulling out the Warwicks and the other units that go associated with those trees, the more opportunity he gets to hit those 3-star units.
This is something that Tech Summers actually has to use to his advantage. The opponents are taking away the Echoes, the opponents are taking away the Nikos, so I'm going to use that to find my Warwick 3-star to contest it when they find their forecast 3-star. So this is very likely to be that battle.
It's just hard to find because there's 3 people who took Warwick augments. You have Michael and Lee Lua who also does that, and Lee Lua might be doing the same thing with Pandora's Bench, so we'll see.
I'm wondering what Michael's board looks like at this point in Stage 4. We saw a weird assembly of Laser Core and Brawler earlier in Stage 3. At this point now, the JG has swapped onto the Belveth instead. And can the new recruit do enough as a spike here?
Yeah, unfortunately, this deck doesn't really have a future. This is Warwick augment into new recruit. It's not strong, but it's not weak. More of a top 4 deck, but just not good enough to get in that top 8 placement and get a first place.
Yeah, and you know, Ging has a lot of utility, but it just does not look like he has a lot of tempo. That Radiant Shroud is not strong enough. But he does have a lot of goals, so he's aiming for a really strong 4-5.
As a player that was contesting him on Laser Core line, Tex is in a really good position now to maybe end up among the top 3 spots. He has 53 points. Maybe he doesn't actually need a first place. This is a player that was at the last World Championship, finished 16th, and starting set 8. He didn't think, I want to qualify again. He thought, I want to qualify again and make it to the top 8 this time around. And he's in a position to do so.
In a position to do so, but to check in on the state of his economy, as he did lose his streak right before this round. Most people have a lot of components slammed, so let's see if, for example, this Ezreal swings anything for Dobbs. I don't think so, because Dobbs was playing Vayne and Duelist. I don't know what he wants to do with that tier.
We're looking at Lilu's board, and Lilu is the player that did pick Pandora's Bench. He also picked Windfall for more econ to find his forecast 2 stars, but nowhere near any of the forecast 3-star options. We're going back to Hayden. Also here, a lot of forecasts taken. We got Samira 2 upgraded just now. We have the Aesol, but unfortunately, because we have Statics and Last Whispers, we're missing core damage itemizations and core tank itemizations. Will this be good enough to win the game?
And he's also playing like Warwick and trying to grief the other
kind
players.
Of a mishmash of units here, and I'm not sure it'll be enough. Hayden now down to 21 HP, facing off against a well-fed Warwick, who might actually turn into the Samira the moment this Blitzcrank dies. If not, nope, goes into the middle instead, and now goes straight to the center of the board. Samira having a field day, trying to get as many kills as possible before the damage from the Aesol and the Laser Quartz comes through, but Hayden just can't do it right now.
Yeah, Hayden, unfortunately, is running into the problem what happens when you itemize a utility Samira, which is Last Whisper and Gunblade. That was a build that we played a lot in 8.0, but there's a reason we don't play it that often here unless you're trying to heal mech with it, or you just need to slam it for tempo. And that's because Samira doesn't do damage without it. You actually kind of need to have things like Deathblade or like really powerful items, or you go vertical sure shot, or have other supporting 80 damage like Belveth.
A lot of inefficiency with the itemization for sure. Not only is the Samira double utility, ability with no pure damage itemizations. He also does have Last Whispers and Static, so one of them is wasted. If you use Morgana instead of these itemizations, it could be a bit more better, but still very, very like awkward. We shall see if he will be able to win, but with this front line, I don't think it can hold.
Yeah, I don't think so as well. Aatrox, as we know, needs a lot of support, and support isn't a Warwick 1 and a Rammus 2, but we'll see. Dobbs does have the Vayne 2 still collecting them. He has 6 Vaynes waiting on the bench alongside the Neela. Here comes the Sand Slam, stalling the front line, hoping that he can hold on for just a little bit longer while Samir rams with her flare. And now, where the front line is gone, Hayden gets a little bit of breathing room.
The Radiant Relics and the Radiant Hodge not quite good enough to win that fight for Dobbs. He does have consistency, has lost a few fights in a row, so potentially it is a good thing for now, getting him some extra gold, but still so far away from the Vayne, and we're seeing there only at a 20 gold threshold right now.
I mean, the sad thing about Dobbs is that he does not have crit potential. So since he does not have crit potential, that Vayne will not be able to utilize his full potential. He does need to out-upgrade, which could be possible with consistency, but let's see if he will find all the upgrades that maybe could raise him a few more placements.
Hayden had an interesting spot where he could have thought about locking for the Leona to try to go for mech. The problem is that he really needs Garen 2 to justify it. Also, he has terrible mech items as he just has a single Warmogs and a Vast. But we can see, like, maybe the Aurelian Doom gives him the components to support his front line, because right now, Hayden has all backline and just an Aatrox 2 with Warmogs. Finds an opportunity to make a vow. Let's see if he can find something else better.
Double Last Whispers.
Could be Bramble, could be Redemption. Also wants that third item on Samira, though.
Runans.
Be Runans instead.
Oh, Garo 2-star actually, like, utilized. So if he does get one more mech unit, like Jazz, he could actually be able to put the Mecha Garo.
And if he rolls here, he's still level 7. I mean, just not a good spot right now.
Oh, he is rolling. He doesn't really feel like he has a choice, so he just wants to find that like a Jazz, but he's like, wait, no, I shouldn't roll here. I can't level.
And Dobbs, 2 tiers, a Zephyr potentially. And one away from that Vayne, 2 away from the Nyla. He's at 39 HP. He needs to start winning now.
Oh, this is a good tech. For those who don't know, duelists have a very high AP ratio on Nyla, Fiora, and Yasuo, even Gangplank too. So using the challenge to make your front line a bit more stronger is never that bad. And he did want to go for pure stats. He did not want to go for Zephyr for that reason. So he did itemize this way. He's very close to the upgrades too.
The problem is that just he has a lot of like nice things, but nothing like really strong. Everything's like okay / solid, but nothing crazy powerful. And remember, we're at a prismatic level of power for tempo.
He needs to roll now. I don't think he has a choice. I mean, he's losing so much HP. He's down to 25 HP at this point in time.
What's he waiting for?
And he's so close to his upgrades.
Actually, there's 2 ways to look at this. I mean, duelist is just like a top 4 composition anyway, so you might actually need as much econ as possible to like maybe start everything, or maybe just all in here.
One off both Vayne and Nyla. These would be huge spikes considering these are the 2 itemized carries right now in the front line and the back line. And he can't find either.
Slightly off.
Okay.
So he's going to take one more hit, get one more loss streak. Not super bad. Let's see how the other players are doing.
Okay, so we're hopping back on with Hayden, who's going up against Michael. This Belveth is still pretty intimidating, not to mention that Michael's still stuck on Warwick 1, so that's not that big of a threat. Belveth's working the back line. No follow-up cast from the Aurelian Stone. That's half the damage for Hayden. And that is a down front line. Warwick charging in. And Hayden barely survives. Good positioning from Hayden is what's salvaging his spot. He makes sure that Warwick and Samir were as far apart as possible.
I mean, this is slightly bad news for Tech Summers because currently the other players... Oh, nice.
One more upgrade. There he is. The Vayne 3 has been found. Double Deathblade, Radiant Hodge. Hopefully the end of the loss streak and the start of the win streak with consistency for the Brazilian player. But he's down to 13 HP.
Nice.
Lilo at 18 as well.
Well, you can't actually buy it
now.
To lock it.
That's the lock.
The panic roll.
The Annies.
So the Annies and just go for TF2?
No.
Baby, are you okay?
I'm joking.
It's been a long day.
Switching over to the other side. Needs to protect Vayne as best as he can. That's the name of the game. But he's on the same side as Warwick, but maybe that Vayne focuses it down.
Could be enough DPS as well with the double Deathblade. It's going to be so big. We see it there. The Sunfire utility already gone. The Undertow could be massive, though. Almost a cast from Urgot does finally come through. The Vayne will get CC'd for a little bit, but is it enough time? I don't think it is. The Nyla is still left alive. She's stalling for so long. Even Fiora is pitching in. A big hit on Li Luo, the Chinese player, now down to single digits. And Hayden also down to what looks like 1 HP.
Now, this is really good news for Tech Summers. Once Lilo dies, all those Warwicks go back in the pool, and I think Tech Summers has 6 Warwicks so far, so that could guarantee him a first place by getting that for Kasui Star.
The Shroud could be big. Hayden does pick it up.
Meanwhile, Gang, don't look now. Starting a streak, by the way, with his Riftwalker board. So let's see how far he can take it. As before, he was struggling a little bit to establish tempo, but we talked about how he was saving up that goal for a big 4-5, and it looks like it's paid off.
Talking about Latam as well, these players needing to face off and place big in this final games. Tech Summers currently second in the standings, Michael currently third. So both players are still in the running. We have to look at how strong these boards got. Tex, we haven't seen it in a while. He did hit that 6 laser core and is trying to find some of these key upgrades now.
He's paired up across the board. It's not that he's holding 6 Warwicks. He's holding
this is so
only
tough.
2 Warwick ones.
Oh no!
Because he's triple contested in this lobby for all the Warwicks.
So nobody is actually near a forecast restart angle, and no one has enough money. It seems Rereplay just
we're on 5 TFs.
Oh, he sold it.
7 Nikos.
Ooh, yeah.
5 TFs.
Close. Zephyr here could be huge. What does it end up hitting?
What's up with NA and Nikos? Is there something going on?
I mean, it's more like, why are not people more playing around Nico? It feels like is the bigger question here as we take a look at these 2 crucial fights. Can Dobbs survive against Hayden and eliminate him? Can Liloa upset Michael and live for another round?
And the moment Michael dies, Tech Summer would have a much bigger advantage at finding those Warwicks, but it looks like he is not dying anytime soon. The battle of the Warwicks, the hack and slash coming through. Tex is watching. The end result will be Lilo surviving, Michael taking a tiny little hit. Hayden also taking a hit, and Dobbs with the Vayne 3, the Nyla 3, strong enough to fight for one more round.
Warwick refuses to die. Just no one is allowed to let Tech Summers get Warwicks.
I mean, so the biggest issue here is, will Rereplay be able to find the Nikos? I mean, so many people are holding Warwicks. He himself is taking a lot of forecasts taken out. He's also ecoing because he has the luxury. And will Tech Summers be able to deny that? That's also a big question too.
I don't think so. I think Tex is in a position where he was rolling down his 0 and trying to 2-star his board because he was still playing like 1-star Mord, 1-star Warwick, and a bunch of other pairs.
At the moment either of these Warwick players died, Tex will have a field day with his shops. Now Tex has a chance to be the one
Warwick
to do it.
Wait, but the Warwick is attacking the other one.
Oh no, the Mordekaiser skyline comes through. One Warwick dies, a second still alive. Tex is going to win this. Lilo taken down. The Warwick's back in the pool. The Chinese player dead in 6th. But now Tex has a chance to hit such big upgrades and still 50 HP to work with.
I mean, Lilo did have a bunch of econ augments and was at level A, so that did make the difference. The Mordekaiser on Lilo's side was pretty strong to pick up a good fight, but that was it in the end.
Replay. Kind of falling a lot in the HP so far in this stage. Still looking to see if he can hit that Nico 3, but more importantly, now that the other players are kind of set in stone here, pay attention to Dobbs, pay attention to Tech Summers, and whether or not Michael can bring himself out of this deficit. I'm pretty sure Michael may be out of this. So it comes down to whether or not Tex or Dobbs can fight for the last points.
Now, Rereplay actually needs to start investing now. The players are dying, means more forecasts are going back in the pool, and once the players die off, the other players start looking around to see if there's anything they want to deny. So before he gets denied, before the forecast like they get taken down, he should try to roll for the forecast restart.
All right, we're trying to go for it.
Has a chance now to do it. Could be playing spoiler. Anyone that faces him now, if he hits the Nico 3, could be in big trouble. Even Michael, who's at 9 HP right now, but it looks like the upgrade is not coming through just yet. A few more rolls, and no Nikos found. Still 2 away.
And that's okay, you know, Replay already got there.
They're there, Replay.
He still has 22 HP, so he could theoretically like win one.
It seems Replay needs to ask Sasuko for Riz lessons.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to Riz up that Nico. Triple locket from Dobbs with Vayne 3. Is this going to be good enough? Vayne's on the opposite side of the carries, though, giving time for the ramp up. And maybe that special can start working his way across the front line. Nila's hit to cast, get the Apotheosis to heal a bunch of the units. A lot of healing coming through, and I think this is the end for Michael. A job well done to get this far, but your run ends here.
And another thing to note is that Tech Summer is actually on a +4 win streak, and Dobbs at the bottom is actually looking pretty strong. It means that Gings and Rereplay will go down because these two are the strongest players in this current lobby. Will Tex be able to secure that first, or will he fall down to the duelist player?
And what a battle in the end. Latam versus Brazil. A classic battle in TFT, a classic battle in South America, in esports and in sports as well. Both players trying to fight for potentially one of the last spots in that top 8.
Yeah, we'll have to find out as we have a matchup between either Ging or Tex Summers and see if Dobbs can fight for his livelihood. He's going up against Tex Summers. Is he going to be able to upset and disrupt that momentum? That is a lot of 2-stars that I see.
5-cost 2-star Mordekaiser, 5-cost 2-star Urgot. Mori's going to ult, and that's going to hurt a lot onto the duelist like a side. Will the Warwick be able to clean up the Fiora?
Second wind.
But it's just not good enough. Spread shot bait only hits 3 units. If only hit like 9 units.
Woo! Tex Summers!
From Dobbs in the end, but he's taken down. Tex has now an even better chance of making it, not just with this last game coming down to just 3 players, but also one of his direct opponents for that top 8 no longer in contention.
So it's all going to come down to Rereplay. Will he be able to find Nico's? How many does he need? Still 2 more?
He still needs 2 more, and I don't think he's going to live long enough to see it because he is queued up into Tex Summers, who looks like he is just snowballing out of control. One more Nico. If somehow, miraculously, he wins against Tex. He's selling his board.
He's trying to find it. Faster. He's got to sell the units that he needs. He's got to sell the front line first, and then maybe he can find it. But Rereplay is going to be out.
Too weak now. Doesn't find the upgrade, doesn't find the Nico 3, has a lot of Nicos, but little else going on. The Zephyr doesn't come in, it comes in too late. Up against Tex, the direct matchup as well, and just gonna be easy pickings for this Warwick, for the Orga, for the Mordekaiser as well. Tex takes down 1 more player. EMEA versus Latam now for the final fight of this game 6.
Now it all depends on Jing. Is Jing actually going to deny Tex Summers that first, which could deny his like a qualifications top 8 or not? We do have to check the board. He did lose the clone. Let's see.
Another Mordekaiser, I think already. The Mordekaiser 2 has been found by Tex. Not necessary right now. Going to go for maybe just a glove component instead, potentially.
Chalice.
Yeah, the Q cone.
Chalice is particularly really good with the Mordekaiser, so you can get the snipes in. Let's see if this makes a difference.
No 5-cost 2-stars on Jing's side. He does
have the Radiant Shroud and the Zephyr on the same unit.
Okay. And Game's done a good job to get to this top 2, but can he do what he was not able to do in the EMEA Regional Finals and post a dub onto the board? Because Ging qualified by posting an amazing amount of consistent seconds and thirds, but didn't actually win a game.
Trying to fight for his pride as well, trying to do better than just 38 points.
Okay, let's go. Final fight, guys. Final fight.
Zephyr is so big here. Does not hit the Mordekaiser.
Oh, and he misses completely. Ging leaves it right down the middle, but he does end up clashing onto the back line, and maybe that ends up being in his favor.
The Jin is almost gone, but stays alive, still dishing out some DPS. Or does a second cast come from the Mordekaiser?
It does! Second win!
The second win is so big, but doesn't hit the Jin. It's all now up to the Urgot, up to the Warwick. The Warwick, we've seen him so many times winning these 1v2s, winning these 1v1s. No cast from Morgana. The DPS from the Jin comes out. The ZZ Rod helping out as well. Ging taken down to 3 HP.
Pretty close fight regardless, even though that Ging does not have any 5-cost 2-stars. Because his competition is quite solid, he is able to put up a big fight, but I feel like the biggest factor is that Mordekaiser. Will Ging be able to Zephyr? Oh, you can't Zephyr in trap though. Sell that, Garen.
We do have an Anvil on the bench for Tex Summers still.
Yeah, that's right. I think Tex is even waiting to see if he needs this item. Yeah. Or he's taking a pretty big victory lap.
No, he's taking for the top 8 qualifiers.
That's right.
I'm not sure that's how that works, baby.
A move to the last second. Did we land the Zephyr? Did we land the Shroud?
No, neither. Both like a miss. The Shroud actually missed. Warwick and the Urgot. That's huge.
Yeah, that's right. And it does have the Jin on the other side, though, so maybe this Flourish can line up really nice for an angle.
The second win comes through. Mordekaiser's still alive. CC'd for a tiny bit, but still, it's too much for the Jin to handle. Big win for Tex. Big win for Latam as well. Almost securing a spot in the top 8 for Tex. Look how happy he is as well. He brought out the outfit and he gets out the big win.
Massive win for Tex Summers in Latin America. Will that be enough to join us in the top 8? I think it could be.
Tex Summers is really happy right now. He says he's done his best. I've done everything that I could. Is this gonna be enough for me to qualify? He is super excited. We are super excited. Let us soon see the results of the final lobby of TFT World Championships.
It's pretty much close to guaranteed. It's not 100%, but we talked about how 60/61 might be the threshold, and he's at 61, so he even has that extra point for safety.
Wondering what players like Enzo, like YBY did as well. well. They were so close to meeting that threshold. As long as they, were able to get a third or maybe even a fourth in that last game, they might be in that top 8. But if they got a 7th or an 8th, they might be out of contention. Hopefully, fingers crossed, EMEA has at least one player in that final 8.
And what a story for Tech Summers, who represents that bridge between Latin America and even North America. Yes, Tech Summer represents the LatAm and all the community there, but he also hangs out a lot with the English speakers, and I think it shows that he's taking the best of both. He's able to take some of that knowledge and use it himself from all the communities and networks that he has. If you look at a Twitch chat, chances are Tech Summers is there learning, studying, and improving.
And I do want to say thanks to all of the 32 players that did qualify to Worlds for showing us such beautiful games. Whether you qualify or not, that is such a huge contribution to the game itself, and I thought the event to be very enjoyable.
Yeah, and overall, kind of on the other side, some heartbreaking losses. I don't think Dobbs had enough points to potentially make it, and definitely not Michael. But again, I think these underdog regions, people were ranking them on the very bottom, and they put up one hell of a fight. But at the end of that fight, who has made the top 8? Who narrowly missed out and be left with that bitter ending only to wait for the next set? The answers, the conclusion of day 2 is right after this. You're watching the Monsters Attack Championship.
points for Tech Summers. Finally, let him into this top 1. And I'm very excited because I think he has a fair chance to get it into top 8. Oh my god, I need to breathe. Okay, hold hands, guys. Before we start the analysis, we need to calm down a little bit. Okay, back at home, do the same, please. Okay, now
it's called square breathing. You take 4 seconds in, you pause for 4 seconds, 4 seconds out,
Okay, I got it.
There we go.
I was just thinking of my grandma. Okay, listen. Okay, we're cool.
My grandma wouldn't calm me down, so I'm very jealous of whatever family situation you've got going on there.
Okay, so let's start with the winning composition because we've seen Tech Summers has done Laser Corps over and over again. But Bart, we've seen Laser Corps, a lot of contestants doing it. But the thing was, we had a lot of reroll compositions with Ash, and that's why the units were not enough. That's why he got that low on the tier on the overall standings. But now he has full path for that laser composition, and he got it perfectly.
Yeah, Laser Core is an interesting comp in that it does flat damage, so the earlier you can turn it on, the more powerful it is. And so getting that 4-cost hero augment at 3-2 allowed him that access very early, and then combine that with the 4-2 hero augment, giving him that emblem, that's going to allow him to get into that 6, and that's just a lot of power, and really allowed him propel, and then turning it into a first place with that Mordekaiser, with that Warwick, was a really good finish. And so you're kind of getting to see peak Laser Core there, and so that was really good to see. And that's exactly what Tex needed. He really needed a first place to hopefully get into the top 8, and so we'll see if that pays off. But yeah, like you got to see there, just really good Laser Core, and everyone else just really struggled to convert that prismatic. We saw the Duelist there with the Vayne, and the Vayne had kind of rough items, and we've seen 6 Duelist again with that low win rate like we've talked about before.
Yeah, do you know, Matt, that actually Think Fast has a higher pick rate and win rate than Golden Ticket? I was actually super surprised about it, but it was Replay really needed to complete the composition. It was a little bit of filling the gap on the front line and the bot line. And again, we're seeing Summers with the classic Argentinian advert from the field. And Matt, what else can you say about this last lobby?
All right, so unfortunately, Kyle, to answer your earlier question, yes, I was aware of that fact because we had that stupid pop quiz where I just borked it.
Wait, why you say it's stupid? It was very fun.
Because I got it wrong, and therefore it's stupid. I didn't get to have as much fun with this one. The last one, I just mean-mugged the camera the whole time. But I think the think fast power comes from these very high mechanical ceiling players, these players who know exactly what their line looks like, who have, we'll say in the case of Setsuko, who used it previously, thousands of games on the set, and Rereplay as well, an incredibly experienced player, able to form those compositions sooner than everyone else and giving them tempo that they know how to use in order to exert the pressure on the lobby, which is why it's so much stronger the better players that are using it.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare it to something like Windfall, right? Windfall gives you that 35, 45 gold right away, whereas Think Fast, if you're skilled enough, you can convert that into 80, 90 gold worth of rerolls to find those units you want and kind of remove the variance out of the system, which is really important.
Yeah, and we have to talk about, since we're talking about reroll, Dove C and again made the reroll Bane, and again, if we're going to on augments, probably it's a good fair chance to have these 2-cost, 3-cost units to make it into reroll and 3 stars, but this lobby was so tight and had such a high potential for late game that this roll compositions only enables you to get into the top 4.
Yeah, I think Duelist especially is really going to struggle when it's a 4-cost hero augment. Getting those at the 3-2 allowed them to spike really hard, and so Duelist just can't keep up with that, even with the Vayne 3, and we saw the items weren't necessarily optimal. So
yeah, I'm gonna miss the fact of what happened with Namsi, because I think he suffered enough with that last game. I'm not gonna mention it, but it was pretty unlucky. I want to see the overall standing, the last ones. Producers, please! This is the final lobby and the results of this 2 days competition. And please turn.
Just flip it. Yeah, we've seen
Why
these
you make me
players. They're
suffer?
bottom 16.
Why?
I think a lot of these players, fought for good standings. Shout out to Hayden for turning that 32nd into a 28th. Whereas like someone like Jukyu, I think, has got to be disappointed with that 26th, kind of a rough finish. But overall, kind of an interesting mix here. And so each player at least going away with a good prize pool. Like there's a good amount of money for each person here. So yeah, kind of like I want to see the top 16, the top 8.
And shout out to VCLS that he has done pretty amazing the first day and just hanging in there into this day, of course. And again, China, 2345, and here it is, our top 8 players that are gonna advance for day 3 and the great finals. We have Setsuko, Rereplay, Flancy, SVN, Vintium, Enzo, Shimabin, and Tex Summer with top 8. Oh my god, that was so close.
CN outdated, NA overrated. Since set 3, EMEA have waited. EMEA champion activated. Enzo, our boy, finally made it through to day number 3. He's got this one in the bag. I'm sorry, Mort. I'm sorry, Kylie. I know you're so excited about Tex, and that's great for you. But we got a championship in the bag. It's cool.
I know, but more. We have one player for each region.
Yeah,
finally!
It's nice to see 7 regions in the top 8, which is really good. That tiebreaker for 8th place, Tex getting that first he needed, that was huge. That was awesome to see. But, 9th place, that's always got to be heartbreaking on a tiebreaker. There's always that curse. But again, top 8, 7 regions. So, points are going to reset tomorrow. It's still anyone's game. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens.
Well, one of those regions as well, Southeast Asia. This is their first time in international competition. YBY just looking absolutely incredible in his first competitive outing on the international stage, outside of the Eastern Last Chance qualifier, which he absolutely smashed. So congratulations to him. Excited to see that in day 3.
All right, I think I've had enough of too much adrenaline this last game, but I think we have an interview with some of the players here that might give us some words of that last game. And for that, we have Counterfeit and Makes on the grill. What's on the menu, guys?
Yeah, I mean, this time on the menu, we have a player that I'm sure would... Peter, you need to stop grilling. We have an interview ready. Please, I know you were ready to...
I'm so hungry.
...to start celebrating, but we still have a little bit to go here. And, of course, we want to welcome Rereplay here to our stage, virtually, basically. Rereplay, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Congratulations to making those top 8. That's fantastic. We're super excited for you. How was it to prepare for something like the Monsters Attack Championship? Was there anything you did that you normally wouldn't or more? How was your approach?
I mean, I think it's the same as every other tournament. Like, you just prep with, like, people you think are good. Like, I don't know, like, get your lines ready, like, see what you want to play, and just...
No, absolutely. I mean, I want to hear from you, of course. This is a huge moment for your TFT career. Can you just tell us a little bit about, the moment you realized you've made it through to day 3, how you reacted, how you felt?
I mean, I was like pretty happy because like I think I have a history of just like being really ahead and then throwing my leads, like just going like 8-8-8 in the last 3 games. And I was like I think I had 3 games remaining, and I'm pretty sure if I went exactly 8-8-8, I could have not qualified. So like, I don't know, I was relieved when I went like a 6th or something. It was like good enough.
Yeah, and you did fantastic. You made it 2nd place in the overall points, which is incredibly good. We do want to ask, though, looking at those top 8 that are now already decided, who do you think is going to be the biggest threat in the tournament for you?
Oh, I'm pretty sure like NA is ahead of the other regions, so it's pretty much just me.
Okay.
All right, giving the respect to your fellow NA player, I think that makes a lot of sense. So, from where you stand today to where you are tomorrow, you're potentially going to end tomorrow with $150,000 in your pocket. If you do win, the big prize, if you become a global champion, how are you going to celebrate?
I don't know. I don't have any celebration plans until I win. So I'll wait till then.
Okay. That's a very humble approach. We can respect that. But of course, we know that you've had a long day, got up very early. Probably we don't want to steal too much of your time. Is there anybody you want to shout out, you want to thank for here while you're on stage? Basically, the stage is yours.
I don't know, like everyone I prepped with, like all the NA guys, like I prepped with like the OCE guys, like Chaos also. Like for regionals, I prepped with like so many people like DPay, Ripple, and of course like my friends and family were super supportive.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rereplay. It's been our pleasure. Best of luck tomorrow. We're going to see more from you. We're very excited for that. And we're going to throw it back to our analyst desk. And Peter, you can start grilling some more of these burgers.
Oh, finally, I'm starving.
No, brother. I mean, Mort, I don't know if you were watching it earlier.
Polish a little bit.
Oh,
different kind of flipping now that you're off camera.
Well, actually, that's a great question. What would you guys do if you win the championship? What would you do, Mark?
Ooh, I mean, for me, that money just goes right back into another TFT tournament. But I doubt that's what our players are going to do here. So hopefully for them, it goes to a good cause and kind of helps them take their life to the next step. Hopefully.
Matt?
I mean, I'd probably just stay here for another week, you know, just hang out on stage. Just be like, guys, I know we got to pack it up eventually, but surely this covers like another day of the set. I want to play with the LED screen.
Yeah, so let's do a quick recap because we have a lot of information for tomorrow and I'm eager to go through that. But I've seen a lot of variety this day. Replay that we had on the interview, he has made a lot of gold. I think that was most of the key of winning, having a great economy, having a great tempo, pushing the lobby the whole time and punish the people that are doing rerolls. I don't know you about guys. Oh, and we had like consistency with a player not being consistent. We should add like inconsistent augments. That's a great idea.
That's a fun idea. Yeah, I think tomorrow it's going to be so interesting, right? Because tomorrow, like if you assume that there's a skill difference between some of the top and bottom players here, tomorrow is going to be the top 8, right? It is literally just the top 8. And so anything, like we saw Setsuko, for example, there were some lobbies he was getting away with kind of playing more greedy and aggressive. And so tomorrow, I don't know if he'll be able to get away with that. And so it'll be really interesting to see with that many good players what happens.
Yeah, added wrinkle as well of course, finally everyone's going to be in the same lobby for the entire day. So all of those micro adjustments you make within your own region where you're just like, oh, I know how Enzo plays. I know how Rereplay plays. You're going to be able to establish that throughout the entire final day of competition. So another added wrinkle for our players.
Yeah, and that's what day 1 and day 2 are for, to get to know this personality, these amazing players. We build the narrative for tomorrow, and this is what we ever wanted. The championship has never been this close and tight between the regions. Are we going to have an NA winning? Are we going to have an EMEA player winning? Are we going to have LATAM? I don't know. Am I going to wear pink tomorrow? So many questions, little answers, but you know what? We're going to find out tomorrow. Marduk, Matt, the rest of the team, thank you so much for being with us today. It was amazing having you inside, and thank you watching at home, and we'll wait you tomorrow, same hour, same channel, to crown our champion. Goodbye.
Let's go.
Up into the air, but look at that Jin. It is still alive. It is going to take out, taken out by the fiddlesticks, empowered by the drones.
Looking terrifying, taking out the 2 backline carriers of Xi'an's board. But it's not there. Demon takes an 8th.
Surely Warwick. Wait, no! Centered onto this board and taking too long to get these kills. This might be a completely different fight. Warwick is down. position now to maybe end up among the top 3 spots. He has 53 points. Maybe doesn't actually need a first place. This is a player that was at the last World Championship.
The monsters attack, it's the championship. Spatula for Lobbies, it's time to finish this. Season up with a monster cook-off. Monsters like dice and synergize for a taste of that spicy pride. Superhero squads going up to the chase, cooking up the meta with fresh flavor and taste. Chop, 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 all the way to the top. Where to go, the spatula's right there to be cupped. Feast your eyes and delight your minds on the best comp fries you could ever find. Monsters attack, watch with the pack. Monsters attack. Get back with a snack. It's the TFT Monsters Attack Championship. Monsters attack. We're back on attack. Monsters attack. The Creepy Cat's back. Yeah, you gather round. Spatulapolis. The Monsters attack. It's the championship. Spatula for Lobbies. It's time to finish this. Season up with a monster cook-off. Monsters like dice and synergize for a taste of that spicy pride. Superhero squads going up to the chase, cooking up the meta with fresh flavor and taste. Chop, 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 all the way to the top. Where to go, the spatula's right there to be cupped. Feast your eyes and delight your minds on the best comp fries you could ever find. Monsters attack. Come watch with the pack. Monsters attack. Get back with a snack. It's the TFT Monsters Attack Championship. Monsters attack. We're back on attack. Monsters attack. The Creepy Cat's back. Yeah, you gather round. Spatulapolis. The Monsters attack. It's the championship. Spatula for Lobbies. It's time to finish this. Season up with a monster cook-off. Monsters like dice and synergize for a taste of that spicy pride. Superhero squads going up to the chase, cooking up the meta with fresh flavor and taste. Chop, 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 all the way to the top. Where to go, the spatula's right there to be cupped. Feast your eyes and delight your minds on the best comp fries you could ever find. Monsters attack. Come watch with the pack. Monsters attack. Get back with a snack. It's the TFT Monsters Attack Championship.